Good morning, folks. May I have everybody's attention, please? Shh, keep it down, please. I apologize for the inconvenience. We are experiencing some technical difficulties. Our IT staff is on it. Our technical folks, it should be solved in a few short minutes, and then we'll get right back to the meeting. Thank you so very much for your cooperation. In the meantime, please make sure that you do not approach the dais. Again, do not approach the dais. Thank you.
Quiet, please. Shh, keep it down. Keep it down. Please, folks, kindly have a seat at this time. Please kindly have a seat at this time. Shh, keep it down in the chambers. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for your patience due to technology in. Commissioner, if you could finish your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, we share the concern that lead to this legislation and look forward to future discussion with the Council on a comprehensive legislative solution. Finally, on Intro 1131, sponsored by Chair Brooks Powers, this bill will create a task force to study and propose recommendations for street designs and infrastructure to enhance safety. We appreciate the Council's shared commitment to a comprehensive vision for e-bikes and new micromobility modes. To be even more effective, we encourage the Council to broaden the scope of the task force to include plans for regulations of these modes of transportation, rather than just a street design and infrastructure. We support this legislation and would like to continue working with the Council and other stakeholders on legislative solution. 1 minute en español. Estamos aquí agradeciendo al Consejo Municipal por permitirnos testificar a nombre del alcalde Reganes en un proyecto tan importante que tiene que ver en cómo regularizar más lo que es la industria, lo que hacen de libre, siempre teniendo en cuenta que la razón por la que muchas personas hacen de libre porque nosotros les pedimos esas órdenes, todos podemos lograr una ciudad que sea más segura para los que andan en carro, pero también para los que andan en bicicletas y los que andan caminando. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Council for the opportunity to testify before you today. Thank you for your continued partnership as we work to make this city safer for all road users. We will now be happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to start off with e-scooters since that's a hot topic in particular, especially in the Southeast Queens community. And I know we've had a number of conversations around it as well. In July 2020, the City Council enacted Local Law 74, requiring DOT to create a pilot program for shared e-scooters in the city. On August 17, 2021, the agency launched the first phase of its e-bike pilot program in the East Bronx. The second phase of the pilot was launched on June 22, 2022, doubling the size of the fleet to 6,000 vehicles. What has DOT learned from the first two phases of the e-scooter share pilot programs, and how have these lessons been implemented in the current phase 3 in Eastern Queens?
Yeah, I will start answering, then Assistant Commissioner Will Kerry can also add all the information. As you said, 2020, Councilmember Fernando Cabrera, Councilmember Rafael Espinal carried those bills, and I worked with them when I used to chair the Committee of Transportation. We heard from them that they wanted to bring scooters in area that City Bike was not going. We saw a safe expansion of e-scooter, and that's why, as I shared before, when you look at what we learned in the Bronx and now how we expand into your districts and other parts in Queens, what we know is that there's more than 5 million users of e-scooter, but Will can add more information.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair, for the question. After we did the first phase of the program in the Bronx, we did an evaluation report, and we looked at a number of different factors. We looked at how often the scooters were used. They were quite heavily used, and we had tens of thousands of users and hundreds of thousands of trips. And we looked at safety, and our conclusions were that the operation of the program was quite safe. And then we looked at issues in terms of organization of the street, including our use of corrals, which we found often helped to sort of better organize the street and make sure that e-scooters were properly parked. As the Commissioner mentioned in his testimony, the combined service area now covers 1.2 million New Yorkers. We have about 260,000 active users who've taken 6.1 million trips. Since the program was launched in Queens this year, we've had 650,000 trips and over 40,000 new accounts created from residents of the new expansion area.
What has been the reception of Phase 3 of the e-scooter share program that was implemented in Eastern Queens, and how is DOT factoring in the community concerns?
As I said thank you for the question, Chair. As I said in my response to the last question, we've seen a robust response. We've seen a lot of people using the service, and we're heartened by that. We have, participated in a lot of community outreach to get feedback from the community, including 35 briefings with elected officials, community boards, and other community stakeholders, and that was just prior to launch. We've done on-street and online public education and feedback prior to launch, and then we did 6 weeks of on-street education and outreach following the launch. We are hearing, from you, from your constituents, from others in the community about concerns that, e-scooters are often not parked correctly. And we remain committed to working with the community and with the companies to make improvements. We are in the process of planning and installing new bike corrals to help organize scooters and reduce the number of improperly parked scooters. The 3 scooter share operators, Bird, Lime, and Vio, are working to quickly address these concerns by hiring additional staff locally to improve the parking of scooters. And operators are currently temporarily reducing their fleets in the winter months, which should help reduce improperly parked scooters. As the Commissioner mentioned, we're also looking to move towards a corral. We have corrals in the scooter zone now, but to create additional corrals to help better organize the street.
Thank you. Commissioner, you mentioned during your testimony that between City Bike and scooter share, nearly 70% of the city's residents have access to bike or scooter share in their neighborhoods. How is this measured? Is it that 70% of neighborhood tabulation areas, weighted by population, have access to one of these micromobility options? Or is it a more granular approach? For example, 70% of people live within a certain number of yards of these options.
DOT, and Eric Bittern also, he can expand a little bit more, but DOT determined this figure by overlaying the city bike and scooter share services areas with recent census data.
And it's a fairly straightforward overlay. It's just the census data around where people live and which of those tracks are covered by one of the 2 service areas.
Thank you for that. Just gonna jump a little bit around. In October of this year, City Council Speaker Adams, New York State Senator Leroy Comrie, and community and civic leaders called for an operational pause of the e-scooter program to build in improvements before resuming the program. How did DOT incorporate community feedback when implementing the program?
The community feedback and the feedback, especially coming from you as elected officials, are voices that we definitely heard. As you know, as a former council member, that I hold a seat that now is served by council member here at Carmen de la Rosa. We know that, the council member had the ear of the community, and the community come and speak about it. And we, as I said before, we are not denying that there's a percentage of reckless users of the e-bike or scooter. But what we stand is explaining that most of the people who use an e-bike, most of the people who use a scooter, they use it to work, or they use to work, where they have to go far from a distance from where they study. We all have to think about it, how we used to order food. You know, I live in Inwood, and the restaurant only used to deliver it like 10 blocks from where I used to live 20 years ago. Now, if you place the order from Inwood, whoever has a restaurant on 165 in Riverdale, they will deliver it to us. So it's about, you know, the electric e-bike or a scooter also allow us, the consumers also, to be able to have more, food further from where we live. So I think that we have learned a lot. That's what I said, that we are not far apart. We all care for the safety. Mayor Adams care for the safety. We are committed to work especially on your bill. We should have a task force that we look on everything that we've been doing, what we have learned, and what we had to realize, 200 million bike trips in the city last year. Those individuals live in each of 51 council districts. Those individuals work in those councils. They're here. They are not going to be gone. So we need to learn the successful part of the program and then focusing about some area that we can improve.
Thank you. The speaker and other elected officials called for the pause out of concern about safety hazards that are created when e-scooters are left on sidewalks and streets, bless you, which can obscure pedestrians and other road users. How is DOT and the scooter vendors responding to these important concerns?
Yeah, and Eric, you know, as in his role as an assistant commissioner on planning, he also can add, and will too. But what I can say is that we heard the speaker, we heard the council members, we heard the community. What we are saying is about the work that we are doing right now is installing as many corrals as possible, where instead of thinking about a program that's going to be based about I or whoever can go and get this scooter and drop it in any place that I want, the model must be that the scooter will be picked up, will be dropped off in those corrals that we are installing.
And just to provide some numbers there, Chair, to date we've installed over 100 of these parking corrals in Queens and 150 in the Bronx. And in 2025, we are aiming to install another 500 across the two service areas. And happy to provide further information on specific locations.
Our communities have also called for DOT to take greater responsibility in holding the e-scooter program vendors accountable for safety issues resulting from their operation. How has DOT been working with these companies to address this issue?
Well, you heard the Department of Consumer, the Workers and Worker Protection, you know, been doing a great work, but also we at DOT, you heard our testimony, what we say very clear. It's not only, yes, the delivery workers. We have to go through those companies that only give them sometimes 15 minutes for them to pick up the food and bring it to us. So definitely, we will continue working with them. Everyone has to do their part. You know, we from this administration role had to do, we are committed to continue doing our part. You are doing your part too, but also those app companies who are making millions of dollars, they also have to think, because as Mayor said, whoever is doing business in the city, we have to be thinking about the safety of the city, and if not, then they need to relocate in other places.
As you can imagine, I have a lot of questions on the bills, on this topic, but because we have a lot of members that have questions, I'm going to pause on my questions, allow them to ask theirs, and then I'll come back to mine. I am going to start with Council Member Holden, followed by Council Member Osei, followed by Council Member Brewer. I just ask everybody to please adhere to the 2-minute rule. I'm not sure why that clock says 5, but it's 2.
Thank you, Chair.
Hold on one moment, Council Member. I'm sorry. And before you start your question, do you have your statement yet that you want to read?
No, nothing.
Oh, okay. All right, you could go ahead, begin.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm a little puzzled by your testimony because you know it's such a big problem in this city. If you look at the e-vehicles especially, I would say, I've stood on some corners, 95% of the delivery guys or 95% of the e-bike riders do not adhere to any traffic laws. What's your studies indicate?
Deputy Commissioner Will would like to answer that question.
So it's a council member, thank you for the question. It's an important issue. We are in the process of collecting more data on
Sergeant, if you see someone make any sounds, please have them removed.
anybody who walks around the streets of New York can see this issue. And I'm sure when you stand on street corners in your district or when other members stand on street corners in their district, they will see that there's too much dangerous riding by e-bike riders and by other users of these devices.
Right, we know that. We know
Yes.
that, and I've stated that.
we
And
know
all
that.
you need to do is look around any block in New York City, you will see it. So that's why I'm puzzled that DOT doesn't have numbers right away. You have the technology, you have the data, you have the personnel, you can figure this out, except you chose not to because of some regulations that you feel it's going to be imposing, it's going to, impact one group or another. I don't care about it. A red light is not racist. A red light is for safety. I drive an e-vehicle, by the way. Why shouldn't I ride without a license plate? I mean, because it's a car, but it's an e-vehicle. And that's what these, mopeds or whatever, and these other things, these e-bikes are. So you don't have the numbers. That says a lot about your agency. That you should be able to fire off, on this corner or that corner, 85%, 95%. When something's an epidemic, and that's what this is, and it's a health hazard, a safety hazard, that should be priority number one with DOT. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I got to say something, because in life we never know. For 2 years I was in that side, passing a numbers of bills, more than 40 bills that made the agency accountable. Now I'm in this side. And I got to tell you one thing, we all should be proud on the previous commissioners, on the leadership that we are right now, that we run the best and the largest Department of Transportation in the United States. And this is the important conversation that we are having right now. But when we walk out from this building, everything from sidewalk, from signal to roadway to paving is this agency. This agency, you heard in my testimony, one of the areas that we want to look at it is to bring the app company, and work with some bill with you guys, elected officials, so that also we get more report from the data that they use. But as someone that only needs to stand in a corner in the street, most delivery workers, they do a great job and dangerous job. They bring the food to our apartments. There's a percentage that they are small.
Commissioner,
They don't
it's-
represent the majority.
Commissioner, if you're going to focus only on delivery guys, I get that, but a city bike, e-bike, hit Priscilla Law. Killed her September 5th. Again, it's a year. We met with the mayor, by the way, with advocates and also transportation alternatives. All right? The mayor said he supports my bill, 606. The fact that it didn't trickle down to your agency is puzzling.
Thank you, Councilmember Jose.
Thank you, Chair. Under this bill, would active riders of e-bikes be liable to be pulled over by the police for issues or suspected issues relating to the licensing and/or registration on the e-bikes? Can I get more time then if I have to repeat the question? Under this bill, would active riders of e-bikes be liable to be pulled over by the police for issues or suspected issues relating to the licensing and/or registration on the e-bikes?
Yeah, Councilmember, you heard what we say. We support the intent of this bill. We don't support this bill. As the council member is introducing it today, we are more than happy to work with the council member, to work with the chair and the speaker, and all of you in a comprehensive task force.
Okay, and which agency would be responsible for issuing tickets if this bill was implemented?
This bill is something that we don't support. We support the intent And what we support here today is the task force, the bill presented by the chair that is calling to create a task force.
Do you predict that this legislation could lead to a reduction in the total number of e-bikes used in the city or number of e-bike trips taken in the city?
We are, yes, supporting the intent, not the bill.
I mean, I just would, I would like some answers to the questions. I hear that you're not supportive of the bill, but like if I ask a question on if this bill was implemented, you know, with conversation between the council and DOT, like, you got to tell me answers on if it was implemented. Like, do you predict that the legislation could lead to a reduction in the total number of e-bikes?
And just to echo Councilmember Osei, it is important to understand in the event that this bill were to be implemented, what that outcome could be, because that helps to inform whether or not this bill can go forward.
Yeah, so again, the answer is yes, it definitely will reduce.
Okay.
And again, this bill is for everyone,
Yes, I just needed the yes. Which agency or agencies would be responsible for issuing tickets? This is a question I asked before.
Well, enforcement is NYPD.
Okay. When obtaining a license plate for a car or other motor vehicle that currently requires one, an individual must go through a multi-step process, including presenting identification and proof of address to a government body. Would a similar process be required for e-bikes in this case if this bill was implemented?
I think the answer is we don't know yet. It will depend on the details of the legislation. I think it's not very specific on that at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you. A couple questions. First of all, you mentioned licensees in your suggestion should be required to have safety equipment, regular safety training, et cetera. Just so you know, we have a bill that had a hearing in Consumer Intro 20 of 2024 that does exactly that. So we'd love your support of that bill, just so you know, in the Consumer Committee. Number two, we have an intro that says licensing, but on the state level. Would you support something like that? Because I don't think that on the city level we do licensing. So I'm just wondering, would you support it on the state level?
We will more than happy to sit down with you.
Because the intro is being discussed today.
To talk about that, yeah.
Okay. Number three is the issue of apps and what they should do to be responsible. Apps, I think, should use their technology to play a big role in street safety. Data shows that when people are riding the wrong way on one-way streets, data can show that. It shows how fast they can go. So one question I have is, do you support a speed limit? I believe City Bike is now 18. I think it should be 15. And same thing for delivery people. Do you support a speed limit for these bikes?
We support and we're working to take any step that is needed to improve safety for everyone. And probably if there's an idea of looking at reducing the speed limit, probably the best way to go is to think about a pilot program that we can think about any particular area. And again, more than happy to follow the conversation with you, Councilmember Brewer.
Okay, because we're also with the apps, I know the data is always available, but the apps have the data. I don't believe, and you can tell me if the city agencies have the data. Apps know when you're on the sidewalk. Apps know when you're going too fast. Would you suggest that the apps share that data, mandatory, with the city so that we would know? Now, I am not interested in people getting arrested, particularly the delivery people, but I do think, with all due respect, I'm a big supporter of the police department. There's no way in hell they can arrest or stop all of these bikes, particularly if they don't have licenses. So my question is, what else can we do to slow them down, pay attention to the rules of the road? Having this data might help. Are you asking for it? Do you think you would mandate that it be given to the city agencies?
Yes, Councilmember. And as you know, when we were serving together, we passed a bill that mandated City Bike to share the data to us, something that they were not mandated to do it by law. And we passed the bill. I believe that all those are company, and that's what I said in the testimony, definitely they should share all the data because, you know, everyone has to do their part. And sharing the data is very important too.
Okay, because we have a bill to do that that will be introducing, that we're drafting now. Finally, just in terms of the batteries, not directly, but I am really concerned, and I have passed laws, and you are also, about the fires. Groups like Pop Wheels or companies like Pop Wheels, are they allowed now off the pilot to be able to be installed in different neighborhoods so that batteries do not get charged at home?
Yeah, I want to share a little bit of what we are doing, and we'll follow that one. As you know, we worked together with the council when we came to the swapping e-bike. Some council members, including Councilmember Rivera, we were there at Union Square. And what we know is that a number of delivery workers, they took advantage of being able to be part of the pilot program, that they brought their battery and they were able to charge it. Right now, we are also working with a couple of $1 million, $2 million, that we will be able to work with hundreds of delivery workers, and we're going to be exchanging the old bike and battery for new one and certified one. So we are not waiting for any bill. Working together, we're taking some necessary steps for the safety of pedestrians, but also for the safety of the own delivery workers, and even in those residents who live in buildings that many fires have happened because of those old batteries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Marmorato, followed by Councilmember Palladino, followed by Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. So just to give you a heads up, I'm in the Northeast Bronx, and we have an e-scooter program that is an absolute disaster. Dropping my child off at school, within less than 5 minutes, I saw 3 violations. One scooter parked on the property of a private school, where a parent probably took their child to the school. 2, one blocking the middle of the sidewalk, and another one where it was just thrown in the street. My community is not set up or designed to have corrals in the lower density portion of the district. A lot of those complaints from my district are coming from those portions of the district. I have reached out to the commissioner, the Bronx commissioner, to create corrals by the train stations because they are scattered all over the place and thrown on the street, oversaturated. I feel like I'm not getting any help, and I have reached out to Lime myself, and no response, no accountability until we started documenting everything, how the crosswalks are blocked, people's front of their gates, the limes are just thrown. This is about the sharing scooter program, because I feel like when you own your own bike and you own your own scooter, you have a little more respect for the road and everything around you. I feel like these people have absolutely no respect. And I want to know, since the pilot program, all right, here we go, 152, this from you guys, DOT, 152 reported crashes in the first 12 months of the program. Nearly half of the riders who responded to DOT's e-scooter survey, 44% reported riding on sidewalks, and 30% reported feeling safer riding on the sidewalks than in the street. How do you make that a permanent program if they're breaking the law? They're telling you, you did a survey, and they're telling you we're riding on sidewalks. I've seen it. My police have told us that there's robberies now taking place, and they're using these e-scooters to ride away. In the last 28 days, there were 5 incidents.
Councilmember, if you could ask your question, please.
Okay. My question, sorry. How can you renew this program, and when is this program? Where's the contract? How do I get a copy of the contract? I FOIL request. I'm not going to get it until June. When can I get it? How can I get it? And when will the contract be up?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to share a copy of the contract, with you, the chair, the council, and that's the first thing. Sharing the contract, language is more than happy to work with you. Second, more than happy to walk through your district.
You have to see it.
So I say, I will. And the third thing is that I feel that we need to focus on those reckless, one. As my point is that is thinking about sometimes that people say, oh, those who use e-bike, a scooter, they should not be here. They're here already. And when someone uses a scooter instead of a vehicle, they contribute to the environment. It's good for the health, and it's good for the economy. However, those percentages, as you're describing, that they're the reckless one, we as an agency who work with the company are committed to work to make those companies also accountable and also continue doing the educational and the
They don't do
enforcement
the
work.
education. We've asked Lime to come to the district. They refused. Not until recently they mentioned in an email that they want to come to the district. I've been in office for 11 months. I've asked in the past. They won't do it. They're supposed to do it regularly. The commissioner told me, Bronx commissioner told me they should be doing it regularly. They have not once did it. I've never seen them in my district doing education. Enough is enough. We've tried. We don't want them in our community. They're dangerous. They're a hazard to people. We can't have any more people getting hurt.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from
Thank you.
Councilmember Palladino.
Good afternoon. I want to credit my two colleagues here who just spoke, of course, Bob Holden and Christy Marmorato. I don't want to waste any time because the clock is ticking, and as soon as that bell rings, I get cut off. So let's make this real quick and real easy. This is probably the most simplistic, common sense, simple bill that we need passed. I do not understand why we have to complicate the mere fact that these motorized vehicles have taken over our streets. Every borough. I do not understand, excuse me, Bob, how that bottom poster right there, 2 lanes with a corral of bicycles, helps our buses to make their wide turns, help our truck drivers who have to deliver and make deliveries in our city. How does this work? How does that help a pedestrian who's trying to cross the street? These scooters are running rampant all over, unlicensed, unregistered, uninsured. The city, the people of this city have spoken. They do not like it. We don't like what has happened to every single street. Now, I need to know, when you mentioned about taking Bob's bill here and making some alterations to it, what alterations do you want to make to a simple bill that only requires that people are held responsible? Christy brought up a good point. I have it in my district too. They're riding on the sidewalks. They have taken full advantage. And as far as our delivery people go, well, you know what? Our pizza places used to hire delivery boys or girls to deliver food. I don't want to hear about this other stuff, that we are being racially, this has become a black and white issue. This is baloney. You're taking transit and making it a racial issue? Absolutely not. This is a safety issue. We don't like it, we don't want it, and we want to change. If we're stuck with it, big changes has got to happen. Thank you very much, everybody.
So New York City is the most density city in the whole nation. New York City is a place only composed by 350 square miles.
Yeah, we know that.
Excuse me, let me answer, hold it.
That's the whole point, that we don't.
Everybody?
Sergeant, if you've observed someone that has had an outburst just now, please have them removed. We will have order in this chamber today. Thank you. Councilmember, if you could wrap up with your question?
As soon as, because I will have further, once the commissioners.
You could come back to the second round. We have other members that need to ask questions, and we have over 400 people who have signed up to testify today. And I hope that you're going to stay with me.
So, Chair, as I was saying, those bicycles that you see there parking near the bike lane, those are the same workers that they're getting ready to deliver the food for someone that got to their apartment and placed the order through on one of those apps. As I was saying, and it is important that we all have context in this conversation. So I say New York City is a place of only 350 square miles, of 8.6 million people, 62 million visitors came here last year, construction going on all over the places, and we also have 80% of New Yorkers are placing an order once a week, and 24% of New Yorkers are placing the order 4 times a week to deliver from Amazon, UPS, FedEx, and also to get our food. So the street doesn't belong only for people that own vehicles. The street is a public access, and it is our responsibility under the Charter of New York City to manage our 26% of the land to give you space for the safe and efficient movement of people and vehicle. And e-bike, regular bike, a scooter, they are in the city. Our job is to make those small percentage reckless accountable and to work with those companies for them also to do their job.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Ressler, followed by Councilmember Ariola.
Good morning or good afternoon at this time. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I have a few questions which I'm trying to debunk the whole thing here. The definition, can you give me, by your thinking, the definition of legal motorized vehicle? It is very broad. And one of my concerns is about wheelchair. Will wheelchairs be a part of it because it's motorized?
Council member, thank you for the question. Just to clarify, you're asking what categories of vehicles would be included?
The definition of legal motorized vehicle is very broad. Would that include electrical chair like the wheelchairs?
I don't believe so, but we can follow up with you on that.
Okay. Will there be a different course for commercial license if we have to license and a personal license? What do you think? What's your thought on that?
Any mopeds that we have, and I want also for all to distinguish, there's vehicles that they must have their registration. They must be registered by the Department of Motor Vehicle. If they have a number, it's a big number, and those mopeds are in that category. We are speaking here is about, especially about electrical bike. That's what we are, having this conversation. The bill that is calling to mandate to have a registration and license for individuals who use e-bike. We said before, we agree with the intent, but we believe that mandating a registration and licensing is not a solution. We can work, we've been doing work on education, enforcement, redesigning. We will continue doing more, and we believe by using those 3 E of Vision Zero, we can improve safety big time.
Okay. What is the target fee for the registration, if any? And many devices are continue to be in New York City that will be subject to the proposed ordinance that we have right now. Let me finish my question because my time is due. Think about it. What will it cost the department to set up and operate the registration program annually? Do we have a ballpark number? If do, share. Are we anticipating a need to train law enforcement to how to tell the difference between a bicycle and electric and motorized vehicle?
Thank you. I think the fee would be actually up for further regulation and further analysis on the costs of implementing the bill. I believe in our fiscal impact statement, we said the total would be in the neighborhood of about $19 million.
Are we anticipating a need to train law enforcement on how to tell the difference between a bicycle, an electrical bike, or motorized?
PD can enforce, and as I said before, almost 20,000 of those devices being removed by the street by Chief Rivera and his team at the NYPD Transportation Division.
And by the way, thank you, Chair, but sometimes the speed limit that those motorized scooters are going on our streets are dangerous.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to ask you to just respond, and then we're going to move on.
We agree, Councilmember. We agree that everyone, as Mayor Adams has said, had to look for others, for everyone to be safe. And as we have always focusing on, making the case that the ultimately larger numbers of fatalities and people ending critical condition are those who drive vehicles, cars and trucks and other things. There's a percentage that involve those who use e-bike and scooter, and we're working to address it because everyone had to do their part. In my campaign on Division Zero, we was only before about drivers look for pedestrians. Now we're also focusing in the get smart before you start educating those who use e-bike, and also telling those who use e-bike also look for pedestrian, because it is a responsibility. Yes, we should not have anyone riding e-bike in our sidewalk. Yes, we should not have e-bike that doesn't look for pedestrians, especially as senior citizens. And that's what I say, we agree in most of the approach that we have with this, and we are committed to work with the council on how we can put a comprehensive plan to improve safety for everyone.
Thank you. Safety is very important. I'm
Thank
scared
you,
for
Councilmember.
older, for the seniors, for the children
Thank you.
around the school
Thank
building.
you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Ressler?
Chair Brooks Powers, thank you for your leadership. It's great to be back at the Transportation Committee. I used to be on it. I don't get to be anymore, but I show up anyway sometimes. I miss you too. So thank you, Commissioner and DOT team. You know, I've had close encounters with e-bikes on the streets of the 33rd Council District. It's one of the concerns that we hear most frequently in our office, is that people are concerned about safety. And you know, I want to work together with your team to improve safety in our community for everybody. I know that's a priority of yours. It's certainly a priority of mine, for pedestrians, for cyclists, for drivers, for all of us. I just want us to take evidence-based approaches that are going to make the most consequential difference. You know, when I look at the data so far for 2024 of the 103 people who have been killed on the streets of New York City, far too much traffic violence. 1 was caused by an e-scooter, 2 were caused by bikes, 5 were caused by mopeds or motorcycles, which are already required to be registered by the DMV, and too many of them are not. That is a problem. 95 were caused by cars, 92%. So when we look at what's where we need to focus the most of our attention, it's the cars that are killing people on the streets of New York City. Overwhelmingly, 90-something% of the deaths this year have been caused by cars. So 22 cyclists, though, have been killed on the streets of New York City, and we need to do more to protect their lives as well. Is there any evidence, when you look at other municipalities, look at the research that your team has done, that would suggest that registration of e-bikes would lead to fewer pedestrian deaths in New York City? And Commissioner Eric, whoever would like to answer.
We do agree with you, and I say, and when I did my opening testimony, that the larger numbers of fatalities involve, yes, drivers. There's a percentage to involve, a small percentage that is involve scooters, and we do agree that the main targets should be addressing those negative behavior of those who drive a vehicle. However, when Mayor Adams went to the Upper West Side,
Commissioner, just because I'm tight on time, could you answer the question?
Yeah, when we went to the Upper West Side, Gil was there, and when I hear in any district where the mayor hold a community meeting, they ask about what can you do with those reckless riders of a scooter, is something that is happening in our city. So we focusing, Vision Zero focusing on drivers, but we also know that there's a percentage of reckless individuals who use e-bike and a scooter.
Right, but my question, again, would registration of e-bikes lead to fewer pedestrian fatalities? Mr. Beaton, would you please respond? Or somebody, I'm just looking for an answer to the question.
On behalf of the agency as a commissioner,
please.
I gave you the answer, and
But you didn't answer the question.
I can add my answer, is that we believe on the intent of this bill, but we don't support the bill, as you say. We do believe that.
But is there any evidence that would indicate that registration of e-bikes would lead to fewer serious crashes or deaths on the streets of New York City?
We don't necessarily agree with that. What we agree is that.
You don't agree that there is any evidence that.
Sergeant, if you've observed someone with an outburst, please remove them now.
What we agreed is that we need to look in the comprehensive plan of this problem, and that's why we support Chairman bill to create a task force to address this issue.
Okay, I think where we need greater accountability, I'll just wrap in 10 seconds. Where we need greater accountability is on these app companies. And we need to make sure that they are prioritizing safety, that they are providing legal vehicles to their workers. Right now, it is incentivized for them to get from point A to point Z as quickly as possible. Speed is the only thing that is prioritized. They get paid more when they deliver faster. What we need is to be giving more work out to the delivery workers who follow the rules of the road, who keep our streets safe. That's what we should be incentivizing with these app companies. We should be paying more, more compensation for the workers who follow the rules, and we need to make sure they have legal vehicles. Those are the things that I think will help us the most. I don't understand how registration improves safety in our communities. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And Councilmember, is that you didn't hear when I read my testimony? Because okay. So if you read it, there's a two paragraphs dedicated on how what we need to focus about those app companies that hired us. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Ariola, followed by Councilmember Rivera, followed by Councilmember De La Rosa.
Thank you for coming, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair, for the time. Commissioner, I have to say that your opinions, the agency's opinions, your testimony here today seems to be widely unpopular with the entire panel. It's also, according to my colleague, Bob Holden, the author and prime sponsor of this bill, it is unpopular with the administration because the mayor supports it. It's also popular with the people. What I see being heard here today are bills that complement each other. They're bills that are built for safety. Safety for the people you're talking about, the deliveristas, and we'll use them as an example. According to NYPD stat, which does have the numbers for pedestrians, motorcycle, scooter, and vehicle fatalities, it shows that year to date, there are more fatalities for those people who are driving scooters, motorized vehicles that are on two wheels, and pedestrians than there are for people who are driving a truck or a car. The trucks and the cars are registered. The mobility devices we're talking about that are riding on our sidewalks, going northbound on a southbound roadway, which I encountered the other day, and just riding in every lane except any lane they're supposed to be in, those are the ones that are at risk. So we as a body, it's our job to make sure they're safe. And it has been proven in other countries who have been using these type of mobility devices way longer than we have, that when they were registered, licensed, and insured, the fatalities went down. It just makes sense. We don't have to have anybody tell us that. It just makes sense. And people are more accountable. So you talk about enforcement on the one bill. What is the DOT's capabilities of enforcement beyond telling people to call 311 and report it?
Well, last year, we had the lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality in New York City since we started collecting the data for the last 113 years. We're working hard to every year continue doing everything using all the tools that we have in our bags to reduce those numbers of fatality. We work very close with we have our Vision Zero Task Force led by City Hall, DOT, NYPD, Department of Health, and other agencies. And every week, our team are planning new initiatives. Yes, we do educational, but also we do enforcement. We are here because we recognize that the use of e-bike, bike, scooter will not leave New York City. This is part of our city, of our time. That we need to focus on those cases where there's challenges that we have to address it, and we will continue doing education. We have, DOT has so many areas that, and as you know that you go over testimony, we had a great educational team at DOT. Dozens of individuals led by King, who go through the school, through senior center, who go and work with the deliberitas, educating. But as we educate, we work with the NYPD for enforcement too.
And I appreciate that, but people are still losing their lives. And as my colleague, Councilmember Brewer said, the NYPD doesn't have the workforce to really get out there and maintain and enforce what we're seeing. We're seeing absolute chaos. We're seeing illegal vendors, illegal motorbikes and scooters, uncertified lithium-ion batteries. They're exploding. We're seeing chaos on the streets. And all we're asking for is registration, licensing, and insurance, in addition to the other bills that are being heard today. They complement each other. And if you agree with one, you can't disagree with another. It saves lives. It's been proven in other countries that are doing this much longer than us. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you so much, Chair, for your leadership. I want to thank Department of Transportation for coming in and answering our questions. This is what we needed from you. We have to hold each other accountable because we're desperately trying to create safer streets. I want to thank the Manhattan Borough Commissioner. He's very responsive, and we've tried to do so much in terms of the redesign on 2nd Avenue, Broadway Vision, Cooper Square, battery charging. These are all important initiatives. And I certainly agree that we need to demand data from the app companies. I did a bill demanding data from Airbnb, and we can certainly hold these large billion-dollar corporations accountable. I will also just add that I have many precincts that overlap my district, and this is the #1 issue. In every precinct, people are concerned. So I guess my questions are there any examples of similar registration efforts anywhere improving safety? Are there any examples of similar registration efforts anywhere actually reducing bike ridership? Do you have that info?
Commissioner Will Carey, he can share with you all the city that they have tried to implement a licenses and it had not worked.
Okay.
And I think that this is, one, of course, New York City, one of the things that we all should know, that whatever we do in the city, together as we make each of us accountable, we do it largest in the best when we compare it to any other city. So even many of the cities, they are looking at us. They're looking about how we are the first one that is widening a bike lane. We are the one that did 32 protected bike lanes last year. And yes, as someone that carried the bill, the Street Master Plan, I know your job is to make me accountable, but 32 protected bike lanes last year was larger than the number of protected bike lanes that all largest city in this nation built together.
No, and can I just add, because I'm about to run out of time, that the 2nd Avenue redesign was absolutely necessary to move our buses as well. So I do believe that we are doing good work, and every neighborhood is different. I represent Manhattan. It's not the same as outer boroughs. I realize that. So I'd love to hear about similar efforts, and I just think that one of my concerns is the ability to even implement this, to manage this program, to sort of start in the middle and just suddenly start registering vehicles. I think we have to start at a certain point. We need the state's support. I think the behaviors that are of the greatest concern, writing, and I'm sorry, Chair, I just need 30 more seconds. The writing on sidewalks, the not giving the right of way to pedestrians, writing the wrong way on one-way streets, those are all virtually unenforced. And so does DOT have any reason to believe that not only that a license plate would change that, but that you have the tools to expand those enforcement efforts? And what can we do to ensure that we get you to that place?
Yeah, we don't need a license for the NYPD to enforce those areas that you have described. We're working with NYPD to even expand the level of enforcement, but let's get Deputy Commissioner Will to share with you all the cities that they have tried and they have not moved forward creating that license.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council Member. As the Commissioner was saying, the NYPD does not require a license and a registration to summon someone for running a red light or going the wrong way down a one-way street on an e-bike. And we are currently working with our partners, Chief Rivera and the Transportation Division, on enforcement actions on major e-bike corridors in the city, starting with education, but ramping up to summonses. And we handle the education part, and obviously they handle the enforcement component. In North America, cities like Toronto have looked at these registration systems as a way to potentially solve this and have decided against doing it. Because as the Commissioner mentioned, it's a lot of resources and it's not required for the NYPD to go out and to enforce against dangerous behavior. The theme today is really accountability. The NYPD can keep people accountable now, but as others on this panel recently mentioned, they don't have infinite resources, and there's a lot of things that they're focusing on. So one of the things that the Commissioner talked about in his testimony was are there other regulatory means that we can use, that we can work with you on the council to hold the app companies accountable, who are placing tremendous pressure on their workers to deliver as quickly as possible and to, yes, cut corners, to run red lights, to ride on sidewalks? And how can that be used as another lever for accountability?
Well, thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you all on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember De La Rosa.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Commissioner and DOT, for being here. I think a few things. First of all, I commend the efforts you're doing with the battery situation. You know, my district is the second highest propensity for fires because of e-battery explosions, and we're putting at risk those same workers that I think we both are seeking to support. I'm the chair of the labor committee here in the council, and the deliveristas know that I support them because they're a necessary part of our workforce. Everybody in this room has ordered something or another, and a deliverista has been there to deliver it. However, it is also important that we keep in mind that as we keep that workforce safe, we also need to keep our community safe, and that is the balance that we're trying to strike. You know, I had a situation in my district where a 90-year-old person, in our district where you live too, Commissioner, a 90-year-old person was hit by a bike, and the person was basically in a coma for months. You know, for our seniors, these crashes can be deadly. And so I think that one of the things that we really need to strike a balance on is how we insert the conversation around accountability here. Councilmember Holden has a bill, and I think that the bill has good bones. We can work from the bill to extract the things that could work in our communities and take away the things that could be detrimental. I, for one, am not trying to add more burden to a workforce like the deliveristas that are trying to do their job, but I also know that when we observe bad behavior, it's monkey see, monkey do. Right? If people observe that people are riding on the sidewalks, then everyone thinks it's okay to ride on the sidewalks. And it's going to take all of us working together to make sure that that accountability and enforcement is there. One question I do have specifically, I see that the categories for the e-bikes are done by speed. One of the ideas that I tried to introduce into the conversation was about the weight of the bikes. Is there any data? Is there anything that speaks to the mortality when someone is hit depending on the weight of the vehicle?
Again, like most of the, and Will can also add compliments, but when we look at the data, one death is too many for all of us. But most death that we have in crashes is involving vehicles, not just an e-bike. But Will, you'd like to?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. It's a very You're dead right. Weight is critical. Under state law, e-bikes cannot be more than 100 pounds. Some of the mopeds, both legal and illegal, that we see on the streets are well in excess of that, so 200 and 250 pounds, and obviously a car can be, or a truck can be many, many tons. And what we know from years of Vision Zero research is what we all learned in physics as a high school student. You know, the bigger the mass, the higher the speed, the more force. You know, the bigger the vehicle is, obviously with a motor vehicle posing the most risk to a pedestrian. But I think that's also why we have a lot of concerns about mopeds, and why e-bikes can be a safer alternative to a moped is because they don't travel as fast and they don't weigh as much.
So one thing that I will say, and just asking for you all at DOT to use your expertise towards this conversation, is that, you know, oftentimes we've heard when we stand together to ask for red light cameras, when we stand together to ask for speed cameras to be installed in our communities, is because the accountability factor, and those ideas are not always popular, but the accountability factor is, and you all have stated here in testimony, that when someone is issued a ticket, the recidivism, right, for it to happen again is greatly reduced. And like the disconnect in my head is that, why is that not good enough then in this conversation when we're talking about inserting an accountability measure for a vehicle that has caused harm? You know, whether it's 5, whether it's 500, as you say, one is too many. And so, like, I think we need to explore that and unpack that a little bit as we have this conversation. But I thank you for your efforts.
I think that's a really good point. I think one of the things that we've been thinking about is actually going upstream into what makes people do that behavior. We don't disagree that when people violate the law, that there needs to be accountability to that. But we've also been thinking, why is it that people go about and do those actions? And a lot of it has to do with the forces, economic forces that apps are putting delivery workers under. And so, right now the emphasis is on speed, the incentive is on speed. We'd like the emphasis to be inverted and be about safety, and that's what a lot of our ideas that we are sending around later today, and in the conversations we've had with the council already, are centering safety.
I think it's because the stakes are low and they can get away with it. So I think we disagree on why it happens. I mean, if you know you're not gonna get a ticket or you're not gonna get caught for going really fast on a sidewalk, then you're gonna continue to do that behavior. And so, I think that it's a conversation to have. Granted, I represent a working class community. I'm not here advocating for more tickets for our community, but I think that, we have education, and when that fails, then we need to have the conversation around accountability and enforcement. But I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. I just want to also acknowledge that we have been joined by, as you've heard, Councilman Rivera, De La Rosa, and now Banks. I want to talk a little bit about cycling. Cycling has increased significantly in the city since 1980 when we started collecting this data. Overall, what do you attribute to the growing popularity of cycling in New York City?
We have the group of delivery workers, which is around, we can share again, I said before, the exact number.
75,000.
We have 75,000 registered delivery workers that they use in e-bike. But in 2009, New York City only had 98 million bike trips. Today, in 2023 data, we had 200 million bike trips. I think that people learn from Sandy, Maria, Katrina, Ida, that everyone had to do their part on sustainability. And people realize that if they use an e-bike or a regular bike, it's good for the health, it's good for the environment, and it's good for the economy. One of the things that I've been pushing ourselves as an agency is even to promote more biking in the working class community, because if you look at biking from the perspective of social class, it's more individual with high level of education, more middle and upper class, the one who are using the bike in New York City. And as someone that in 1965, my father had a bike, I'm trying to go back in my community and encourage more working class New Yorkers to also use bike to move around. If you had a bike, you don't have to pay any fare. If you had a bike, it's like you going to a gym to do exercise. If you had a bike, you don't have to be in those traffic. So we believe that the reason why more New Yorkers been getting into biking is because they learn that it's good for the environment, it's good for the economy, and it's good for the health.
Is the ridership highest on weekends or during the weekdays based on your data?
We can get back to you with the difference if we don't have it right now, the weekday, whatever.
So ridership is higher on weekdays, right? It's not just a leisure activity. People are commuting or actively working on bikes.
What are the numbers?
We have day-by-day numbers that we can share with you. They're also on open data. So we have all of that wherever we collect it.
Can someone get it to us before we're done here? That'll be great. I just want to have an idea of what those numbers look like. And because I would like to also know how DOT monitors the cycling trends. Like, is it through surveys only? Is it through direct counting? Like, how are you tracking the trends?
Well, now, again, I always say that we all interacted with anything that DOT is doing every day. And one of the things that we are doing is also now using different technology and software to count in real time the movement of people walking and biking. If you'd like to add what we're doing with the sensor.
Sure, and the answer, we use a combination of all of those things. We have places that have, as the commissioner said, automatic sensors, so we know how many people are going over key routes at any time. But those sensors also don't give us a good sense of, was it a regular bike or an e-bike? So we supplement that with actually going out and looking and counting and making sure that we have a sense of the mix. We're now also collecting speeds so that we know not just does it feel too fast, but how fast are these bikes and e-bikes going out on the street. And then we put that all together. We also do surveys, the Department of Health also does a biannual survey where they talk to New Yorkers about how often they bike. And it's putting these pieces together that really gives the full picture of what's going on. So no one of those gives the full picture, but that's why we collect all of it, and it's also why we share all of it through open data and on our website.
And how do the other investments that you mentioned, Commissioner, signal timing, modifications, enhanced delivery bike corrals, bike boulevards, and other innovations work to improve cycling safety?
You want me to elaborate a little bit more on what on those?
On, like, how do you feel like these type of infrastructure investments support or improve safety?
Yeah.
And not just safety for the cyclists, but like pedestrians and motorists as well.
Yeah. Look, I always tell people that where we are right now is like thinking about the Industrial Revolution, where people talk about there's all machine there, they're taking the job away from all, they destroy. At the end of the day, that's a progress that we made in society. Today, more people are using bike, more people are using e-bike, more people are using a scooter. Think about that those individuals will be behind a wheel in a car instead of having a scooter or a bike. You know, 25% of the pollution that we have in the city come from our vehicle. So we do understand that if you live in some places in the South Bronx, in South Queens, other places, we live in a transportation desert area, we have to connect with public transportation. 76% of people who live in the borough of Manhattan, they don't have a car. But we had a great train and bus system. And that's why we have like 4 million people using the train every day, 1 million people using the bus every day. But also that 200 million bike trips is part of our life. And that's why we want to continue conversation to look at how can we improve with those reckless ones, but recognizing that the vast majority of those individuals who are using their bike, their e-bike, they respectful to pedestrians, and they can be role model for those small percentages that are reckless ones.
Thank you. Moving to the bills that we're hearing today, I had a couple of questions around that. Starting with my own bill, which thank you for expressing support for the bill. And just to reiterate, the intent on that bill is to look at this growing new mode of relatively new mode of transportation, and viewing it more holistically in terms of how we make it safer for all in terms of the street, and how we better regulate this new transportation means. And so how does DOT currently receive and respond to community input on street design and infrastructure specifically related to e-bike safety?
And I will start, and then Eric, he also may add to this. What we know is that we all are interested in improving safety. We know that your bill called us to come together in a task force and work in a comprehensive plan where we can come together, brainstorm, thinking about different ideas on how we can improve safety. But safety involves different aspects. Infrastructure is an important one. And as I say, we are the first city in the United States that is widening the bike lane. We are the first city in the United States that was able to build 32-mile protected bike lane last year. But besides infrastructure, we also are doing our educational work. Yes, we lost 23 cyclists last year, but 7 of those cyclists that we lost, they were using e-bike that they were not hit by no one. And that's why we did a social media campaign educating around get smart before you start. Educating those who use e-bike about how to maneuver an e-bike, how to accelerate, how to stop. Because what we know is that being a growing of more New Yorkers and visitors using the e-bike, but also we know that education is key. So more than happy, Chair, to work with you with this bill, creating this task force that will be looking at infrastructure. But as I say, also we like to add, to make it broader, to also look at all the aspects on how we can improve safety for everyone, for those who use e-bike, for those that walk in our street.
Thank you. And what has DOT examined or considered implementing specifically aimed at better regulating the e-bikes and the e-scooters as it pertains to the safety and behaviors on the road?
We work 24/7. We had a great educational team. As I said, City Halls, since the time when I was a council member, we passed a bill, we created the Vision Zero Task Force that is led by City Hall, where DOT making important part of that. We had many members of DOT, and we had a great educational division at DOT that we work with the NYPD. So we usually work in a way that we go out and educate as we also go and redesign our street to make it safer for everyone, but also we work with Chief Rivera and the NYPD on the enforcement part of those reckless ones.
And just toggling between that bill and street safety and enforcement, Vision Zero, with Vision Zero, DOT and NYPD compile data as it pertains to, for example, move-in summonses. And so, considering that e-scooters, e-bikes are relatively new, not so new as someone told me the other day, but relatively new, does Vision Zero capture currently these type of violations or movements with e-scooters and e-bikes?
Yes. And as you know, this administration is the first one that is also now being incorporating the data related to traffic violence. As the NYPD every week, they go through their own stacks of data. So the fact that Mayor Adams include those data of traffic traffic violence in the NYPD when they go every week, talk about how critical, how important it is for this administration to look at any traffic violence at the same level.
And when they're looking at it, is it in terms of when they are the victim or when they're the ones that have committed the offense?
Will.
Thank you, Council Member. It's an important question. So we do a lot of data collection on the crash side. So numbers of crashes, the types of vehicles involved, was there an injury, was the injury severe, and was there a fatality, and what is the exact circumstances of that crash? So we work closely with our partners at NYPD to compile all those numbers. And then the NYPD on their own, of course, is doing their enforcement actions. And as the Commissioner mentioned in their testimony, they've year-to-date seized almost 20,000 illegal vehicles. These are the larger, heavier mopeds, often without plates, often without vehicle identification numbers. And they've issued over 3,300 summonses for unsafe riding by e-bikers and moped operators.
And Chair, one thing that I want to highlight how we've been able to have assemble a great team at DOT. We have a lot of expertise. You know, the good things about this agency is that commissioner can come and go, but the level of retention that this agency have, the level of this agency to attract great talented individual. Like right now we have Erin Lafayette, who used to work at the DA, who decided to move from working at the DA to now be leading our Vision Zero, working with Anne-Marie that been working at DOT for more than 20 years in the whole team. So when we come to data, we don't play around. We work very hard every day to be sure that everything that we do is a data-driven decision. And that's why we believe that licenses, the idea for license can be, we support the intent, but we prefer to focus on the task force that we are introducing today.
And in terms of the trends that DOT has seen, can you talk to us about what that looks like as it pertains to offenses or crashes as it results to a scooter or e-bike operator? So are you seeing it trending up? Are you seeing like it on par? Is it a decline? What's happening there?
Let's hear from our Deputy Commissioner.
Sure, so I'll...
And give me numbers. Don't just give me like what your thoughts are. I want to know like year to date, we had 5 crashes as a result of an e-bike, and this year it's 6. Like, I want to know numbers.
Sure. So so far year to date, we've had just under 78,77965 crashes that were caused by cars and larger vehicles like trucks and buses. We have 2,000.
This hearing is not about cars. I'm asking you about e-scooters and mopeds.
We give it the scooter number,
So
it's a comparison.
for mopeds, it's 2,991. For e-bikes, it's 782. And
Can you say that one again? I'm sorry, I'm just writing it.
For e-bikes, it's 782. And for e-scooters, it's 1,329. These are what are collected by NYPD. I think we want to acknowledge that there are incidents that happen that are very real and don't always, if someone doesn't report it to NYPD, we don't know about it. But we do find that these help us know where the most incidents are happening so that we can work with NYPD to make sure that we're focusing the enforcement on those corridors where we're seeing the most incidents.
And so these numbers are for this year or last year?
These are this year, year to date.
Year to date, okay. Now, in the trend, are you seeing increase, decrease based on the numbers? Have they gone up? Have they?
So we will get back to you with last year's numbers, but over the past several years, the number of injuries has generally been going down. But obviously, if you
Not injuries going down, but the instances.
yeah, the crashes are going down.
Can someone just look that up? Because we still have some more time here, so.
We'll get you what we can now,
Okay.
and anything else we'll get you later.
Thank you. I'm going to pause because I have a lot more questions. Councilmember Holden has round 2, as well as Councilmember Marmorato.
Commissioner, does red light cameras work?
It worked a lot. And thank
All right.
thank
Yes
you
or
to
no?
the
Yes or
state
no?
that now allow us to install
All right,
red light
wait.
camera in 650 locations.
Commissioner, I
instead of
got the floor.
150.
I got the floor. You said red light cameras work. Speed cameras, do they work? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. How do we, so you're against a license for an e-bike, right? Wouldn't they be caught on cameras, technology? Wouldn't that then, if red light cameras worked, like you just said, they would work on e-bikes? The fact that you don't even know this is a disgrace.
What is that? I don't know.
Because you don't know that a licensing for an e-bike would cut down on the crashes, cut down on pedestrians being struck. You don't even, I mean, that's common sense. Most of the people here know this. You don't. For some reason.
Licensing is
if
not
we had
nice.
licenses, Commissioner, if we had licenses on my bill 606 on an e-bike, stands to reason it would reduce crashes like it did in Denmark. Denmark, when they had a license plate, 29% fewer deaths. Serious injuries, 39% fewer serious injuries. 64% reduction in crashes. They understand that. They have the data. You don't. And that's the problem here. DOT is asleep at the wheel. They have been for a couple of years now. They let this happen. And the only answer you have today is let's do some media ads showing a grandma with no helmet on riding an e-bike. That's a wonderful ad that you're putting out there, just promoting e-bike riders without a helmet. I mean, this is insane. The fact that you don't get, you're saying a license would not make a difference is absurd. And the fact that you don't understand that is a disgrace. Now, the fact that we talked about safe operation, you have no answers how to stop people at these lights. And again, the fact that you don't have the data, what you mentioned, by the way, how many corners, and you answered to the chair's remarks, you know where the areas where the most abuse is occurring. Where? Where in this city are people just flying through lights on e-bikes and e-scooters?
So, Chairman, first of all, Denmark.
No, you're speaking to me.
Yeah, I said to you and Councilmember, Denmark already ended the license requirements. And it's important to look at why they ended. By the way, when I rode a bike with the Ministry of Transportation from Denmark, what they told me is about if they ride a bike half an hour every day, people live 6 more years in their life. When it came to in location, yes, we are a data-driven agency.
So where is it?
We can get back to you to
See,
share.
again, you don't even, this is unbelievable. You have all the data, you don't bring it to this hearing, so we should know where this is occurring. You should know it like the back of your hand, where the most dangerous locations are, which I would say Manhattan has to be probably, someplace in Manhattan has to be the most dangerous place on earth.
Thank you, Councilmember. Commissioner, I'm just going to ask if, while we're sitting here, if you guys can try and obtain that information. I think that would be helpful for this hearing.
Yeah, but
Councilmember-
Chair, if you don't mind, what I can say, as I said before to this body, what we stand is, we don't need license to enforce. We don't need license for the NYPD and us working together, going in those intersections that are dangerous. Councilmember Brewer asked a question about, will we be, open to do something reducing the speed limit?
Yeah,
Yes, the
but
answer is yes.
inaction is not the solution either. We have to do something to be able to regulate a new mode of transportation. We can't just have it just recklessly. There are times where I'm driving and I'm observing them run through red lights, stop signs. I've only almost been knocked over by a moped walking out of my office on the sidewalk. This is something that we cannot not do something. What that path is, I think the task force will help to look at it more holistically, to take all sides into account. But I don't think approaching it with just saying, because it sounds to me like it's saying like not to do anything. That's why I need to understand the data. What is the data saying? What are the numbers saying? Because I think there's a lot of emotion around this topic on both sides. But we have to look at this objectively in terms of what's in the best interest for public safety as it pertains to our transportation means. So I just want to state that. But if we could get the answers to the council members' questions, I would greatly appreciate that. And Councilmember Marmorato, if you could continue.
Thank you, and I promise this time I actually will be short. So the 5 crimes that I mentioned in my community in the last 28 days that involve scooters, in order for the NYPD to work with the scooter companies in order to help find out who the rider is and try to figure it out, they need a subpoena. If we were to have these e-vehicles registered, wouldn't that take that whole process away? Wouldn't they be able to go into their own database and shorten the time to find out who these, vigilantes are? Could you agree to that?
Well, as you heard, what we say is about, in her testimony, we do believe that we need to work those companies, that they also providing good services. They are the one who came out creating those food app applications, so and they're making a lot of money. So what we say is about definitely, we do believe on how it's not only going after those who use the e-bike to deliver the food, but it's about for those companies also to report those data. So they have the data. We do believe that we need to work together to be sure that those companies report those data.
But I think it shouldn't take more than they should have like direct access. If somebody gets very hurt because of a scooter, the NYPD should have direct access to that information. It shouldn't just go on and have a subpoena and have to wait for the companies to get back to them. Now, I just want to ask you one question as far as, is riding on the sidewalk legal?
Sergeants, if you've observed someone with the outburst, please remove them now.
It's not legal.
It's not legal.
It's not legal, and I can tell you that when I get out from my building with my 2 daughters, I always take the lead for me, for me to be the first one that walk from my building to the sidewalk, because we also share that concern of a percentage of reckless. However, it is legal only for children to ride the bike in the sidewalk, but for the adults, in those cases, it's not legal.
Okay. Okay.
Council member, just a
Pause the hearing, please.
council member, just a quick note. The NYPD normally makes us aware of crimes committed on shared e-scooters. We haven't heard from them.
Excuse me, we've paused the hearing.
Sorry.
Excuse me. We have paused the hearing, sir.
Oh, apologies, Chair.
Again, I ask that everyone please do not have outbursts. Everyone will get a turn to be heard today. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council Member. In any case, the NYPD normally informs us when they're doing investigations that relate to our shared mobility services, and we are not currently aware of any in the Bronx. If you have information, please share it with us, and we'd be happy to coordinate.
Because it's just a hassle for them to do it, and they try to figure it out on their own. But if they ever really needed any of that information, they have to go through a long, lengthy process. These companies are not quick to share any information. They will not release it to the NYPD. So, all right, thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Going back to legislation, just want to spend a little bit of time on Councilmember Holden's bill, intro number 606. If it were to be enacted, how does DOT envision it implementing this bill?
Thank you, Council Member. In order to implement this bill, the agency would need to set up a new unit responsible for licensing and registration. That would start with the creation of a new IT system, mirroring the kind of expansive IT systems that the New York State DMV currently has, as well as hiring of significant staff to set up the procedures and processes for processing applications and renewals, as well as doing a tremendous amount of outreach to e-bike owners across the city to make them aware of these new requirements. So it would be a significant undertaking. As my colleague mentioned earlier, I believe over the first 4 years we would expect that this would cost $19 million in expense and an additional $6 million in capital.
And Chair, the requirement is for any e-bike. So I mean that City Bike, any other entity that provides services with e-bike, they will also be mandated to whoever rents one of those bikes also to be licensed.
To that point, Commissioner, is there a world where you envision that there's a group of riders that should not necessarily be registered versus another group?
I believe that there is a discriminatory part. If we are thinking about, we are looking for creating a license for anyone who use e-bike, and then just thinking about, in this case, the delivery workers, but then not thinking about anybody else who use e-bike, then it's targeting that particular group. And as I said before, we support the intent, we don't support the bill.
Would licensing micromobility vehicles enable the city to adequately enforce street safety issues surrounding the e-bikes, e-scooters, and mopeds?
So we think that we can enforce the types of behavior that we're talking about now. We can enforce red light running. We can enforce riding on the sidewalk. We don't need the license plate to be able to do that, and we're working with NYPD to be able to do more. We're not anti-regulation, right? And that's why we're interested in having this conversation through the task force, because we think that the missing piece is our ability to enforce against the companies that are causing the behavior in the first place.
But what happens to the ones that are not riding for a company?
So we can enforce the traffic laws against them today, and that's always part of it.
So
right?
you're saying that it's not being enforced today?
We are enforcing. The NYPD issues a lot of summonses. They've seized almost 20,000 of these devices, but we also know that just going after the individuals isn't enough to stop the problem. It's part of the solution, right, that we have to do enforcement against the behavior, but that to really solve it, we have to get at why the behavior is happening in the first place and go at it from both of those angles.
Have any new issues cropped up during implementation? Oh, no, sorry, wrong page. Would this legislation align with the city's Vision Zero goals and reduce injuries and deaths caused by micromobility devices?
Well, as the commissioner said, I think we agree with the intent to create more accountability. Accountability and enforcement is absolutely part of how we get to Vision Zero. I think we have concerns about the details of this bill and the new things it can add versus what we can already do. But overall, we do think accountability and enforcement is part of how we get to Vision Zero.
Moving to Reso number 224, does DOT believe that the task of registering these vehicles better fits with our own agencies on the city level or at the state level?
Are you referring to your bill?
No, this is to Councilmember Brewer's bill. Reso 224 really is envision it being regulated on the state level. So I just wanted, from your perspective, to understand, do you feel like the task of registering these type of vehicles better fits with our agencies on the city level or on the state level?
Hey, thank you, Chair, for the question. I think it really depends on what that legislation looks like. But again, the thing that we're trying to say today is we don't want to wait to get state law passed. We have a solution today that we have ideas on that we want to have further discussion with the council on. We were thinking about things like a commercial mobility license. The license actually goes to the companies that are the apps that...
But again, that's only to an industry. There are also individuals that are riding these. So we have to not just be laser focused on deliveristas, because the conversation is a global one. This is a new mode of transportation. Just like we have automobiles on the road, but then you have UPS that's driving a truck. But we all have rules
I
of the
don't
road.
know that we've been able to say that registration programs have been a sole determinant for any decreases in safety. I'm sorry, increases in safety. That's not something we've been able to show.
Okay. And does DOT believe registration of e-bikes for commercial use would be sufficient to address the problems caused by reckless or improper operation of e-bikes, or does the problem lie more squarely with non-commercial? So in the data that you're seeing, because I know it seems like the agency has more of a focus on the delivery side of this, but based on the data, do you see a lot more offenses happening with those who are working in the industry or the non-commercial users of the bikes? Like, what does the numbers show you?
I think it's really important to distinguish across some of the flavors of commercial, right? We have Amazon and UPS that make use of micromobility today, and there's a very different business model than what we have with food delivery or goods deliveries that are companies like Getter, for example. There's a real different incentive when you're an independent contractor.
Mm-hmm.
And we see the incentives driving unsafe behavior.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, we've been pulling some of the stats, if you'd like me to read through them, or send them after, whichever you prefer.
Sure. Do you have Councilmember Holden's information?
So we have the 2023 year-to-date crashes by mode, and then we have weekdays and weekends at different places.
Ready?
Okay, so first, just looking at 2023 year-to-date, so this year, year-to-date, I mentioned we had 2,991 moped crashes. Last year, the equivalent number was 3,594. For stand-up scooters, again, this year was 1,329. Last year was 1,437. For e-bike, this year was 782. Last year, the equivalent time was 933.
Was how much?
933.
933.
So 782 was 2023.
So 782 was 2024.
2024.
And 933 was 2023.
Last year.
Yes.
Okay.
And then in terms of weekday versus weekend, we have a much longer list that we could send, but just to give you a few examples, on the Brooklyn Bridge, the average weekday was 4,991, with the busiest day of the week being a Tuesday. On the weekend, the average was 3,470. There's obviously a lot of variation in that. A nice summer weekend does very well. A cold winter weekend does not. But that's the average across the full year. At the Manhattan Bridge, the weekday was 4,957. Weekend is 4,017. Again, the busiest day was a Tuesday. This does vary somewhat around the city. For example, on Prospect Park West, next to the park, it is busier on weekends. So the weekday is 2,395. The weekend is 2,574. with the busiest day being Saturday. And we have these for a number of locations around the city. I'm happy to read more, or we can send you the full list.
If you would send the full list, that'd be great. Thank you. Now, I know you, and I appreciate that you were able to share the dollar figures for Intro 606, but just wanted to get a little bit more granular to understand what that looks like. So what startup costs does DOT anticipate Intro 606 would require versus what the ongoing expense and capital costs are?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. The startup cost would include, as I mentioned, the creation of a custom IT system to manage all the registrations and renewals. It would require outfitting of a call center to take customer inquiries, the creation of a retail storefront or storefronts, places where people could come. As the DMV has offices, this would require offices that people can come or apply or work through issues that they're having with their registration, and outfitting of office space for the several dozen employees who would be required to operate this new unit.
Would DOT require a new or separate location to conduct this work?
We're anticipating that we would need a new office space to conduct this work.
And what would be the anticipated lease costs and operational costs?
I can follow up with you on that specific number, Chair.
Does DOT have an existing resource for license plates?
We do not. We would expect to issue a contract for the manufacture of the plates.
Okay, thank you. That was the next question. Like, how would you be able to implement it?
We'd hire somebody to do it.
What fees does DOT project it would institute for licenses and registrations? And, well, I'll ask that first, and then we can go from there.
So pursuant to OMB guidelines, what we would do is a administrative cost analysis. So how much would it cost us? And this would require further work. And then those costs would be passed on to the registrants, either for new licenses or renewals.
Does DOT or OMB have an idea of how much they anticipate receiving annually from registrations in terms of revenue?
We need to do the analysis of the administrative cost first, and then once we determine that number, if this proposal were to move forward, once we determine that number, we would then determine what the price would be and how much revenue there would be.
And does DOT anticipate administrative adjudication, costs related to the enactment of this legislation? And if so, how much and how was this determined?
The answer is yes. We would need to hire additional legal personnel to help process those issues and deal with the administrative law courts.
Okay. Going back to my bill, Intro 1131, wanting to understand the cost for that too. Does DOT anticipate Intro 1131 would require additional resources to implement the task force?
We don't. We understand we would have to commit staff, time, and effort, but our anticipation would be that we would use existing personnel to support that.
Okay. And I was going to get into additional staffing. Do you think additional staffing would be needed, or would DOT be able to, as you're, I guess, saying, it would just use who you have?
Yeah, I think, realistically, we would use the existing staff. We wouldn't say we need to wait and hire to be able to engage on the issue.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification. You mentioned about Toronto rolling back. They didn't roll back on their regulations. They banned e-scooter, December 3rd of just last week. They banned e-scooters. You want to check? Google it. Okay? They banned e-scooters in the whole city. They also banned taking e-bikes on subways, on buses, on other things. And they actually said we're banning this for the winter months because they have fires in a fraction of what we have. So do your homework. E-scooters are banned in Toronto. E-scooters are banned in Toronto. It's the first thing that came up. So this is again about accountability. I mentioned Denmark. I mentioned there's other countries that ban by wattage. That means if it's 250, over 250, which most of our e-bikes are, or they're 500, they banned the wattage, like the certain ones that go very, very fast and can injure or kill people. So again, we need, if you guys are going to come to a hearing, you need the data. You also need the correct data, and you can't put out information that's false. And you can't put out information that license plates will not save lives or prevent crashes. It's done that in other cities and and countries. So this is data that's common sense. The fact that you guys are not even like on the same page as that is I'm appalled. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to circle back to my question about the staffing on my bill, Intro 1131. I know you said that you would just use internal staff, but I was just updated that OMB has indicated that DOT would need to hire a staff person, so that kind of contradicts what I just heard.
Yeah, but I think we would hope to sort of backfill, we'll have to take someone off of other work to be able to support the bill. We would want to hire someone to fill the role that person was doing. What I really mean is that it can take a long time to hire someone. We don't think we would need to wait for that person to start to be able to work on the task force.
Okay, because it's important, as you know, especially with the new, rules after the last election, we need to understand what the financial impacts will be with these legislation items that we consider. So looks like you get an update.
Yes. So in the fiscal impact statement, we estimated that we would hire one person at $67,000 per year, and then there would be, we think, potentially some additional data collection or consultant work. So the first year cost would be $317,000, all in expense, or a 4-year total of $518,000.
Majority Leader Farias.
Thank you, Majority Whip and Chair. I just have a couple questions, and if they've been answered in the time that I stepped away, you can let me know. I can always watch back our hearing. Intro 606 calls for e-bike registration on the city level. Currently, the state DMV is the only entity responsible for the registration and licensing of vehicles, and the city does not have an administrative infrastructure to do so currently. Can you guys speak a little bit about what would the costs, staffing requirements, administrative needs involved? It was already requested? Okay. And then, sorry, the chair just let me know you folks already answered that. And then just asking around the rise of mobility app users in the delivery industry, I think for a lot of us has fueled reliance on e-bikes and mopeds. And among that, there's a large population of low-wage workers that are using this mode of transportation to do their work. Do we believe that a requirement to license and register individual e-bikes would further burden or disproportionately impact delivery workers? And is it fair or effective to target individual workers while failing to hold companies responsible for street safety impacts on the micromobility issue?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. As we talk about accountability today, I think one of our guiding values is that we need to hold everyone accountable, and that includes not only folks who own their own e-bikes or e-scooters, but also folks who work, and also the entities that employ or contract with those delivery workers, the main app companies, and recognizing the role that they play in incentivizing unsafe riding behavior. So yeah, I think it's something in our proposals in the Commissioner's testimony that as we advance accountability, we need to do so fairly.
Okay. I mean, I think we should, I'm hoping that we can get to a place where we're talking about accountability, but also ensuring that there are factors that folks are needing to use micromobility efforts to use for work. I mean, there's a large priority from this council to make sure people are being treated fairly in their workplace, on top of, that's out of your responsibility, but on top of making sure our streets are safe and pedestrians and cyclists and everyone in between can utilize the roadways effectively. So I'm hoping after today's hearing, there's room for discussion around what we can do to use interagency or interdepartmental efforts to lean towards safety for everyone in the city.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Majority Leader, because we can say that you have bring fresh air when it comes to looking at improving transportation in your district. You know, since you took office, like you've been a great partner. It doesn't mean that we cannot look at area where we can do better, but it is so critical also to have voices and members in the council who understand that the future of the city is about creating different options as people move around. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. You are now relieved.
Thank you. And we will leave members of our team to be here in case that I know as a former chairman I used
Please
to ask,
do.
would the agency be here? The answer is yes. There's going to be someone for a DOT listening to all testimony and following up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such proceedings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics: oversight, planning our shared streets in New York City, integrating micromobility options. Intro number 606, a local law to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to requiring that every bicycle with electric assist, electric scooter, and other legal motorized vehicle be licensed and registered. Intro number 1131. A local law in relation to the establishment of a task force to study options for making street design and infrastructure safer in consideration of increased use of electric bicycles and related collisions. Resolution number 224. A resolution calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the New York State Governor to sign Senate Bill 7587 and the accompanying Assembly Bill 783, known as the Commercial E-Bike Licensing Act, which requires the registration of bicycles with electric assist used for commercial purposes and creates liability for employers for certain violations. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. We will now call our first panel, and again, I remind everyone to please keep decorum in the room. The first panel will be State Senator Hoylman Segal. Yes, welcome. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and council members. Thank you for having this very important hearing, and thank you to the members of the public and advocates for their consistent engagement on this issue. I'm State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel. I represent the west side of Manhattan from Christopher Street in the Village up to West 103rd on the Upper West Side. It goes without saying that from what you've heard from your colleagues, that street safety is one of the most common issues raised by our constituents, and for good reason. In the past 5 years, the number of e-bikes, mopeds, and e-scooters on our streets have increased exponentially. In addition to the over 65,000 delivery workers, most of whom use micromobility, more than 50,000 New Yorkers ride an electric city bike daily. Last March, in collaboration with the Midtown Community Justice Center in my Senate district, Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Bottcher, the borough president, assembly members, including Assembly members Rosenthal and Simone, and other elected officials, helped lead a symposium to reimagine micromobility safety in New York City. With input from city and state agencies, deliveryistas, and other issue area experts, we studied the causes of our changing streetscape and analyzed solutions. This week, we released a report that included 18 policy suggestions, some of which I and my colleagues have introduced as legislation at the state level. Thanks to the ideas the group generated, I was proud to pass a bill, S7703A, requiring mopeds to be registered at the point of sale in collaboration with Assemblymember Alex Boras. And I want to thank Councilmember Holden for acknowledging its effectiveness in your op-ed today in the New York Post. I've also introduced legislation S7587 and A7833 alongside Assemblymember Tony Simone, which would require licensing and registration for e-bikes used for commercial purposes statewide. We believe commercial e-bikes are the proper target for licensing. Delivery workers are subject to draconian performance criteria with consequences such as deactivation.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask if you could just wrap
And
up.
I'll sum up.
Thank
These policies uniquely incentivize them to break traffic laws. It's no coincidence that the food delivery industry suffer a fatality rate of 36 per 100,000 workers, making it the most dangerous profession in New York City. We believe that e-bike licensing should occur at the state level. New York State has a Department of Motor Vehicles that has registered vehicles for the past 64 years. The DMV already has the digital infrastructure and capacity for processing registrations, issuing plates, and punishing violators.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today.
It's great to see you. Thank you so much. Next, we will have Sindhu Bhardwaj from the New York City Comptroller's Office, and I'm so sorry if I botched your name. Just turn on your mic.
Ready?
Whenever you are.
Right. Hello, and thank you to the chair for convening this hearing. My name is Sindhu Bhardwaj, and I am here representing New York City Comptroller Brad Lander. In light of the city's changing transportation landscape, our office recently issued a report titled Street Safety in the Era of Micromobility, offering a strategic set of recommendations to improve safety and quality of life while preserving the benefits e-bikes and scooters offer New Yorkers. We are pleased to support Intro 1131, which advances one of our recommendations to generate better e-micromobility data to inform safer street design and infrastructure for all. Our report is grounded in data about micromobility safety. Data on crashes, fatalities, and injuries involving these vehicles reveals that riding them is much more dangerous than sharing the road with them. 76 e-bike and scooter riders died in crashes between 2020 and 2023, and despite the perception that micromobility is uniquely dangerous to pedestrians, e-bikes and e-scooters account for just 1.3% of pedestrian deaths and 2.6% of injuries since their statewide legalization. And for context, cars, SUVs, and trucks caused 96.6% of pedestrian fatalities over the same period. However, fatalities and injuries involving e-bikes and stand-up scooters were virtually non-existent prior to 2020, and the current numbers represent a significant increase since their legalization. And this trend, combined with the void of proactive management around micromobility, contributes to a sense of chaos, disorder, and lawlessness on city streets. As micromobility becomes a permanent fixture of our transportation system, it demands a proactive regulatory approach, and we urge the City Council to advance a package of bills to enact the following changes. 1, cut off the supply of unsafe, illegal vehicles in New York City through strategic supply-side enforcement. 2, hold the app-based delivery industry accountable. And 3, invest in high-quality infrastructure. Beyond these recommendations, our office remains concerned that requiring registration
I'm just
of
going to ask if
e-bikes—
you could wrap up, please.
Yep, wrapping up. Would fail to address the root causes of reckless driving and burden individuals and public agencies with unenforceable and ineffective administrative requirements. We instead urge the Council to take a comprehensive approach. Thank you again to Chair Brooks Powers for your work on this issue, and we appreciate your consideration of our testimony.
Thank you. We'll call up the next panel. I just ask everyone, please, please, please adhere to the 2-minute rule. Okay. We will invite up now Robert Acevedo, Mary McGuckin, Rabbi Michael Miller, Andrew Fine, Janet Schroeder, and Philip Murtowski. And again, apologies if I'm not doing a good job on your names. Mr. Acevedo, you could start whenever you're ready.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that this morning I was almost hit by an e-scooter. He was speeding, and I didn't hear any ringer. Also, let's see, right here. I find it frustrating that many put their e-scooter in front of me after using these e-scooters. So the parking practices leave a lot to be desired. As a wheelchair user, I have a hard enough time getting around without dealing with these scooters left blocking me. I remember going to an inaccessible cemetery, St. Raymond's, in the Bronx, and getting around these scooters that are parked right in front of me. Also, I'm shocked that many e-scooters do not have a ringer or some kind of a sound to alert some of the pedestrians who are visually impaired. I don't don't remember hearing too much about the visually impaired. You know, it's very unsafe. And lastly, I agree that e-scooters need to be licensed. And I'm shocked that they're still not licensed. They should be. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. I appreciate your time. I hope you truly hear all of us today. I'm here today because I strongly support Priscilla's law for e-bike registration. I'm an aging person with disability and a victim of an e-vehicle, though the only casualty was my grocery cart with the groceries. But I remember that fear of impact. And I can only imagine the impact of those who have living with injuries and those who lost their life. Life is too precious, it must be protected. Our e-vehicles are out of control. I rode bikes all my life. I rode them as an adult with my children. I'm not anti-bike, but I am anti-regard to those who do not safely share the road. And Priscilla Law is the first step to bringing back order to this chaotic situation. When I had my police report, it was written as a motor vehicle. There was no specification that it was an e-bike that hit me. But when you get hit by an e-bike, and as I have neighbors who have been, and you fall to the floor, your injuries are just as serious as if you're hit by a car. There's brain bleeds, concussions, fractured skulls, broken bones, and a hip displacement. That's damage and hospitalization. You don't get over that so easily. And the city bags that have been put through all out the neighborhood, they've been put there. They're heavy. They go at large, fast speeds. There's no education, and there's no accountability. So I'm asking that you sign this law because it does have accountability. And there's nothing that should prevent people from getting injured and saving their lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and the committee and council members. As I laid out in my December 1st Daily News op-ed, seniors and other vulnerable pedestrians are confronted with an ever-present danger posed by speed limit breaking, traffic light and stoplight abusing, one-way ignoring two-wheeled electric vehicles. Chaos prevails, and on-foot, sidewalk, and street navigation has become perilous. Unfortunately, I experienced this street havoc firsthand. On Tuesday, May 21st, when returning by subway to my Manhattan apartment, I exited the 77th Street subway station and walked east, having the light to cross 3rd Avenue, a northbound thoroughfare. I checked that oncoming traffic was stopped at the intersection. When I stepped from the sidewalk into the street, an electric bike traveling southbound against traffic at high speed smashed into me. I crumpled to the asphalt, saw what appeared to be a delivery biker for a few seconds before he sped off, a hit and run, and peered at my right leg, which was clearly and grotesquely broken. An ambulance took me to the hospital for surgery to repair the tibia bone, broken in 3 places with a permanent insertion of a titanium rod. I spent a week in the hospital and 6 weeks in rehab learning how to walk again. I also discovered that I lost some sight in my right eye. But I was a lucky e-bike victim. I'm alive without a severe brain or head injury. We can readily get into the blame game and target delivery workers who are speeding around town to scratch out a living, but we as consumers are the ones who have the insatiable demand of a near instant gratification with everything at our doorstep in an unreasonable amount of time. Feeding this demand, rewarding speed above all else, are the delivery app companies. There's no panacea here, but ultimately there needs to be accountability for what's happening on our streets, and I suggest the City Council explore and act on a comprehensive approach. That approach should include the licensing of app companies like what the Taxi Limousine Commission did with for-hired vehicles, regulating the industry to create standards, data tracking, and accountability for companies that want to do business here. Why not create and implement a similarly accountable framework with delivery companies as they dispatched all these trips and riders on the city streets? Overarchingly, local enforcement is key to ensuring the accountability of all e-bike riders and the altering of law-breaking behavior patterns. I urge the committee and the council to act expeditiously on this compelling issue, establishing accountability standards, restoring public safety to our city streets, and eliminating the fear factor from our pedestrian population.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Transportation Committee for holding today's hearing. I'm Philip Miatkowski, Interim Deputy Executive Director of Transportation Alternatives. We fight for safe and equitable streets for all New Yorkers. Thank you, Chair, for sponsoring Intro 1131. TA supports this infrastructure-first approach, which aims to identify proven, long-lasting solutions that address the safety needs of everyone. In addition to the study, the city should require app-based delivery companies to collect and release trip data to help inform where infrastructure is needed. TA strongly opposes Intro 606 for 3 reasons. 1, bike licensing doesn't work. Bike licensing laws have been passed and then repealed as ineffective in every major city that has attempted it, including LA, Houston, and Toronto. 2, it would be an expensive bureaucratic nightmare, costing millions of taxpayer dollars to construct DMV-style inspection locations and licensing offices. The law would only function reactively, not preventing crashes, injuries, and deaths in the first place, and does nothing to hold delivery apps accountable. 3, Intro 606 would significantly increase civilian interactions with armed police. Because e-bikes and regular bikes are visually indistinguishable, this bill would allow officers to pull over anyone on any type of bike just to see if it's electric and unlicensed. This would be a revival of stop and frisk. People choose e-bikes because they are affordable and efficient in a city where transportation choices are limited by where you can afford to live. We must ensure our roads are ready for change instead of turning to legislation that doesn't work and will ultimately make our streets more dangerous. We need to actually prevent these crashes, injuries, and fatalities from happening in the first place. This looks like better infrastructure, wider bike lanes, and safe areas for pedestrians, not an over-reliance on punishment. While Intro 606 is
I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask you if you could wrap up.
Yep. The data is clear. Giving everyone safe and protected space on the streets prevents crashes, injuries, and cycling on the sidewalk.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Apologize. Can you hear me? Hi. I'm thanking you for holding a hearing on Priscilla's Law. I'm Janet Schroeder, Director and co-founder of the E-Vehicle Safety Alliance. We're a group of unpaid, unfunded New Yorkers who represent the majority voice in New York City on the solutions to e-vehicle violence. We're not anti-bike or e-bike. We're pro-safety for all who share our streets. We have over 200 cyclists in our group, including cyclist victims. Older adults and disabled are the most vulnerable to this public health crisis. It is entirely ageist and ableist to not recognize and consider this fact. In our group alone, we have 98 victims, a mere sample of the tens of thousands of seriously injured pedestrians, cyclists, and e-bikers. 90% of their crashes have no police report. And in 90% of these crashes, over 90%, the rider flees the scene. It is so much worse than the DOT stats show. They do have correct stats on those killed, but completely skewed stats on those injured. The wealthy special interest bike lobby says that this bill unfairly targets people of color. This is a false diversion tactic, and it's complete fear-mongering. Stop. We care about e-bike riders dying and getting injured. Changing their behavior by holding them accountable to safer riding will save their lives. Of the 30 bikers who died last year, 23 were on e-bikes. E-bikes are not bicycles. They weigh 60 to 70 pounds, have motors, brake more slowly, should not be in the same class, and should require plates. We care about these e-bikers dying and getting injured. We must change their behavior. Police don't chase down e-bikers and never should. Having identical plates doesn't involve police. It's about the cameras. Cameras don't choose who to ticket based on anything but behavior. And this bill includes all e-bikes. E-city bikes are some of the absolute worst offenders. They say infrastructure is the answer. Stop. We're not anti-bike lanes, but they aren't the solution. How does a bike lane or a wider bike lane stop a rider from speeding through a red light? Consequence is what shapes behavior, and the dangerous riding hasn't changed because there's been no consequence. The last thing, TA says, but the cars are already regulated. More women die of heart disease than cancer, but we still try to find a cure for cancer. Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready for me?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, good. I just wanted to thank the chair for holding this hearing and all of the council members who have joined on. I'd like to note for the record that the DOT commissioner and his staff, after 3 hours with a lack of information, have decided that they have no interest, apparently, in listening to any of the 400 people signed up for this hearing. My name is Andrew Fine.
Sergeants, if you observed any disruption, please remove them from the chamber.
Okay. Can I reclaim my time there? Andrew Fine, Vice President of the East 86th Street Association, founding member and legislative director for the New York City E-Vehicle Alliance. Please ask everyone speaking today who they are affiliated with and if they are a paid employee of that organization. New York City E-Vehicle Safety Alliance has over 1,200 members. Everyone is a volunteer. Nobody is paid. You may notice after 3 hours, a couple had to go back to work. Why would an organization like Transportation Alternatives, the lead organizer in opposition to Priscilla's Law, be so opposed to basic accountability measure that will change wanton lawless rider behavior and in turn reduce injuries and fatalities to pedestrians and cyclists alike? I suggest that they lack credibility on this issue. All you have to do is follow the money. How can TransAlt pass themselves off as an honest broker when they have taken supersized donations from the like of Uber, Lyft City Bike, DoorDash, and Lime? These are the very interests looking to profit from our streets and us every day. Of course they oppose accountability because to them, accountability means liability. So they come out with ridiculous fear-mongering arguments like the idea that requiring a plate for an e-bike is akin to stop and frisk 2.0. Really? You have to be kidding. If police wanted to engage in systemic racist conspiracy against delivery workers, all they would have to do is go to the corner of Broadway and Murray right here, and it's shooting fish in a barrel. I'll wrap up. I won't go into the, what we're looking for here is basic accountability. We demand justice for our victims. How is it fair that our victims are left with life-altering injuries, trauma, and a pile of hospital bills? How is it fair that the City Council views these victims as acceptable collateral damage in the race for a 7-minute chicken sandwich? These people deserve justice.
Thank you. With that, the committee is going to pause for 15 minutes. Stretch your legs. We will be resuming in 15 minutes. Thank you.
No one approach the dais, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're going to start asking everyone to find seats again. Once again, if everyone can please find seats. We thank you for your cooperation.
Keep it down, please. Keep it down. Shh. Quiet on the floor, please. Keep it down. Thank you. Keep it down, please. We're about to start momentarily. And we appreciate your silence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hope everyone got to stretch a little bit. We'll call up the next panel, which will be Pamela Manase, Ms. Suk Ling Lar, Peggy Ng, Arthur Miller, and Brian Van Nieuwhoven. I ask that you please respect the 2-minute rule. You can always submit a longer testimony in writing. And just make sure your microphone is turned on when testifying. We can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Councilmember Powers, for staying. Unfortunately, this is one of the happiest and saddest days of my existence with dealing with this. I'm coming off script completely. We have a Yiddish expression, it's called a shanda. And it's a shanda that no one has left here to hear our stories, which are the most important stories to hear, including Yadanis Rodriguez, who my husband and I had the displeasure of speaking to on air 2 years ago, and he said, oh, yeah, accountability, sure. Okay, so moving right along, I want to thank Bob Holden and the 31 council members who signed onto this very important e-vehicle safety bill, requiring the registering of all e-vehicles, Priscilla's Law. My name is Pamela Manassi. I'm co-founder of EVSA. In 2022, I was crossing the street legally when I was hit head-on by a speeding e-vehicle. My assailant came off the sidewalk and into the pedestrian crosswalk. He tried to flee. My husband was able to detain him. I lay on the hot, burning pavement, unconscious, my husband not knowing if I was dead or alive. The police came and we were taken away in an ambulance. We later found out that the perpetrator was simply allowed to walk away, seen by witnesses getting a coffee and croissant. I suffered a traumatic brain injury, leaving me permanently paralyzed on my right side. There would be no walking away that day for me. I spent months in rehab and continue in a lifetime of physical therapy. Not a day goes by where I don't have to deal with my injuries every single day. My assailant, on the other hand, had no consequences and no accountability. Even the police report was inaccurately written up. The 20th precinct said there was nothing more they could do. While my assailant walked away unharmed and free from injury or consequence, I struggle living every day as a newly disabled person of 2 years. I'm unable to walk normally. My right arm is barely functional. I struggle to do everyday tasks, and I have lost my livelihood as a cellist. I have lost my career. I'm scared of being hit again, scared for my family and all New Yorkers, as we all have near misses every day stepping out our front doors.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for listening.
Absolutely. Whoever was next can go ahead. Ms. Suk?
Good afternoon. My name is Sok Ling Lai. I just retired from Manhattan's Chinatown Head Start, where I was the executive director for nearly 4 decades. Sitting next to me is Peggy Yang, the educational director for 3 decades. Chinatown Head Start helps children ages 3 to 5 learn and develop self-help skills to speak English, socialization, cognitive, and physical development. In addition, we also provide services to the parents to adjust to the American life of living. Priscilla was one of my longtime dedicated staff. She was there for 41 years before her sudden death. Today, I speak on behalf of Priscilla Look's family, friend, Chinatown Head Start, sponsoring board, and staff members. We support Priscilla's Law that requires license plate for all e-bikes and registration. Priscilla must not be forgotten. She was a naturalized U.S. citizen with a college degree. Her immediate family lived in Malaysia. Her elder sister, Winnie from Malaysia, has asked that I read this statement today. Yang, which is Priscilla's Chinese first name. You have made such a big sacrifice to have this bill passed so that future e-bikes will take extra precaution on the road to prevent similar accidents from happening. We all miss you, and you always remain so deeply in our heart. We cherish all the happy moments we had with you. We are sure you are now happy with all the angels guarding you above. Winnie.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peggy Yang. I was the education director of Chinatown Head Start, located on Mott Street. On September 5th, 2023, Priscilla was walking in broad daylight in Manhattan, in Chinatown, when she was hit in a city bike that ran a red light. The impact caused her to fall on her head. The bike left the scene without giving the name and the address. Meanwhile, Priscilla was clinging to her life in Belleville Hospital, unconscious for 3 days. China Head Start staff were there by her bedside. During this time, I'm gonna cut short. I'm gonna say, Priscilla was lying down in the bed without saying a word or goodbye. She didn't say goodbye with her mouth, but she said goodbye with the tears in her eyes in the bedside. She didn't leave any words. She had a dream. She wanted to be retired in this year, 2024, and go help her niece and nephew to babysit the kids. But where is she now? The biker, we didn't find the biker. We don't know who did it for many weeks. She had no, I thank you all the victims here to voice out their opinion and voice out their thoughts. But where's Priscilla now? She cannot say a word to express her, I don't know, her feeling. I had a dream yesterday. She was with me in school, watching the little kid come to school. Is it coincidence? No. You know what else is not coincidence? Priscilla Law is 606, right? Her cell phone number had a lot of 6 in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Michaels. I'm with the NY.
I'm sorry. Please hold.
He told me to go with this group, so, because I have to go to work. I was supposed to be with the first group, so.
I'm sorry, we did not call you, but we will get to your name. We'll find your name. I'm the chair. I decide the order. Thank you. If we can have Arthur Miller.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I ride a bicycle as a course of life. I go to the bank, I do my shopping, and I do anything else I have to do. And a result of the amount of these e-bikes in the past 5 years is absolutely horrendous. You take your life in your hands, particularly in our area of Council District 30. 69th Street is a terror. Grand Avenue is a terror. They even cut off the school children crossing the streets. 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, for God's sakes, that may have been improved, but all it's done is make a speedway for these e-bikes. And I say, very simply, what should be done if a vehicle, and a bicycle is a vehicle, if it is powered by other than the human body, it should be registered, licensed, insured, made to comply with all motor vehicle standards, and the operators should be trained and made to perform and comply with all regulations. The whole thing is just out of this world, and it's impossible to go across the street without looking 2 ways twice. And I do thank an MTA bus driver for stopping me from crossing Grand Avenue when an e-bike went through a red light and would have plowed me down and made mincemeat out of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian.
In November 2023, I was a member of Manhattan Community Board 6 and the chair of the Transportation Committee of that board. At that time, our board resolved that the predecessor of Intro 0606, Intro 0758, was, and I quote, harmful and should not be passed in its current form. This resolution reiterated suggestions from a prior resolution that our board passed, including design changes to moderate traffic speeds passing on bicycle lanes and greenways, education campaigns, improved signage, and improvements in the legislation covering delivery app platforms and their workers. This resolution, along with a link to the prior resolution, was forwarded to Councilmember Holden. Councilmember Holden responded by dragging the community board in the press. Today, we are discussing an introduction that has little changed since then. It intends harm
through unnecessary police stops, muddled definitions of vehicle types, unclear availability of registration, an impractical declaration of how a license plate would be affixed to a bicycle, a complete absence of equipment dimensions or cost information, and no provided logic as to how a registration system would reduce the incidence of collisions or limit the injuries and deaths caused by such collisions. The mission of preventing roadway injuries is critical, and my statements today are intended to enlighten about effective measures as alternatives to ineffective measures that create harm. Plate tags do nothing to improve functioning of streets, and by my observation of driver behavior on existing tagged vehicles, such as SUVs and mopeds, they have almost zero effect on inspiring shared accountability. There is no common sense in voting for legislation that is missing key details to ensure its constitutional viability, that enacts a scheme that has largely failed elsewhere despite Councilmember Holden's refutable claims, and isn't needed in an environment where there are laws and policies assuring accurate tracking of hit-and-run cyclists. Conversely, there is common sense in redesigning streets for modern traffic flows, improving the functioning of streets. We must support the management of DOT to resist anti-change forces for safety redesigns. We must implement proven safety designs in a more widespread fashion, including adding bike lanes to more streets, widening existing lanes, and measures to calm the street speed of traffic in those lanes. I invite any council member to reach out to me to discuss safety recommendations to driver, pedestrian, and cyclists in New York City for the past 20 years. brianvan@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to call the next panel. I just want to reiterate that you are to wait until your name is called before approaching the table. I will call your name when it is time for you to come to the table. So if your name has not been called, I ask that you take your seat, and you will be called at that appointed time. Going to the next panel, Jackson Chabot, Dario Salamina, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, with Reddit, Elizabeth Dennis, Shannon Phipps, Pamela Smith, Kava Michaels. That wasn't her?
That was her, I thought.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Chabot, and I'm testifying today as the Director of Advocacy and Organizing of Open Plans. We're here to unequivocally oppose Introduction 606 while we support 1131 from the chair. Research shows from Rutgers professor Dr. Charles Brown that licensing bikes disproportionately impacts marginalized communities, particularly people of color. Dr. Brown argues that bike licensing policies often carry racial and socioeconomic biases, making them an inherently discriminatory practice. These policies may disproportionately criminalize Black, Indigenous, and people of color, especially in urban areas where cycling is a common, low-cost transportation option for low-income individuals. Inherent to the proposed bill and another layer of racial disparity is the policing and enforcement of bike laws. In many cities, bike licensing is linked to fines and/or penalties for cycling without proper documentation. Dr. Brown's research shows that, and studies have shown, that enforcement of minor infractions disproportionately directed at Black and brown individuals, even in situations where the infraction may be relatively harmless. This reflects broader patterns of racial profiling and over-policing in communities of color. When these individuals are stopped for not having a bike license, it often leads to fines they cannot afford, or in some cases, bikes haven't been impounded, further disrupting their ability to access essential services and jobs. Dr. Brown points out that many BIPOC individuals rely on bikes for daily commuting due to economic necessity. For these communities, the added burden of licensing fees, along with the potential for fines or confiscations of bikes being unregistered, can result in the cycle of poverty and criminalization being perpetuated. In cities with high rates of policing in low-income neighborhoods, and bike licensing laws have been disproportionately enforced against BIPOC individuals, further entrenching racial inequities. I'll submit longer testimony, but to reiterate, we support the Chair's Bill 1131 while opposing Intro 606.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Denny's. I'm a Flatbush resident, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Intro 606 and any other legislation that would license, restrict, ban, or outlaw e-bikes in New York City. E-bikes have been essential for ensuring I can bike around safely around the city, including between a lot of locations in Brooklyn and Queens where public transportation is sparse. An e-bike is a more climate-friendly option than taking out a car and is critical for me to access essential medical appointments reliably. Intro 606 does nothing to directly reduce any of the dangers on our streets. Heavier, faster, or dangerous mopeds are already licensed or illegal vehicles. Similar laws haven't improved street safety, but they have diverted resources from building proven technologies like protected bike lanes and daylighting intersections, and from enforcement that could make our streets safer. These misguided laws have issues with uneven, xenophobic, and racist enforcement and result in significant bicycle ridership drops. Every city with a similar law has since repealed it. This bill would make it very difficult and costly for me to access my essential medical care. But above all else, it feels ridiculous to me that Council is hearing this bill, which would require our city to build ineffective and expensive new agencies and programs when the Department of Transportation is so woefully behind on implementing the proven safety solutions mandated in the Streets Plan. We need to focus instead on making sure life-saving protected bike lanes connect every neighborhood throughout the city. DOT's own data has shown life-saving protective bike lanes make our streets safer for all road users, whether they're walking, bicycling in either a traditional bike or an e-bike, taking the bus or driving, and they dramatically reduce riding on sidewalks. Rather than licensing e-bikes, the city needs to catch up on the Streets Plan requirements for protected bike lanes, pass Intro 1131 to make sure these bike lanes meet the current and future bicycling needs in our city, and hear and pass Intro 1138 so every day intersection has life-saving daylighting. We can't afford to go backwards. E-bikes are here and provide riders like me who can't always ride a traditional bike safe, climate-friendly ways to get around. Let's build for a future where New Yorkers have more sustainable transportation options instead of a future where they're more expensive and dangerous.
Thank you.
So I'm going off script a little bit. My name is Shannon Phipps. I'm a first-generation Iranian American, and I find the two white people appropriating racism extremely offensive.
Please measure your
I would
comments
be
in here.
proud to register an e-bike and get a license. I also have a license plate on my car, and it has literally nothing to do with my race or ethnicity. And unlike other people who have testified, my family has actually experienced racism and discrimination, and I speak from that personal point of view. I also speak from the view as a mother, and I represent the child who wears these shoes. I live in District 33 and 34, AD 50. It should be a utopia for infrastructure. It's not. It's chaos. It's hell. I've even seen Lincoln violating the rules of the road, so perhaps he doesn't support this bill because he would be held accountable. I was hit by a cyclist years before the pandemic, years before we saw e-bikes on the road like we do now. And I'm lucky that I'm alive. I'm lucky that I didn't hit my head, that I wasn't pregnant, or that I was elderly. Many years later, I'm a mother to a toddler, and we have obviously more e-bikes on the road. We've encountered, my son and I, so many heart-stopping and near fatal collisions with people operating e-vehicles negligently and recklessly that I have lost count. They fly through red lights, go the wrong way, speed on and off curb cuts, come up from behind you, come right at you within a couple of inches. I've seen a white adult male with a child in a city bike, e-bike basket at night driving the wrong way on his e-bike. Tell me, is that racist? I'm gonna blow your mind, people. In my district, it's one of the wealthiest districts in the city, and it's full of white people that can't obey traffic laws. We have Barry Open Street where my son's pediatrician office was. 2 days after giving
sorry, I'm
birth,
just gonna
I
ask
was
that you
nearly
wrap it up.
hit. Thank you. I was nearly hit by an e-bike using the sidewalk, not using the bike boulevard that the DOT invested millions of dollars to create for cut-through traffic, for speeding of e-vehicles.
Thank you.
All we're asking is for license plates and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you have more testimony, you could just submit it in writing, okay? Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, I mean, it's just one.
I'm gonna call up the next panel. I wanna also reiterate the 2-minute rule. We have a lot to get through. Jim Burke, Marissa Redanti, Cassandra Martinez, Paul Madasiri, I'm sorry, sir. Daniel Salo, and feel free to correct me on your name. People mess mine up too.
The red light's on, it's off. My name is Jim Burke. Thank you for having this hearing. I'm completely against 606. I had a major heart attack right during the pandemic, and the way I get around the city when I have to cross a bridge is actually using a city e-bike. I'm a Safe Street advocate, not paid, I'm a volunteer, and I am 100% for anything that would make this city safer. I spend my time in Jackson Heights and in Rockaway, and that's super important to me. If I thought this would do that, I would be for it. I really like your introduction, your law, to find out what's going to make it safe. But we already know things that are proven, and that's wide bike lanes make it safe for everyone. When I come here on the bridge, I share an 11-foot wide lane with 2 lanes of traffic, across the Queensboro Bridge, 2 lanes of people walking, jogging, and bicycling, and also unlicensed mopeds and motorcycles. We share 11 feet in this city to get, and so that money, that's like, they said $20 million just to get started on this. If you could put that into bike infrastructure, we'd all be safer. It's a fact. Riders, pedestrians, and people in their cars all become safer when we have this wide infrastructure. So I'm begging you guys not to get distracted by this legislation. Let's do the correct thing, make people safer, and that's investing in the city in infrastructure, which ironically, Areola, Holden, and the other one always block in their neighborhoods. So we want safe infrastructure for all of us, and I appreciate finding what that is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisa Redanti. Thank you for having this hearing, and thank you for staying. I wish more of the council members were as courteous. Priscilla Loki's death by e-bike, lit a flame in us. New Yorkers shouted enough and flew into action. Priscilla's law was born. Thank you, Councilmember Holden. The issue is very simple, as has been said. The number of accidents and injuries and deaths resulting from this free-for-all, reckless e-bike yahoos would reverse course should accountability be established. Given the recent moped requirements of registration and license plates has proven effective, and it's obvious, so obvious, the same should be required for e-bikes. E-bikes and motorized scooters with riders who have nothing to fear make our very sidewalks unsafe. They're on the sidewalk when the bike lane is empty. So it's not about a wide bike path. It's about them feeling like they want to be on the sidewalk. It's unsafe for children, elderly, disabled, and those who carefully are recovering from limb surgery. And we're talking about a license plate. A small but readable license plate, a useful tool giving us a fighting chance. When there's an automobile hit and run, what's the first thing people say? Did the camera catch the license plate? Well, it doesn't do you any good if there's no license plate on the scooter. It's the cameras that will do the work. When I was driving. I got a ticket in the mail with a photo. No cop came to my door. So the NYPD would be less burdened with this legislation. Now, we come to you, those of you elected officials and the commissioner's staff who stayed, we come to you to act in our behalf. We come to you to watch you and witness you to take care of us and to do your jobs as our elected officials. We're here to witness it. I will soon be 70 years old. I don't want to fall on the sidewalk. That may be nothing to some of you younger council members. It's a lot to me. And you know, sometimes in life, we ignore something we can't see with our own eyes. Well, look at the victims who are here. There is your evidence, council members, and there is your evidence, commissioner's staff. There's only one missing, though, madam. Her name's Priscilla. She can't be with us today.
Thank you. Cassandra is next.
Hello. Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am against Intro 606 and I support Intro 1131. This is about an opportunity to stop and frisk. I personally ride an e-bike, I have a car. I have an e-bike that's made by 360, which is a bike company that specializes in bikes for seniors and people that are partially mobility impaired. But I'm against Intro 606. The point of this bill is, number one, to intimidate people to not use micromobility, and number two, to provide opportunity for stop and frisk. The creators of this bill are trying to hide the fact that this is about racism, cultural ethnicity, and class. The word safety is being used as a wrapper for an opportunity to stop people. Create a real solution that gives space to each user safely, the cars, the bikes, and the pedestrians. Where does an annual license registration get sent when you don't have a traditional apartment lease? Are you at risk of being guilty of being poor? The most vulnerable people impacted here aren't here because they're working. I can tell you myself, when I was in my 20s, I lived in neighborhoods that were part of stop and frisk, and I actually did get stopped and frisked with my car at least once a week. This is a time when these tickets were $100, and I made about $750 a week. So about $400 was going a week to tickets that I was getting stopped. Why? Because I was poor and I lived in a poor neighborhood by the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. You can submit the rest of your testimony in writing as well. Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the elected officials that are here. My name is Paul Mondesir, and I am a Bronx boy living in downtown Brooklyn. I'm something of a unicorn because I'm a bike rider with 10,000 miles on City Bike alone, double that on my own bike, but I'm also a car guy that grew up reading Road and Track and Car and Driver. I was the first local hire and served as community relations lead for Lime during their original pilot program in New York City, and was part of the team that lobbied to get local and state legislation passed legalizing e-bikes and e-scooters in New York State. The intent of Intro 606 is laudable, and the concept is worthy of consideration. Yet the DOT already has classified a broad range of micromobility devices, and many of them are legal to operate in New York City right now. Intro 1131 is better in my opinion. The real problem is rider behavior and proper enforcement, and that is why we are here today. The argument is often presented that micromobility is bad and needs greater regulation. Macromobility, meaning cars, vans, SUVs, and trucks, are just fine, but that math is not mathing, as the young people say. The number of deaths and injuries caused by the latter is exponentially higher. We've just gotten used to the accommodating cars and accepting tragedies as a cost of doing business. We talk about these e-bikes and e-scooters as if they operate autonomously without people riding them, and this is a major problem. What we really have is a human behavior problems. We order everything online, so Amazon, Grubhub, DoorDash, and all of these folks have delivery goods and services on our shared streets. Deliveristas risk their lives trying to meet the demands of these companies and who incentivize speed over all else because time is money. Self-preservation is real. Deliveristas often ride in bike lanes and on sidewalks because cars and trucks are far more dangerous to them than pedestrians. In closing, we need some common language and common sense to guide legislation related to the common ground of our shared streets.
Thank you.
I will submit my...
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Solo. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my friends and family in Queens, and also Central Queens Micromobility, which is supporting this mode of transportation. I'm here today to speak against and reject Intro 606 and actually now support 1131. Against them because they seek to implement a license and registration program on all e-bikes and e-scooters. Micromobility creates economic opportunity, expands access to our cultural institutions, and is a greener mode of transport than private cars and trucks. Like many other communities in this city, Forest Hills and Community District 6 in Queens directly benefit from the recent growth of micromobility. Many of us are commuting to work, running errands, and enjoying the shops and cultural institutions. The de facto mode of food delivery in New York City is by micromobility and powered by an immigrant workforce. I'm confident many of us here today, at some point this week, use one of these delivery services, Uber, DoorDash, to enjoy a hot meal at home or at work, especially when the weather wasn't so good. Food delivery today mirrors the story of so many of our ancestors who have worked hard in dangerous jobs to be able to provide for their families. We all benefit from their hard work, so let's send a clear message that we don't want to create additional barriers to them entering the workforce. While the authors of 606 claim to be proponents of street safety, the reality is that it will be a catalyst for increased negative police interactions with brown and black New Yorkers, leading to more stress and anxiety in these communities. Our immigrant neighbors are already stressed about the incoming Trump administration promising mass deportations. I ask the council to please find street safety solutions that are data-driven. At a time when global temperatures, I'll just quickly wrap up. At a time when global temperatures across the planet are reaching dangerous levels and flooding is a reality for more New Yorkers, especially in Councilmember Holden's district, we should expand micromobility, not the other way around. E-bikes reduce fossil fuel emissions and free up our roads for more diverse uses. I ask you again, please have compassion and reject Intro 606.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Holden has a question for the panel, so if you could just please.
Yeah, mine's directed at Marissa. And I'm not, I heard people opposing the bill, but nobody has a solution other than let's widen bike lanes.
It's going to cost a lot more.
Yeah, but widen bike lanes, what happens when you get to the corner, Marissa?
Right.
Which is where we see, that's where the pedestrian crossing is. But, and it's strange that I'm hearing people who say, well, it's racist. Well, obviously, they didn't listen to the previous panels with the victims, whose lives have been changed. They're just saying bike lanes are going to solve everything. Well, they don't. So what have you noticed in your neighborhood?
I can tell you right now, we have a double wide lane on 10th Avenue. It's ridiculous. It's mostly empty, and they still go the wrong way. And the other thing is it's on the sidewalk. Let me tell you something. When you're an older person, I'm going to be 70. I know I don't look it. If I fell, I could break a hip. That would be a life changer for me. You're young. It's not going to really, you're not going to think about it every day.
Not that much, but thank you.
No, you are. The fear of that, we're asking, council member, to take the fear out of our lives. In-house kitchen, okay, we have a lot of deliveristas. We have a huge cluster on 9th Avenue, okay? I'm not blaming the deliveristas. This is all becoming about deliveristas. It's not about that. The people on the e-bikes, many of them young, many of them white, I have to say, go any which way and on the sidewalk, which scares the hell out of everybody. The bike lanes are not so crowded. And those pictures there, that's not what I'm seeing in my neighborhood.
Thank you.
And to do the bike lanes over, you tell me that's going to be $19 million. I've got a bridge to sell you.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next panel. Thank you to this panel.
Oh.
The next panel will be Chris Leon Johnson, Esther Blunt, Peter Shea, Eric McClure, Elizabeth Chow. Ron Wisniewski.
Thank you, Chair Powers, for putting me up in like the first 3 panels. You usually put me in the back. Thank you for that. I owe you one. I owe you one, Sabina. I think I'm gonna love you as a elected official going forward. My hatred stops today. I know it stops. I know it's 2 minutes. Okay. All right. So I'm opposed to. I'm supporting Intro 606. I'm supporting Intro 606, and I'll make this clear to Transall and Open Plans that I'm black man here. This bill is not racist at all. This bill will not bring back stop and frisk. To keep it real, we need to bring back stop and frisk because there's high crime in the city. That's to keep it real. This bill being opposed by these nonprofits like Worker Justice Project, Transall, Open Plans, this is nothing but fear mongering. And what they do is they weaponize, they using old situations like stop and frisk to scare elected officials to not supporting this bill. Now, Transall has been handing out this crap here to people that support this bill, and I want to make this clear today. We say no to Transall. We say no to Open Plans. I want to rip this up right here. This is a BS initiative. They trying to say that e-bikes are needed. The truth is that e-bike regulation is needed. That's the truth. This is crap here. This is really crap. I support this organization right here, NYC EBSA, because they're doing the right thing and making sure that the e-bikes be regulated in the city of New York. Shout out to Bob Holder. Thank you for hosting this, putting this bill up, brother. And I appreciate the last council member that was here for the 13th district, Marjorie Velasquez, for being part of that bill when it first introduced in city council. So I hope that people, Marjorie Velasquez gets when this goes through, that Marjorie Velasquez gets thanked for it too. Like I said, this bill is far from racist. The real racists here are the people that run Transall and Open Plans and Work Justice Project that really discriminates against black people. And I've seen this first beforehand that discriminate against the black people, especially the Worker Justice Project that discriminate against Africans. So what are they talking about how this bill is racist? This is a far from racist bill, so we need this bill to go through. And thank you so much. Thank you, Powers, for giving me the bump up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Esther. Esther.
Press this? Oh. Hello. Wait. Okay. Hello, my name is Esther Blount, and I support Priscilla's Law 606. I find it very funny that when it comes to e-bikes, safety goes out the window. Bike lanes have been constructed for the purpose of safety. Open streets are created and are called safe streets, but somehow victims who are killed or injured on e-bikes do not fall in this safety category. I pray that this city council does not feel that the body count is not high enough for it to fall into this safety category. E-bikes are bicycles, and because of their weight and speed, they cause much more damage and are much more dangerous than a regular bike. E-bikes need to be regulated and licensed because of several factors. The enormous amount of seniors in this city who are afraid to cross the street include people with disabilities, individuals who are blind or deaf, and children playing on open streets. I don't want e-bikes banned, but we demand safety for all. As for the idea that this will be hurting minorities who will be subject to additional police stops or who can't afford the price of licensing and registration, there's no need to worry because, frankly, the number of minorities leaving New York City is very high and continue to grow. As all of us know, gentrification has taken over this city. The falsehood that the city of Yes will provide affordable housing will only help with this exodus. One last sentence. E-bikes can help if riders are held accountable. License and registration will help to that end. We would then have safety and micro-mobility.
Thank you. Peter? Guess he wasn't here. Eric?
Madam Chair, thanks. Nice to see you. Thank you for holding this hearing. Leader Frias, Councilmember Holden. My name is Eric McClure. I'm the Executive Director of Streets PAC. It's not hard to understand the motivation behind Intro 606. The rapid adoption of powered micromobility devices has altered the landscape of many city streets, and government's ability to manage that growth hasn't kept up with the technology. Such vehicles have been involved in crashes resulting in injuries and in some cases deaths to both operators and pedestrians, and any injury or death is unacceptable and demands a policy solution. However, we believe that Intro 606 is a misguided approach that would lead to many more problems than it would solve. E-bikes increase mobility for many people, including commuters, working cyclists, the elderly, and people with physical limitations. Mandated registration would have a deeply negative effect on the widespread adoption of e-bikes at a time when the shifting of trips from cars to bikes is in most quarters seen as something that's beneficial. Creating the infrastructure within NYCDOT to manage registration would be extremely costly and cumbersome, diverting funding and resources from other proven safety efforts. Also, I want to note that nearly every other jurisdiction that's tried or contemplated similar licensing efforts have quickly abandoned it, as we've heard earlier today from several people. We also believe that a registration requirement would be an invitation for police officers to conduct pretextual stops of anyone riding a bicycle or scooter of any type, especially if those persons are black or brown. And I say this as a white people, and we've heard about how white people shouldn't talk about racism, but the facts are that 90% of the people stopped for jaywalking and for riding on the sidewalk in New York City are people of color. And it's a reason that the council passed legislation just 2 months ago to make jaywalking, which is a name that was coined to make it sound bad, legal. So the facts are pretty clear on this. It's also, I want to note the behaviors that understandably lead to people feeling unsafe, the riding on the sidewalk, the failing to surrender right-of-way to pedestrians at lights and stop signs, and riding on one-way streets are already illegal but almost universally unenforced. NYPD wrote fewer than 2 tickets per precinct per day for red light running last year, and that's for all vehicles, cars and trucks included. In the tragic case of Priscilla Loke, the rider who struck her stayed on the scene and was interviewed by police. He was on a city bike that had an identification number on it. They let him go. It was only later that he was issued a summons for stopping at a red light.
Thank you.
And I just want to really quickly say we are very supportive of Intro 1131. We think a task force, especially on an accelerated time frame, makes sense. We should get experts in a room to talk about the best solutions, of which we unfortunately don't think 606 is one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ron?
My name is Ron Wisniewski. I've lived in Hell's Kitchen for 45 years. The chaos and danger on our streets caused by bike riders doing whatever they please with no accountability is self-evident. If you live in Manhattan, you have had close calls with bike riders traveling against traffic, through red lights, and on sidewalks. The victims of this free-for-all come from all walks of life and age groups and include bike riders themselves. The intensity and violence of e-bike versus pedestrian crashes often result in life-changing disability and even death. These senseless, sometimes gruesome injuries are not caused by evil automobiles, as some would have you believe, nor are they due to a lack of more poorly designed, ugly bike lane infrastructure. They are caused by selfish, entitled bike riders breaking the law. Over the past 3 years, precious little has been done to address this crisis, and the living hell that our streets have become just keeps getting worse. The victims of this carnage have nothing to gain if this bill or 100 other bills on this subject pass. The damage to their lives is done. They tell their harrowing stories, reliving their trauma, only because they don't want us to suffer their fate. That's a very noble thing to do. For that, we owe them a deep debt of gratitude, but most of all, we owe them an end to this nightmare. Pass Priscilla's Law. By the way, I was not paid to appear here today, and my words are my own. And Madam Chairman, please tell your colleagues it's a disgrace they did not stay to listen to this testimony, and I salute you for staying. We probably had to, but I hope there's a little something extra in your pay envelope. And Bob Holden, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No, there isn't anything extra on the pay. I do need to be here because I am the chair, but my colleagues, I'm sure, are tuning in. But thank you for your testimony. Thank you all for your testimony. But I will say the majority leader and Councilmember Holden, they're here, and they're not the chair, so they count also. The next panel we're going to call up Elizabeth Young, Carl Mahaney, Peter Brown, David Jones, Peter Beadle, Allison Keating. I think I did it. We're going to call Jeffrey Thomas and Renee Baruch. Elizabeth, you can start whenever you're ready. Just turn your mic on.
Do I turn it? It's on? It's on. Right. Okay. Can I be? Good afternoon. My name is Liz Young, and I'm a civil rights attorney, teacher, and advocate. I am here today as a beloved friend of the late Priscilla Locke and a proud member of the E-Vehicle Safety Alliance. There is no greater legitimacy than a grassroots organization, one that was created by the people. This coalition is multi-vast, young and old, of all different races, of all different ages, of all different economic ability. Why? Because of safety. This is and always has been an issue of safety. I ask that you not let racism, politics, paid lobbyists, or businesses trump safety. When we talk about Priscilla Locke? She died literally just blocks from this city hall in one of the poorest neighborhoods of this county. And to the person that just testified, yes, you're right. The biker who hit her stayed on the scene, and guess what? The police let him go. And for 3 weeks, we couldn't find an answer. It is the community who held a press conference to get answers. And that's exactly why 606 needs to be passed, because the community needs to know who hit them, who killed their loved one. We cannot rely on a system that doesn't deliver safety in order to get answers. There has to be an independent way. Secondly, that not only did New York City, but the Chinese American community lost a treasured jewel. She was a selfless leader, committed to making adolescent children independent, responsible, and accountable to society. She was robbed of her golden retirement years. I ask on behalf of our community that you don't rob her of her principles of accountability.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter. I'll let you get out.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here in opposition to 606 and in favor of 1131. 606 will not make our streets safer, will dissuade people from taking up bike ridership, will result in discriminatory enforcement, and will take time and attention from the true causes of over 200 deaths a year on our busy city streets. I'm Peter Beadle, a 25-year resident of Rego Park, Queens, first vice chair of Queens Community Board 6, where I also serve as the co-chair of its Transportation Committee, though I am here in my personal capacity only, and my statements do not reflect the views of the board. I'm also a personal injury attorney representing hundreds of pedestrians and people riding bikes who've been seriously injured or even killed by drivers. And I'm very familiar with the causes of these crashes and the contributing factors of the crashes that cause these devastating injuries. And I believe this bill violates New York state law. First, despite the constant conflation I have seen from many, electric bicycles are bicycles. VTL 102-C defines electric bicycles as bicycles which meet certain criteria: motor size, top assisted speeds, etc. The legislature had the option of defining them as a subset of motorcycles, like mopeds, but chose not to, and correctly so. So there's really no debate. They are not motor vehicles or mopeds or in any way equivalent to 3,000-pound plus vehicles that kill the vast, vast majority of our fellow New Yorkers, well over 92%. And as bicycles, while the city can certainly regulate and should regulate their use, no riding on the sidewalk, for instance, it cannot prevent people from the free use of these bicycles or impose a fee for their use. Doing so would violate General Municipal Law 180. Anyone who, for whatever reason, cannot register their e-bike lacks the required ability to pay the fee would be prohibited under this bill from free use of their bicycle. That's not legal. And I urge the adoption of 1131 to actually get at the true causes of over 92% of the deaths on our streets, instead of diverting our time and energy into consideration of something that will not solve the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Peter.
Hi, my name is Peter Brown. In May of 2020, I was exiting the front door of my residence on East 22nd Street, and as I stepped onto the sidewalk, I was struck by a speeding e-bike on the sidewalk, less than 2 feet from my building. The impact was so intense that my body was airborne. I was propelled horizontally, landing head first. My face was impaled in the metal sidewalk grating. In the security video, my unconscious, bloody body appears lifeless. I was taken semi-conscious to Bellevue with many wounds across my forehead, my lips area, under my eyes, my nose was broken. Among the forehead wounds, there was one that was so large that the flesh was ripped almost to the skull, so large it couldn't be closed with stitches. There was nerve damage from my mouth. I still have difficulty speaking at times, all the way down to my feet because of the spinal cord nerves. I've had numerous reconstructive surgeries and scar revision procedures since then, which I'm very grateful for. The e-bike delivery person did not run away, and his information was given to police. However, weeks after he disappeared, the authorities could no longer find him. Attempts to find him or locate him or have him face any consequences were unsuccessful. Both Postmates and Grubhub were denied employing him, even though his delivery bag looked very much like a Postmates logo. The following week, I went to local precinct. I was told my accident was not serious, meaning a limb was not lost, they told me. Since the incidents, I've attempted to stop many e-bikers on the sidewalk, explain it's illegal to use unless they're under 13 years old. They usually shout obscenities at me. If I ask the police that are nearby when I see a bike going the sidewalk, they say there's nothing we can do. The bikes on the sidewalk often have an adjacent bike lane. I assist in caring for 3 elderly seniors in my building. If one of them had been hit on the sidewalk like I was, they would likely not have survived. The illegal behavior must be stopped. There's no consequence for the dangerous behavior, so it continues. I understand that many bike messengers are from places where the situations and laws are different. There needs to be an education of the laws here with a test before granting access to e-bikes.
Thank you.
Can I just one sentence more? And there have to be real consequences for breaking the law. This is necessary for the safety of all New Yorkers. Priscilla laws needs to be passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jeffrey.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Thomas. I live in Brooklyn. I'd like to tell you about the bicycle I ride to get to work. I have an electric version of a model that has been made for 50 years. It doesn't weigh 60 to 70 pounds. It weighs maybe half of that. Up to 18 miles an hour, it provides a little boost when I pedal. Any faster, the motor turns off. I have asthma, and the assist helps me stay active without getting out of breath. A friend of mine has the same model because she was hit by a car, and with her knee, she can't ride an unpowered bike. If you look very closely at our bikes, you can see a small motor in the middle of the front wheel. Other than that, our bikes look identical to the non-electric version. Intro 606 says that we need a license, and thousands of other bikes in the city that look just like it do not. How is that going to be enforced? Maybe the honor system? Now, I will get a license if this passes, but if, God forbid, I get in a crash, I will stick around, I will provide my information. I will make myself accessible as long as needed. If you're relying on my honor, you don't need my license plate. Or maybe every bicycle in the city without a license is going to get pulled over just in case it has a tiny motor. This is the concern people are raising with policing. It's not the tickets for illegal behavior. It is pulling over every cyclist, everyone in this room who cycles, for legal behavior. It's a massive waste. Either way, a massive waste of time and resources. Now, you might say, we're not worried about your bike. We're worried about things that look nothing like regular bikes that go 30, 40 miles an hour. Those are already regulated, and not just in Denmark. New York state law, as the lawyer said, calls those electric motorcycles, mopeds, not bicycles. You already need a license plate and registration, and the state DMV will already register those. They're already not allowed in bike lanes. Those laws exist. If people don't know that law, if stores are selling motorcycles and calling them e-bikes, which is a real problem, how will another law make things less confusing? How will charging the local DOT to come up with a brand new licensing program help? And speaking of the DOT, they presented my neighborhood recently about plans to add protection. The data says that the work they're doing will make things safer for everyone, including pedestrians. This is an overworked, underfunded agency with plenty of important work to do already. This bill has important goals. I agree with the goals. We know how to achieve them. They are best achieved by letting the DOT do the things we know will work. So I urge you to oppose it.
Thank you. Renee.
Hi, I'm 76 years old, and that picture was taken after I was hit by an e-bike. I had already had many plastic surgeries in the emergency room where they took me when I was unconscious, and the e-bike rider who hit me fled. I stayed in the hospital for 4 days. I've had many, many surgeries. My spine had to be fixed. That was another 4-day surgery. I would like to point out, I'm not sticking to my script. I would like to point out, you all paid for my surgeries. Congratulations, you all paid for my hospitalizations, because I'm old. I'm on Medicare. But I guess that money doesn't count. the money that you might spend to keep me safe, that seems to be a burden. It is a disgrace. It is a disgrace that you don't believe your lying eyes when you go out in the street and you see those e-bikes going in all directions. You see them going through red lights. You see them running people over. And what do? Give them wider lanes so that people have to scurry even faster to get across the street when the light is green and look in both directions? We have our heads on swivels. I'm terrorized. And nobody seems to be doing anything about it except Bob. And I thank you.
Please, please, please keep decorum because we will have you removed. Before I pass it to Councilmember Holden for questions, I do want to just take a moment to acknowledge the testimony by the loved ones of Priscilla, as well as those who have been directly impacted themselves. This council understands and recognizes the need to do something. And that is why we're hearing these bills today. That is why you see that there are 3 bills today that are being heard, to look at it from every lens to see how we move forward to better regulate this new mode of transportation. When cars came around, they had to create laws for that. When planes started going in the air, they had to start regulating that. So we understand, and we are looking for a solution that, one, is implementable, and that takes us into account and can really ensure safety. And so I want people to understand, and I think one of my colleagues said this earlier, these bills complement each other. Whichever bill, moves forward or what have you, because I know one resolution is dealing with the state, and that means that they're looking at it too. So it's not to say that government is not recognizing it. We are just trying to chart the course forward in terms of what that appropriate path may be. But I do want to acknowledge what I have heard, and just know that we are taking it serious. This committee is prioritizing this issue. And so I wanted to just state that. And then I'm going to yield to Councilmember Holden for his questions.
Thanks, Renee, and all the people that have been hurt. I've listened over a period of 2-3 years now, all the victims. And I think the opponents of this bill, by the way, have no solutions to what happens when you get to a corner. Nobody comes up with an answer for that, of enforcement. So let's say the license costs $10 fee. I don't care what the fee would be. We just want accountability. The fact, Renee, that the person that hit you with an e-bike, you were knocked unconscious, and the rider fled the scene. There was no police report. I'm hearing that from so many victims, that there was no police report. They don't have a category. They go, well, if you don't know who it is, we can't catch them. If they had a plate, Renee, they would have gotten this guy. We would have looked at cameras. They would have caught that person. If anybody is opposing this bill and doesn't care about the victims, you have no heart. You only care about your e-bikes, and most of them are e-bike riders, but they're not worrying about the consequences, nor are they considering, if there is no bill, if my bill fails, then again, we're back to lawlessness in our streets, and we can't even walk without worrying about what happened to Renee and Paul and everybody else, or Peter, who, I know you had a picture, and please get us a blow-up of that, because we need to show opponents of this bill the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. The next panel, we are calling Seth Jacobson, Sharon Flanagan, Kathleen Brady, Carl Tate, Aaliyah Samro, one more, Peggy Yanis. Angela DeWood. Sean Sweeney. Sean Sweeney. John Manase. John Manase. Wayne Kabak. Wayne Kabak. Raul Rivera. Seth. You could begin. Turn your mic on, please.
Thank you, City Council members who are here. I'm Seth Jacobson. I'm a 40-year resident of New York City. What am I doing? I'm crossing the street safely. All right, I'm looking out for blind spots. I'm looking out for e-bikes. All right, I'm looking out for e-bikes barreling towards me, maybe from the sidewalk, maybe gunning through red lights. I'm looking at the edge of my peripheral vision, and I've got good peripheral vision. I've been playing basketball. I'm 65. I still play, right? I'm looking at my peripheral vision like for stealth ninjas coming at me, right? This has got to stop. Right? We don't have to look for cars. We're used to looking for cars. We know what cars look like because they're big, right? And we know what they look like. We can't see these things. Even when we're looking at them, we can't see them because they don't even have lights half the time. In the many years I've been in the city and I've been riding my bikes, I've had 6 bikes in 40 years, so I'm a biker as well as a basketball player, as well as a pedestrian, thank you very much. In the 40 years I've been in the city, I've witnessed so many infractions, and over the last 5 years with e-bikes, I've probably seen 1,000 of them. And I've never, ever, ever, ever seen an e-biker pulled over, ever. And believe me, I've seen cops do this, shrug their shoulders. And of course, I get it. What is he going to turn into the Flash and run down the guy? I mean, you can't do it. There's no license plates. There's nothing, right? How is it going to be enforced? We need license plates. It's clear. We need registration. We need license plates. We do it for cars, and cars, for the most part, obey the rules. Obey the rules, for the most part. Imagine what it would be like if we didn't license cars and register them.
Thank you.
Priscilla's Law.
Sharon? Are you Sharon? No? Okay. Are you Kathleen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak supporting Intro 606. I am an unpaid member of New York City EVSA. I could be doing other work, but I want to say right now, but I want to help my city. Various friends of mine from suburbs in Westchester, Putnam, and Morris counties, people who would come here by train, people who are prosperous, healthy, in the prime of life, and willing to spend money, say they are done with New York. The hassles are not worth it, notably their fear of e-bikes bearing down on them on sidewalks and coming at them in crosswalks and running lights in Central Park. They say they are sideswiped and worse every time they come here. That's what happens to me every day. The bikes are not their only complaint, of course, but it is the top one. Unlicensed, predatory electric assist vehicles are costing our restaurants, hotels, and cultural institutions money and support. I care more about the people, but this is killing our city. Besides, you know, what these bikes have cost these institutions, they've cost us some of us our lives and our mobility, as you've heard today. Intro 606 holds the promise of bringing law and improving safety in New York City. Please pass this. Thank you. Here you go.
If I'm next. Am I next? Carl Tate, yes, I am. My name is Carl Tate, and I've lived in Midtown Manhattan since 1997. I'm speaking today in support of Intro 606, Priscilla's Law. I'm not a fan of cars and haven't owned one in over 20 years. I walk or take public transportation everywhere I go in the city. E-bikes are, in theory, a welcome alternative, but in practice, they're a constant nightmare. They routinely speed through solid red lights, go the wrong way on one-way streets, and ride on the sidewalk. Compounding the danger, they are fast, they are heavy, and they're nearly silent. Far too many e-bikers view traffic laws as entirely optional and get angry if you challenge their dangerous law-breaking. One nearly mowed down my daughter and me while we were crossing with the light, and he didn't even slow down. In another case, I yelled at an e-biker who was barreling through a red light. He responded by punching me as he drove by. The absence of a license plate made it effectively impossible to report the assault. Intro 606 is a common sense measure that will require license plates on e-vehicles. This is fundamental to accountability. The counter-argument that e-bikes would suddenly stop breaking the law if cycling infrastructure improved is sheer fantasy. This is contradicted on a daily basis by e-bikes constantly and aggressively ignoring traffic laws, even in protected bike lanes. The argument that it's racist to enforce traffic laws is nonsensical on its face. But opposition to this license law smacks of ageism and ableism. Those of us who are over 60 have slower reaction times. My downstairs neighbor is in a wheelchair. We cannot nimbly dodge entitled scofflaws who refuse to be held accountable for their actions. Reject the inane non-arguments of the opposition. Stand up for accountability and safety and vote in favor of Intro 606. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Rivera. I'm a TLC driver and a TLC driver advocate. We want to say thank you to Councilmember Bob Holden for Intro 606. We support it strongly. It needs to pass. We ask the council member to step up and pass this bill. We know that, I mean, personally, I've seen bills pass in 6 months, so I don't know why it's taking so long. I want to mention that as a driver, working in Park Slope, going down 6th Street, an e-biker ran the light, smashed my car. I thought it was another car that hit me. The explosion was so loud. So I pulled over to see what was going on, and turns out it was like a ghost. I never saw him. If it wasn't for the dash cam, you would not see it. I had damages over $1,000. I had to pay out of pocket, and I did the right thing. And I called the police, and I filed my police report. I have no points on my licenses. We have a petition to reform the Taxi Limousine Commission that the commissioner himself signed. This commissioner and his family vehicle, I don't know if you know, he's got 66 camera tickets. You know that? He has 66 camera tickets. And this guy's opposing a bill to put plates on e-bikes. It's ridiculous, you know? Personally, I think he's a filthy person. He's a filthy rat. We don't have nothing personal against him, but that's how we feel, you know? And one thing that's not being mentioned here in the city, which is very important, and remember, you guys took an oath. Council member, chair, you took an oath. Our city is being sold out. It's being monetized by Uber, Lyft, DoorDash. They don't have the right to monetize our city the way it's happening. You know, when it comes to the city, yes, they want to remove parking to build housing. How about removing City Bike? Remove them. They're just sitting there taking up space. We urge that you pass this bill, and we thank you again, Mr. Holden.
Aaliyah.
Good afternoon. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation for the opportunity to speak. I have submitted longer written comments. NYLCV is a steadfast supporter of e-mobility devices to reduce the amount of fossil fuel-based cars on our streets, which helps to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, air pollution, and vehicle congestion. E-mobility devices are increasingly becoming more affordable and accessible and help a large portion of city residents who don't have cars make non-car transportation more accessible over longer distances, especially in transit deserts. We fully acknowledge that there are many safety concerns that come with the increase in e-mobility devices throughout our city. Frankly, while our city has made many street improvements, it has not kept pace with the rapid use of these devices. As outlined below, we must prioritize street safety improvements, education, public awareness campaigns, to name a few, and not unintended consequences, especially for people who use these devices to make a living. NYLCV strongly opposes Intro 606. By requiring e-mobility devices to be licensed and registered, it will burden e-mobility riders without actually improving street safety, ultimately setting us back on our climate efforts. Every major city that has instituted bike licensing has subsequently repealed it as ineffective. This bill is not only a bureaucratic nightmare for DOT, but it also leaves open major questions on how this bill will be enforced. I want to emphasize the enforcement aspect and not necessarily how the bill is written, because data shows that Black and Latinx people are disproportionately stopped and searched and arrested during traffic stops. NYLCV strongly supports Intro 1131, sponsored by Councilmember Brooks Powers, which would establish a task force. In addition to Intro 1131, we join our partners calling for comprehensive solutions. We must continue to invest in bike infrastructure, and we need to work with app companies.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Good afternoon. Thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Angela D. Wood, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Carnegie East House, an assisted living community on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. We're the only nonprofit of our kind. Our community means a lot to many New York families. It matters that we stick around, but we have a grave problem at our doorstep. Our community sits on 2nd Avenue, adjacent to a bike lane that has become a major thoroughfare for e-vehicle traffic. And the mere thought of widening this bike lane before any accountability measures actually terrifies me. Every day, our elderly residents, visitors, family members, and care partners face real danger simply stepping outside of our front door. The unregulated nature of e-vehicles, often traveling at high speeds, going the wrong way, listening to AirPods, checking their phone, deliveristas, city bikers, anyone who's commuting on an e-vehicle, this is a danger that poses a significant threat to the safety of our community and older adults. We are unable to simply navigate our own sidewalks. And I can tell you, as an experienced clinician, a fall from the impact of an e-vehicle would more often than not kill an older adult. As a cyclist and someone who commutes to work myself on an e-vehicle, I fully support 606. I would gladly register and identify myself as an e-vehicle commuter in New York City and be held accountable. Trust me, it's scary out there. I believe accountability is essential for ensuring the safe coexistence. Accountability matters. Accountability changes behavior. For the safety and well-being of our city and each other, I urge you to pass 606. Please, something has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. Any questions? Okay, thank you. The next panel, we'll hear from Patricia McGovern, Michael Germino, Mary Alford, Ann McDermott, Ernest Augustus, Judith Polson, Karen Siegel, We can start from left and go.
Thank you. I'm here as a longtime resident of New York City to testify in support of Intro 606 because it is a common sense step to help protect New Yorkers from the risks posed by e-bikes and other e-vehicles. I've lived in New York since the 1970s, including through the high crime era of the 1980s. I have never felt as threatened walking in New York as I do today because of e-vehicles. I've almost been hit more times than I can count in my neighborhood and elsewhere, including Central Park. Close calls include e-bikes on sidewalks, in pedestrian zones, and e-bikes running lights at crosswalks, including on bike lanes. The bike lane on Columbus Avenue was particularly risky when the dining sheds were up, because e-bikes there sped through lights from behind the sheds where they were very hard to spot. The growth of e-bikes as a form of transportation requires acceptance of responsibility by those who use them. They should follow traffic rules, but that is not true today. Instead, while cars and trucks are required to be registered, insured, operated by qualified drivers to follow traffic rules and stay on the scene after an accident, e-vehicles are not required to do any of those things, although they are motorized, heavy, fast, and potentially deadly. Priscilla's law would help. Registration would encourage compliance with traffic laws and allow for objective, non-discriminatory camera enforcement. Please take action. I also support further study, and infrastructure changes may be useful, but we need action now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Shagru, a New Yorker of 30 years and a District 7 voter. The onslaught of unregulated, unregistered, often illegal, and unaccountable e-bikes and other devices has turned our city into a Mad Max world where the people with the most powerful machines are the alphas, the rest of us are the losers. Every day on our streets and sidewalks, it's a test of nerves, a game of chicken. Personally, I was mowed down while crossing Broadway by an e-vehicle, not a delivery person, who felt that he had the right to run a red light. I broke my wrist, fractured my pelvis, and my assailant fled. I recovered, but frankly, I'm tired of bending the knee, altering my life to accommodate the moneyed interest of corporations who exploit their bike-riding workers and encourage a culture of lawlessness that has been allowed to grow unchecked because city officials have taken so long to understand that we have a crisis. None of us would be here today asking for licensing if DOT and the NYPD and DMV were actually doing any enforcement or actually collecting any real data. We would not be here asking for licensing if e-bike riders stopped at red lights, if delivery drivers didn't ride on sidewalks or go down one-way streets the wrong way. If anyone in opposition to this bill actually had a solution to curb these illegal behaviors, that would be one thing. But I've been here all day, standing in the back because I can't sit down for a very long time. I've been here listening all day, and I've yet to hear a solution from the other side except more of the same, which is build more bike lanes so they can be filled with more bikes doing illegal things. I'm a cyclist. To my fellow cyclists, you're lying to yourselves if you think e-bikers will obey rules if you're given bigger lanes where fast and slow should be separated when they don't do it now. Thank you so much for supporting this bill.
Hello, my name is Ann McDermott. I was born and raised in this town, and I've been a cyclist all my life. I'm also a licensed New York City tour guide. Somebody said you can't license in New York City earlier. They're wrong, because this is a license, and it comes from one of your agencies. Any case, I currently reside on the Upper East Side at 82nd Street and 2nd Avenue. Every night when I come home and get off the Q train at 83rd Street and 2nd Avenue, I am literally afraid to cross 2nd Avenue, fearing the parade of delivery bikes that never stop for a light and often don't have any headlights themselves. I have had many near misses with bikes going 25 miles an hour down 2nd Avenue. I also use that bike lane myself, but most of the vehicles are not actual bicycles. They're motorized e-bikes, scooters, or motorcycles. As a New York City tour guide, I actually do tours that begin right behind this building on Broadway and Warren Street. And I often see motorized e-bikes and vehicles going directly through City Hall Park here with impunity. They never stop, they're never questioned, just mixing with tourists and pedestrians while going 20 miles an hour towards the Brooklyn Bridge. I recently broke my left arm. Coming home from the doctor with my left arm in a sling, minding my own business, walking up the east side of 3rd Avenue between 81st and 80th Street, a very narrow street due to the taking over the sidewalk by Eli's grocery store, a young man came careening down past me on an electric scooter, going about 15 miles an hour, and I just said very loudly, "Not on the sidewalk." I feared for my life after having just had surgery, orthopedic surgery. He then threatened me and said, "I'll break your other arm." Often, there are delivery people going in any direction they want on my block, East 82nd Street. The city is devolving into a total free-for-all with e-bikes and motorized vehicles running the show and the rest of us cowering at the corners, waiting for a time to cross. Please do something.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers. Oh, another one? Okay. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. My name is Ernest Augustus, and I am a resident of Clinton Hill, Fort Greene, and Brooklyn. I also served on CB2 on its Land Use Committee and its Transportation Committee for a number of years. I'm testifying today in strong support of Intro 606 Priscilla's Law, which would require license plates for all e-bikes, e-micromobility vehicles. EVISA, the NYC E-Vehicle Safety Alliance, has spearheaded this proposed bill as a vital public safety initiative to protect our most vulnerable, the elderly, disabled, and kids, and all pedestrians, cyclists, and e-bikers from death and serious injuries. Their support for this bill is all about public safety as we go about our business on the sidewalk and streets of New York. I can attest to the fact that this issue of e-bike safety resonates in the Clinton Hill, Fort Greene community, especially among Black women who are angry about this safety issue, and my wife is one among them. Members of this committee have also walked out of this City Council campus and City Council office building and has seen these bikes, so surely you know what I'm talking about. The question that I pose to this committee in support of this bill is this a legitimate public safety issue? I'm convinced that it is. It's not that complex. There has been concerted efforts to delegitimize this issue by gaslighting the public and policymakers to not believe their own eyes and to demonize the supporters of this bill.
Thank you, sir. I have the full testimony here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Judy Poulsen. I have lived in New York since Christmas Day of 1990. As an unpaid volunteer, I thank you for holding this hearing. I urge that 606 be passed, and here is why. Without licensing and registration of e-vehicles, including e-city bikes, their drivers are almost completely unaccountable for hitting pedestrians because the drivers cannot be identified. Even before COVID, I was frequently menaced on my work commute by bike drivers. Now, every time I leave my front door, I see bike drivers running red lights, riding against the flow of traffic, and riding on the sidewalks, all illegal, but currently unaccountable behaviors. In June 2021, Brian Boyd, a man in his 20s driving a motorized scooter, blew through a red light at Amsterdam Avenue and West 64th, steps from my apartment, and fatally hit Lisa Baines. He then fled the scene, leaving her lying in the crosswalk to die. He then drove to a shop that repaired his electric scooter while he drank a Heineken. Yes, he was caught, but only because his face was seen on security cameras on the NYCHA building at the intersection where he committed his heartless murder. There are many people in this room, as you've heard, whose assailants were never identified, let alone caught. You've heard much about the loss of Priscilla Look, a woman of color in whose memory this bill is named. There are so many more examples. Caring about the fact that e-bikers are dying on these bikes too is the opposite of racist. If e-bike riders ride with more accountability due to plates, they are safer too. We need an actual identifiable license plate on every e-bike and e-scooter. We need Priscilla's Law to be passed. Some of us would just like to be able to go to the grocery store without being menaced by bullies on bikes. This would be a start. Thank you.
Thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Michael Gerbino. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I'm a husband, a father, and a grandfather. I'm here today to advocate for Priscilla's Law and to tell you that I no longer feel safe walking around the city because of the current proliferation of e-bikes that have taken over our streets and sidewalks. When I leave my apartment building now, I literally look both ways on the sidewalk because e-bikes are flying down my sidewalk. This is something that the commissioner even mentioned, that when he leaves his house, the dock commissioner, that he steps out first before his two daughters. I don't know how he cannot support this bill. It's preposterous. In short, I'm in constant fear of being hit by a bike. This is what I encounter daily. E-bikes running red lights and stop signs, e-bikes riding on the sidewalk, e-bikes creeping up and idling behind me on the sidewalk, e-bikes riding in the opposite direction of traffic, e-bikes driving diagonally across avenues, e-bikes knifing through crosswalks, e-bikes riding at full speed at pedestrians. That's very common. You're crossing the street and they ride at full speed and they stop. It's disconcerting. This is not to mention the innumerable fires that lithium batteries have caused throughout the city, something that I have firsthand experience with. I have been clipped, run into, injured, intimidated, cursed at, and threatened by e-bike riders. On 2 separate occasions last week, an e-bike drove into my infant granddaughter in a stroller, 11-month-old granddaughter. I had to yell at them, and what did they do? They yelled back at me. It's completely preposterous. I literally am in fear of taking my granddaughter out on the street. So I know my time is up. So
You can submit the full testimony
yes, thank
to
you.
us.
So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Councilman, one moment.
Thank you. I want to ask Karen how she feels about the commissioner's testimony today, because, you know, I experienced what you experienced kind of when I was 9 years old. I was hit by a car and my pelvis broke. Your pelvis broke. I know what that feels like. It's debilitating. And I don't know how, and I was 9 years old and I still feel the effects of getting hit by a car. But your wrist was broken, your pelvis was broken, your elbow dislocated, you have post-traumatic stress. I mean, everything that was done to you. And then when you hear a commissioner who had no answers, I mean, I don't know how you could remain quiet, because I would be...
Well, they were going to throw me out, I think.
I mean, I know, maybe again, but it's really, it makes my blood boil
I must
sitting up
say,
here, but not experiencing what you experienced.
I don't want to whine about this. I have recovered, but the fact of the matter is I can't get back on my bicycle because of this. And to hear the commissioner of the Department of Transportation minimize this problem, to try to say that cars are a bigger issue, no one is disputing that. But can't we have a solution to this problem as well? And I must say the biggest disappointment for me is in my fellow cyclists who don't acknowledge that this is a real issue and don't acknowledge that there's an accountability problem and won't sign on to this as well. I was shocked by the commissioner's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you to this panel. We'll now hear from the next panel. Mary Vacris, Mary Evanjo, Carol Wilson, Melanie Coronet, Sandra Putil, Scott Potick, Karen Phillips.
Hello. Thank you to the council. Thank you for having this meeting and allowing us to speak. My name is Scott Pollett. I'm here to support Priscilla's Law. In June this year, an e-scooter hit my wife and me while we were walking. He caused us many injuries, including traumatic brain injury, bleeding on the brain. I was unconscious and hospitalized for 2 weeks. Since then, I've been in therapy and I can't work. That e-scooter hit us, turned our lives upside down, but then went back to his own life with no consequences. Pedestrians in New York need to be safer, and e-bikes and e-scooters need to be held accountable. Please do something to help us. Please support Priscilla's Law. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and to the council members who have stayed here with us to hear the people. My name is Mary Evancho. I've lived in New York City for 47 years. Like the majority of New Yorkers here, I don't feel safe. E-bikes are moving at great speeds in all directions, and those on the sidewalk coming from behind are frightening. After several near misses, I constantly look behind to see if the coast is clear. This is the state of our city today, and not a standard for the greatest city in the world. Priscilla's Law is the first step towards accountability. Those in opposition refer to Priscilla's Law as red tape, an inconvenience, an unnecessary expense, and go further to call it discriminatory. Let's be clear. Priscilla's Law is for the protection of all drivers and all pedestrians and all people of color. Priscilla's Law, council members, is the foundation from which we will draw accountability. It is what the majority of New Yorkers want to see enacted, and we are standing by. Thank you.
This is not about me, because nobody can give me back what I have lost. It's about safety of pedestrians. My name is Sanya Paul. My husband and I were hit by an e-scooter while walking this summer. My husband got traumatic brain injury. He was unconscious 4 days and spent 10 days in intensive care in a hospital. I didn't know if he would survive. Later, I didn't know if he would recover. He's still not working. I had a broken nose and shoulder and foot injuries. Imagine how fast they can go to cause such injuries. We both have trauma, and we are terrified to be outside in New York City. It's too stressful even to go to a grocery store. We have to have rules for e-vehicles. They are not the same thing as regular bikes. Even if they are not in the legal category of motor vehicles, there must be responsibility and consequences if they hurt someone. They took over our sidewalks and our parks. It's so complicated for walkers to get across the street. If we don't do anything soon, the number of victims is going to increase, and that's obvious. Let's work on this together. Thank you.
My name's Carol Wilson, and I've been hit by a bike, not once, but twice. Both times I was crossing a street in a pedestrian walkway with the walk signal. The first time I was hit, I saw the walk signal, but before leaving the curb, I looked in all directions for bikes. I saw none. I took 2 steps into the street, and there was a bike coming straight at me. I put up my hand and yelled, "Stop." The next thing I remember is looking up at the cyclist who was straddling her city bike, yelling at me, "Get up out of the street." I dragged myself to the curb where I already felt a huge lump on my head. I asked her to call 911. She did not. She left. I called. At the ER, I was diagnosed with a skull fracture and had to wait there 10 more hours to make sure that my brain wasn't bleeding. This was especially dangerous as I'm on a blood thinner. Thankfully, my brain was not bleeding. During my long wait, I had called the police to make a report, and just as I was leaving the ER, a police detective came. I asked if he thought they could find the cyclist. He said, "Probably not. City Bike does not cooperate with the police." Due to the skull fracture, I could not read for 2 years. This was devastating as I was working on a research project. The second time I was hit, I fell down, passed out, and hit my head again. Now I'm terrified to cross the street in New York City. Every time I go out, I know I'm putting my life in danger. Priscilla Loke did lose her life. Please make New York safer for all New Yorkers by passing Priscilla's Law. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Phillips, and I want to thank you all for holding this hearing. I'm very lucky. I'm into my 80s, and I have not been hit by a bicycle, but I am terrified I look both ways. I swivel my head both ways every single time I cross a street. I have been pretty close to being hit practically every single time that I get out of the house. Their bicycles come not only down the street, but they do not stop when you clearly have the walkway. They will come up and they will, I remember even seeing this guy sneering at me as he was coming up, and then at the very last minute he would swerve behind me. There is not only impunity, but they really feel that they own the universe. And I think that the only way is to, I don't expect the police to be chasing down somebody who passed a red light. I think that that's not going to happen. But I do want, when somebody gets hit, that there is some way to catch them. And I think that we can only do that if we have visible licenses. And I thank you so much for holding this bill, and I do hope it passes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Vacris, and I'm pleased to address you on this important legislation today, Priscilla's Law, Intro 606. As a lifelong New Yorker, I was born in Queens and have lived on the Upper East Side since 1976. I have always felt that New York City was a wonderful city for pedestrians. No longer. The reckless e-vehicle riding has made crossing the street and even walking on the sidewalk a dangerous activity. E-vehicles are not stopping at red lights, they are riding on the sidewalk, and they are going the wrong way on one-way streets. This careless disregard for traffic laws has made the city especially dangerous for the elderly, the disabled, and young children. I have made numerous calls to 311 about this problem and have had police respond that there is nothing they can do about this crisis. With Priscilla's Law, the police and the public will have a way to report and track down egregious e-vehicle infractions. If these vehicles are registered and have an identifying license number, then all of us will be safer. The riders will know that there is a way to locate them, so they will be more conscientious about following traffic laws. Without this legislation, the quality of life for all New Yorkers is diminished. We do not need another task force to study this issue. This is a time for common sense legislation and common sense action. Please pass this important legislation so all of us can safely walk in this wonderful city. In conclusion, I'd like to address the concerns of some people, and Advocate Williams mentioned this as well. I represent not only myself, but also my multicultural family, which includes brown, black, white, and Asian people, many of whom work in the restaurant industry. None of them feel that Intro 606 would be prejudicial to them. Please pass Priscilla's Law.
Thank you. And just to clarify on my bill, the task force is not just solely resting on studying, it's about putting in place implementable regulations to do exactly what Priscilla's Law sets out to do. So just to understand that it has the same spirit of that bill, but it's looking at it more comprehensively so that it's something that can be implemented, because there is concerns about Intro 606. While the spirit of it, I think a lot of members, including myself, agree with, the question that continues to come up in terms of the legality of it is whether or not the city is authorized to register or the state, which is why Councilmember Brewer has her reso supporting the state legislation. So just being transparent, it's not to take away, none of these bills are to take away from this important conversation, but we want to make sure we're looking at it comprehensively and that it's something that is, in fact, implementable. Thank you. Councilmember Holden.
Just on that subject, our legislative team said it is legal. They're the ones who came up with the idea. So I just proposed, what can we do about it? Our legislative team said, sure, you can do this, because we do this in other areas in the city, and DOT does it. So this could be done. It's perfectly legal. However, I just want to ask the panel, especially the panelists that were struck by e-vehicles, was the police report issued? Did you get any responsible party? Did you know who hit you? And did you get any satisfaction at all, other than your injuries and suffering that you experienced?
Since I was hit twice, they found neither one of the riders.
So they didn't find anybody?
No.
I'd like Udanis Rodriguez, the commissioner, to hear that, because he has no solutions. Anybody else? Did you get any, yes?
They know who the guy is because he badly crashed too.
Okay.
But the helmet saved him. And I spent whole night in the emergency room watching at him. Whole night. They didn't separate us.
Unbelievable. Anybody else?
Just to build on that, he was identified and there was a police report. Nothing has happened since.
No penalties.
Well, nothing that we've heard.
But you would think that the police would have told you if this person was charged with a
No,
crime.
they actually, we complained more formally about 2 weeks ago, and they just informed us, or they just called us to ask how we feel. That was.
Yesterday after I talked in one of the community boards, and they called the inspector.
Yeah.
So after 6 months, he called me to tell me that he's going to close the case.
Yeah, see, this
And
is
that he's not a vehicle, he's
Right.
a scooter.
Right. And so this is what my bill will do. It'll add accountability, and again, the victims would have some recourse. Right now, the victims have no recourse, and that's the heartbreaking issue here. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the counsel for this committee also looked into this bill, and that is where my information and knowledge of it comes from. But just to ask a follow-up question, because where Councilmember Holden is correct is we want to see what solutions exist, right? And so I'm hearing accountability also. And what this bill, from what I understand, presents is to be able to identify. But I think that it fails to go further in terms of once you've identified, what then happens. And that's a missing component that I'm seeing and I'm hearing, because I hear the lack of accountability. There have been people who have stayed at the site and then been released, which in certain automobile accidents, quite honestly, happened too. I think about Davina, who was a 10-year-old who was hit by a car in my district. They had apprehended the person who hit her with the vehicle, and that person unfortunately was released. I mean, there was a process that went through, more so than what we see with the scooters and the e-bikes, but I think we have to think about the full picture of this as well. But thank you for your testimony. The next panel we will call up, thank you. Michael Phillips, Sandy Reburn, Artemio Cardona, Maria Ferrari, Susan Simon, P.Y. Mahone, Ricardo Pacello, Sir, Sir, we'll start with you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michael Phillips. I want to thank you very much for having me testify. I see the clock is much later than I thought it would be, so I'll make this very fast. It's just my sort of summation of what it's all about. And I say that licensing is required for compliance because compliance begins with accountability, and the e-bike rider has to know that breaking the law results in identification and serious consequences. CCTVs at every intersection are worthless if all they capture is the back of an e-biker's head as he's breaking the law. And every e-biker knows this. Also, required licensing provides the police with the ability to enforce compliance with one-way street, wrong-way e-bikers, where the police can't give chase. A police car can't drive against traffic, but simply recording the license number will do the job. Compliance will be pretty much immediate as soon as e-bikers are required to have registered licenses that include meaningful penalties for law breaking. Thank you very much.
Chair Brooks Powers, sponsor, Council Member Bob Holden, Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of Intro 606, Priscilla's Law for registration and licensing of e-vehicles. Whether it is learning to ride a bike or drive a car, we are taught to be careful, be aware of others on the roads, especially pedestrians. Be responsible. What happens when we learn to ride an e-bike or an e-scooter? We are reminded that an e-bike is not a pedal bike. It is motorized, and its battery weighs 45 to 60 pounds more, and it travels 20 to 40 miles per hour faster. Micromobility is a quaint term for a fast, heavy, motorized vehicle that is causing more pedestrian harm, loss of livelihoods and lives, and is now, unfortunately, the preferred escape mode of criminals. Priscilla's Law is about leveling the playing field and respecting the rights of all members of our community. Note well, New York City EVSA is strictly unpaid volunteers. Transportation Alternatives is well-funded, and most members are on TransAlt's substantial payroll. The caveat for all of us is beware those bad actors who approach government officials with ready solutions and funding for infrastructure and transportation problems. Council members, commissioners, advocate, get off the slippery slope of the TransAlt conglomerate and listen to your constituents who represent the majority of your communities. Thank you.
I'm born and raised in the Bronx. I've lived in Hell's Kitchen and the Upper West Side. I now have been living in Brooklyn for 40 years. In my 71 years, I have almost been hit by a car exactly one time. In the past 3 years, I have almost been hit by a two-wheel vehicle 4 times, and I mean really close calls. I've been lucky that at my age, 71, I've been able to jump out of the way. However, my luck changed this past Monday night, December 9th. I was in Manhattan, crossing 58th Street at 8th Avenue, rushing to get across before the light changed. There was a line of cars stopped at the red light. Before I knew it, I felt myself flung up in the air, and I saw a blur, a bike with a rider pass by. I landed on the back of my head and my elbow. I looked up to my right, and I saw 2 headlights staring back at me. Again, I was lucky. I didn't break any bones, I didn't pass out, the car did not proceed when the light changed. I was able to get up and walk to the sidewalk. I don't know if I was hit by a standard bike or an e-bike, but if it had been an e-bike with a license plate, a speed camera or a red light camera could have picked up the plate. It could have read the plate, not what race the rider was, but it would have read the license plate. As it is, the bike sped away, another unreported hit-and-run driver facing no consequences. Again, I was lucky. Despite the large swollen knob on my head, which is still quite painful, and some bruises and scrapes, the ER doctor, here's my band, determined that I was neurologically fine and that there's no evidence of internal bleeding. But as you've heard today, many are not as lucky as I. Many victims have suffered serious injuries, become disabled, or even, like Priscilla Loke and others, have been killed. E-bike riders who commit crimes must be held accountable for the injuries they incur.
Thank you.
Please pass Bill 606.
Thank you. Just want to remind everyone, we really have to adhere to the 2-minute rule. We have a lot of people still signed up to testify here and online. You may begin.
My name is Sandy Rayburn. Thanks for having me. I'm 80 years old, born in New York City, lived here all my life, and I ask you to support Priscilla's Law on behalf of your loved ones. I'm not here to ask you to ban e-bikes. I'm here in the rain to tell you that when an e-bike hits me, I have no recourse. The City Council's mandate is to protect New Yorkers. Let's require common sense accountability for any and all motorized vehicles, whether 2 wheels or 4 or 1. It's frankly puzzling, however, that some of your colleagues, City Council chairs, members, are ignoring the obvious, namely that we are not safe on sidewalks, we are not safe crossing streets, and we are no longer safe in the city we love. A question to you as a pedestrian: why is it that we have to take our life in our hands? Another question: why is it that Lincoln Ressler, mega proponent of safety, feels free to break laws riding the wrong way on streets and no helmet? Another: why is it that Crystal Hudson, the chair of the Aging Committee no less, is unembarrassed to ride on a sidewalk, also breaking the law? Want pictures? Ask me, I have the receipts. The ableism, ageism, and hypocrisy, yes, hypocrisy, are unacceptable. Pass 606, Priscilla's Law. Your father, mother, grandparents will thank you for it, and so will we. And I'm struck by what's up there. A government of the people, by the people, for the people. Well, wait a minute. It looks like it's a government of the people, by the people, for transportation alternatives, a lobby. Let's get real, folks. You've recognized any number of these TA people here. Hi, how you doing? We only get our lousy 2 minutes here to tell you that we need to be safe. So please, pay attention.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the chair and for the council members who've remained here today to listen to the people. I have to go off script. After listening to Commissioner Rodriguez, I didn't realize before today that e-bike riders are a protected class whose interests supersede those of the rest of the citizens of New York. I cannot comprehend how a DOT chair has become a champion of law-breaking, ableist riders who endanger our communities, showing very little concern about the pedestrians who've been terrorized. Well, Ydanis Rodriguez may not support Priscilla's Law, but my community does. I'm a 40-year resident of the Upper West Side and the founder of an active community organization who support Bill 606. I've lived through the fiscal crisis, blackouts, the crack epidemic, and 9/11. Yet in all the years I've lived here, I've never experienced the fear and danger to my personal safety as I have in the last 3 years. There's rarely a day I leave my apartment when I'm not weaving and dodging chaotic e-bike traffic on the sidewalks and in the streets. The quality of life for our communities has dropped dramatically. There's no topic garnering more disdain than what's happened to the safety of our streets since the advent of lawless and unaccountable e-bikes, violating existing laws. I travel all over Europe for my work, but there is no city where I feel less safe than New York. I ask the City Council to stop the madness, protect our citizens, and pass Priscilla's law. And I'd like to know, Chair Brooks Powers, if, being as there are two similar laws up for review, if you will support Bill 606.
Thank you for your question. I support the spirit of 606, and as I've shared before, the only concern I have really is in terms of the implementation of it, hence the introduction of 1131, which is not necessarily saying that it would not lead to the same outcome, but it's to be able to look at it more globally. I think there are other components that still need to be addressed as well in terms of the accountability piece that's included there. But I'm committed to working with each of you. I've met with Janet, and Andrew. We've had conversations as well to talk about those concerns. And so again, the issue in itself is an important issue and is being prioritized by the council. I think everyone wants safety. I think it looks a little different in terms of how we achieve that, and that's what I want to explore in a comprehensive way. So understand, like I said earlier, and I'm serious, I've walked out of my office door, and I may not be a senior, but I've almost been run over by a moped too. So it's not something that we don't see and that I don't hear. Also, being the chair of transportation infrastructure, people call, text, email, inbox, everything, and I see that too. So we do know inaction is not an option. So this is the start of the conversation, and I look forward to continuing it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Pacheco. I'm a resident in Jackson Heights in Queens. I am here in full support of Intro 606, Priscilla's Law. I'm also here speaking in support of the hundreds and hundreds of victims of e-vehicle violence. And also I'm speaking here in support of the thousands and thousands of neighbors who are afraid of becoming the next victim. I'd like to talk about Jackson Heights, my neighborhood, specifically 34th Avenue, which has become, with 26 blocks of closed streets, have become the speedway for this reckless e-vehicle riders and have injured children and seniors alike. And it is so serious, the crisis is so serious that our city councilman, Chakar Krishnan, called for a town hall meeting, and he called it moped crisis. Although there was nothing spoken about solving anything about the crisis, it did one important thing, and he forced the councilman to acknowledge that there is a problem, that there is a crisis. So today, I call upon this council to reject the special interest nonsense that was spoken here today. I just call upon this council to apply common sense and pass Priscilla's Law. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. Next panel, Lynn Glassner, Gail Benjamin, David Tobias, Allie Ryan, Virginia Ryan, Karen Sugru, Kathleen Conry. Kathleen Connery.
Good evening. My name is David Tobias. I'm a criminal defense attorney at the Legal Aid Society, and I'm a resident of Woodside. I'm here today on behalf of myself and the Legal Aid Society to urge you to vote no on Intro 606. Our hearts go out to all the community members who have suffered from e-bikes, scooters, and mopeds. However, Intro 606 would not stop those harms. Infrastructure changes will. This bill is an overreach that would have a disparately negative impact on New Yorkers of color, as it expands the power of the New York Police Department to stop, frisk, and question New York City cyclists, the majority of whom, according to reporting by DOT, are people of color. In my work at the Legal Aid Society, my colleagues and I see the continued disgraceful racial disparity in who the police stop on our streets and who prosecutors send into our courtrooms charged with crimes. We also know from the September NYPD Monitor Report, the Yates Report, that the officers who stop New Yorkers without legal cause are rarely disciplined, demonstrating the culture of impunity that continues to exist unchecked within NYPD and would contribute to this legislation's invitation for police to harass New Yorkers with no consequences. The same council that ended the policing of jaywalking must not now embrace this legislation that, if enacted, will give NYPD yet one more reason to stop people on bikes, many of whom are working people from immigrant backgrounds who may be more vulnerable to the collateral consequences of criminal charges. Intro 606 would bring devastating collateral consequences to everyday life in New York by essentially legalizing and encouraging NYPD to stop, frisk, and question people on bikes, massively expanding police power.
Thank you.
Well, yes.
Thank you. If you could submit the rest in written
Okay.
form. Thank
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
you. I just ask everyone, please adhere to the 2 minutes. We still have a lot of people left.
Hi, is that okay? Hi, my name is Lynn Glasser. I'm an Upper West Side resident. I've been here most of my life, and never have I ever seen anything like what's going on now with bicycles. One of the many bogus complaints of the bike lobby who oppose 606 is that the bill doesn't specify, and this is a quote, whether accessibility devices like motorized wheelchairs would be included. That's from yesterday's Streets blog. Have you ever seen a motorized wheelchair in a bike lane? It's such an outrageous image that it would be funny if it weren't part of an argument that's supposed to be serious. The lobbyist argument in defending minorities is a red herring. It's a preemptive claim that reminds people of police behaving badly, which is a police problem. It's not a bike problem, and not a problem that's going to deal with safety, which they are responsible for, and doing safely in arrest and stopping within the context of the law. It's a presumption that they would target e-bike riders. While claiming to want to protect minorities from the big bad police tactics, they promote the stereotype that all deliveristas are minorities or immigrants, and it's they who are causing the problem. This is simply not true. And as you've heard today, there are many of the people who were injured and died even from bike riders who were not on e-bikes and not deliveristas. They were on city bikes or even their own bikes. The fact is that it's very rare to see any biker stopped at a red light, regardless of their color or ethnicity. In reality, they're giving deliveristas a bad rap. More importantly, what about pedestrian safety? We are the majority. The bikers are creating havoc on the streets and sidewalks is a known no.
Thank you. We just ask that you submit the rest of that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
My name is Gail Benjamin. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Oh, thank you. My name is Gail Benjamin. Thank you for the opportunities to speak today. I'm here for many reasons. First and foremost, I'm here to support 606. Secondly, I'm here to support my friend Judea, who was hit by a bike 2 weeks after having a procedure on her knee. She was standing in the crossing zone on 71st and 2nd, when she was struck by a bike and fell to her knees. The rider looked at it and said, "Oh, sorry," and sped off. Luckily, several bystanders helped her get up and brought her to safety. Excuse me. I'm here for the 3,500 plus members of the East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association. I'm on the steering committee. The most frequent complaints we get are about e-bikes and e-scooters that ride on the sidewalks, don't obey the lights, go fast, just go any which way. People say they fear for their safety. They're afraid to go walk on the streets. Our group includes many seniors, and they are especially concerned as an accident for one of them could change their life dramatically. I'm also a community liaison with the 19th Precinct, and I regularly go to their police community council meetings. Here, too, the same complaint from people. It's not about crime all the time or safety. It's about e-bikes. And what can the New York Police and New York City do about reining them in? I'm here for all the members of the New York City E-Bike Safety Alliance who have been hit by an e-vehicle and whose lives have been altered since, several of whom have lost their occupations as a result. I'm here for me. The other day, had a stranger not pushed me out of the way, I would have been victim number 99. I'm here because we need to make our streets again. I'm here because we need Priscilla's Law 606. It's like the Wild West out there. And unlike the gentleman on the left who thinks infrastructure will help, it's not infrastructure. We need to change people's behavior.
Thank
and
you.
the only way we're going to do that is when we hold people accountable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia?
Hi, I'm Virginia Ryan, a 12-year-old bicyclist in 7th grade. This year, I was allowed to walk to school by myself with my little sister. Over the course of the school year, I've been almost run over by multiple e-bikes several times. Children are in more danger than others because we have disadvantages which adults generally do not have. First off, we are shorter. E-bikes don't really bother to look at who's in their path, and when they do, people don't really look down at the little kids in their path. Additionally, kids like myself generally have very heavy backpacks, which means that we can't dodge bikes very easily, so we can be hit. So, as well as being a kid, I'm a bicyclist, as I said. Whenever an e-bike passes by me, I feel scared. This is because I know, as a cyclist, that with one twist of our handlebars, they could easily slam right into me. On a regular bike is dangerous enough, but with an e-bike, the force of your engine could literally kill me, whether I'm off my bike or on it. Another problem with e-bikes is that they run red lights. Once when I was walking home from school with my mom and sister, we were going to walk across the street when suddenly a pack of e-bikes ran the red light and almost killed us. Another time, we had just gone off of a bus when an e-bike whizzed past us on the sidewalk and actually brushed past my sister. Another step and she would be dead instead of bruised. Whenever I am walking to school without adults, I feel afraid for my life, not just because of a fear of that they might run me over, but also from the knowledge I have as being raised as a bicyclist on the streets of New York. I wish that they would obey the rules of traffic, just like how I have to do, to make New York a safer place for everyone. Please pass Priscilla's Law Intro 606. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your advocacy.
Hello, my name is Allie Ryan. I'm Virginia's mom, and I have been advocating for this legislation as well as state legislation to register and to insure e-bikes for several years. And I constantly talk about how I'm a mom. And so I asked my daughter to come today to experience what it's like engaging with government. And so, but I want to talk about, I actually have been a bicyclist from the mid-2000s. I do, because I've run for city council before, I actually do follow the rules of the road. I grew up participating in critical mass and saying, we are traffic. In the Bloomberg administration, I had friends who got tickets for going through red lights. It's a mayoral issue. It depends, under de Blasio and under Adams, no one's been gotten a ticket for going through a red light. So when Jumaane Williams and Commissioner Rodriguez advocate that it's okay for delivery workers and migrants to break the law, e-bikes accidents are low because there's no category in the NYPD and the DMV software system. So legalizing e-bikes back in 2020, it's been 4 years. They've created unforeseen consequences that need to be corrected. One, you need to pass Priscilla's Law. Number two, don't pass Intro 1131. We don't need another task force. Hold an oversight hearing and require the DOT to answer questions. They have 4 years of data. And number three, amend Gail Brewer's resolution. Instead of Brad Hoylman's law, use Senator Dabo's law, S 9208, with the companion bill by Assembly Member Jennifer Rajkumar, A9114. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Kathy Conry. I am 77 years old. I've lived in New York City since 1966, in Midtown, the Village, the Upper West Side, and now for the last 47 years at Manhattan Plaza in aptly named Hell's Kitchen. I and my neighbors live in constant fear every day we leave our apartments. My most recent brush with death was last Saturday evening while waiting for the number 11 bus. I was nearly run over by a speeding delivery bike from the sidewalk coming from 42nd Street and over to 9th Avenue in the street heading north on the southbound traffic and missing me by inches. I could have been one of the victims speaking today had I even survived. New York City pedestrians of all ages deserve to be able to cross the streets or wait for public transportation safely without fear of being hit, dismembered, or killed. I think we'd all prefer to die from natural causes. The testimonies of victims here today is heart-wrenching, and it's time to pass Priscilla's Law now to ameliorate this catastrophic failure due to the lack of concern by our lawmakers. You were elected to serve and protect the people of New York, and it's time to do it. Please.
Thank you.
I rest my case.
Thank you to this panel. We're going to call up the next panel. Richard Easley. Donald Reed. Martin Heng. Martin. Jacqueline Savage. Justin Levine. Elizabeth Balin.
Good afternoon. I am an 80-year-old retired actor who has lived and worked in New York City since 1968, now living gratefully in subsidized housing in Hell's Kitchen. I survived the 70s, 2 plagues, and numerous mayoral regimes, and am still pretty mobile on my feet. Yet, my biggest fear is that I might not survive a trip to the grocery store, the barbershop, or a restaurant in my neighborhood because of being mowed down by an unlicensed and unidentifiable vehicle running a red light or going the wrong way through the bike lane or speeding toward me or behind me on the sidewalk. That very real fear is why I'm here today to plead for the passage of Priscilla's Law, bring safety and accountability to the lawlessness and recklessness we as pedestrians, and especially seniors, face every day in our chaotic streets. The people you've heard today who have experienced firsthand the tragedy of this lawlessness, I am here also in support of them. I'd just like to add that after 2 years of writing emails and calling offices, even though some of the committee decided not to stay for all of the testimony, I feel like this is the first time my voice has been heard. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Martin Hannon. Thank you for having me. After hearing the other victims' stories, I see that I'm a lucky one. Back in February 2021, I was riding my bicycle on the bicycle path of the FDR Drive, enjoying an unusually warm winter day. On about 20th Street, on the bicycle path, I got sideswiped by a motorized bike. I was knocked to the ground, and when I looked up, the guy that hit me stopped, looked down at me, and then rode away. I looked at my hand, and I saw my bone was bulging out. I didn't know what to do, so I got back onto my now mangled bicycle and rode straight to my doctor's office. The doctor told me that my hand was not broken, but when I was sure that it was, and she suggested just icing it for the next 24 hours. The following day, I went to the 7th Precinct. Sorry, lost my spot. And I told them what happened. And they asked me, why didn't you stay at the scene of the accident? They couldn't help me because I left the scene. My hand continuously got worse. 1 month later, it was still swollen and discolored, so I finally went to HSS to be told that my hand was actually broken. I emailed numerous politicians and DOT telling them what happened to me, but none of them responded to me. I wondered at the time, what if this actually happened to them or a family member? But I am happy to see today that some politicians are concerned. Since that day, I avoid riding my bicycle 90% of the time out of fear. And when I do, I'm always looking over my shoulder, making sure that there's no e-bikes or scooters around. I bought myself an indoor stationary bike to do my exercise, but I'd much rather be outside riding. My hand has never been the same since the accident. Opening up jars is impossible. 3 years of doing hand therapy, I can't even make a fist. And I think it's very unfair that we have to live like this. We need safer streets, and I'm all for Priscilla's Law.
Thank you. And we have the written testimony.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Bale, and I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Marilyn Levin, who is physically unable to attend this hearing. The following is Marilyn's statement. On 4/16/24, I was walking on West 67th Street in Central Park when I was hit by an e-biker who left the scene. Since that date, my life has completely changed. I was thrown off my feet, unconscious, and had a concussion. Thank goodness a Good Samaritan called 911 because I was unconscious and unaware of what had happened to me. I had the fibula and tibia bones in my left leg severed from my knee, requiring them to be surgically reattached. I was transported by FDNY ambulance to Weill Cornell, where I was treated for 1 week. I was then transferred to a horrific inpatient rehab, which was like being in hell. While there, I got a severe infection in the wounds of my left leg, which were caused by poor, ineffective care at the rehab. Due to this severe infection, I had to be admitted to the Hospital for Special Surgery for another 3 weeks. In July 2024, I left HSS and came home to recuperate. I'm still recuperating at home with intensive PT and require additional surgery in January. When I spoke to the FDNY ambulance employee who was putting me in the ambulance, I was told I was hit by an e-biker who was going 10 miles an hour. The name of the biker was never reported as it should have been. Why aren't e-bike accidents reported in the same way as automobile and other motorized vehicle accidents, with the police being contacted and the names of the individuals involved reported to the proper authorities? No police or FDNY report was made.
Thank you. We just have to send the rest in writing, please. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Savage. I am 75 years old. Since the advent of electric vehicles, I have never been as frightened to cross the street as I am now. I've come close to being hit countless times, often 2 or 3 times in a day. Never before have I had to have this degree of hypervigilance due to the fear that an e-vehicle will come speeding down the street from my left, from my right, or behind me. Just as cars need to adhere to the rules of the road to maintain safety for all pedestrians and drivers, so too do e-vehicles need to adhere to the same rules of the road. Regulation is essential to maintain safety and accountability. I implore you to pass this common sense bill, Priscilla's Law 0606, into law so that lives will be saved and injuries averted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. My name is Don Reed. I live in Midtown on the east side, and I want to thank Chairperson and Committee Person Farias for staying. I'm going to be pretty quick. I'm on the Safety Committee of a neighborhood association. I belong to a senior center, and I attend meetings at the 17th Precinct for the community. I concur with everything that's been said here, and it's, the fear level has gone up far more in this city than we can tolerate. And now is the time to do something. I'm not going to repeat the horror stories that are referred to or what's in my testimony. I'm just going to go down there to the root cause. And the root cause is simple. If you're not you can do anything you want if nobody knows who you are, right? Huh? Nobody can identify me. I can be that guy, that assassin. But, Chairman, I will say that, and I agree with the police report, you got to be able to identify somebody, or else the report doesn't get made. They don't do anything. So what's the solution? Very quickly, on these e-bikes, you got to have a license plate. And if you don't have a license plate, poof, they're gone. And every story I heard here that nobody, no e-bike stopped and tried to help. They just poof. Nobody knew who they are. So I would ask, instead of kicking the can down the road and doing a task force, and I'm sorry, I don't mean kicking the can down the road as a task force. We need to get something, and this is the best thing on the table now, Chairman. I've heard nothing. I've heard nothing.
Sir, I'm sorry. You're going to have to put the rest in writing because I would like to get to everyone because otherwise we may have to recess this hearing to another day.
Yeah.
Please allow other people.
I will.
To
I just
speak.
want to say,
a lot of
please
people,
do the
sir.
right thing.
Thank you. Next.
This is now on again. Good evening. It's now evening, I think. I'd just like to charge anyone in this room or anyone that was in this room that e-bikes are a menace. They are obviously a problem. There obviously needs something to happen. Obviously, the paramount issue is safety. Everyone wants safety. Everyone's in agreement that safety is the issue. However, there are two ways to respond. There is either prevention or there is accountability. And you can have both. You can have one or you can have the other. And so the question is, how do you proceed? And so the way that usually you proceed when you come with a problem is you look to the past, you look to history, you look for statistics, you look for other solutions rather than just knee-jerking and responding, assuming that you know the best. There have been 5 cities in North America who have actually implemented e-bike licensing, and they've all canceled them, including Toronto, which I don't know where you got that stat. I got the stat from toronto.ca, which they still have, you do not require a license in order to have an e-bike in Toronto, along with 5 other cities, including LA and Seattle. So we should look to those people, the people that have actually implemented that, and then it failed. We should have, say, someone to go there and talk to them and say, what has gone wrong? Is there a better way to do licensing? Is there a better way to do something in accordance with licensing? That's what we need to do. We don't want to just knee-jerk and say, oh, licensing, that's definitely the issue. That's been proven to be not the issue in 6 other different cases. So I'd like to have a committee that actually figures out what the solution is, whether it be licensing, which is definitively a possibility that is not off the table, and I think the chairman has tried to make that very clear, and just come up with a better solution for everybody, to have better safety and to have better accountability and to have everyone not be menaced by bikes. It's terrifying. If you took all of the talk about the fact that people are
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. We've been joined by Councilmember Bottcher. I just want to call a couple of names again, just to make sure they're still in the room. Jacqueline Savage.
Okay.
Okay. Leslie Clark. Thomas Lowy. Thomas Lowy. Thomas Lowy. Okay. Beth Goldstein. Beth Goldstein. Patty Myers. Patty Myers. Yep, okay, come on.
Patty.
Oh, actually, I think I did have Patty Ryan.
Patty Myers.
No, Myers.
Myers.
Are you Ryan? Patty Ryan? Oh.
Patty Myers? Patty Myers, right?
Dr. Eric R., because I cannot understand the last name. Okay. Susan Lee. Susan Lee. Okay. Lee. Joe Cianci.
Oh, okay.
Talia Schwartz. Talia. No, okay. Austin Prero. Michael Sutherland. Thank you for your penmanship, Michael. Oh, no.
Sorry,
Talia Schwartz. For this panel?
No.
Oh, we have a lot left. We have a couple hours left. Yep. Talia Schwartz? Okay, she's not here. Jules Heck? Jules Heck? Okay. Paul Crickler? Okay.
Just hold on one second because the translation.
Hi, Kim Kozak. You have something to say, or?
Yes, this is one of the interpreters, Chairwoman.
Hello.
You were calling a Thomas Lowry, but I see him virtually. Lowry, I think is the spelling, I'm assuming, as the interpreter. I apologize, but he's virtual.
Okay, we'll call him later.
Okay, yeah, we'll call him later then.
Thank
He's
you.
over there, yeah, I see him, he's like smiling at me right now. So he was trying to talk, but he couldn't off mute
Okay,
himself.
yeah, we'll put him to the end. Not the end,
Thank
but
you.
to the virtual portion. Thank you. Chris Sanders? Chris Sanders? Eleanor Wano?
Thank you to the chair for holding this hearing. My name is Michael Sutherland. I'm a born and raised Brooklynite, and I'm also the policy analyst at Open Plans, an organization that fights for a more livable city. The rise of e-micromobility has presented a number of challenges for our streetscape. It's important to recognize that. Introducing a new type of mobility at scale requires new infrastructure, education, and enforcement on the rules and laws associated with e-biking, and adjustments for all road users. However, Intro 606 does not really solve for any of these issues. It doesn't create new infrastructure, it doesn't educate e-bike users or the general public, and the behavior of bad actors is already illegal. Importantly, a program of the size and scale described in Intro 606 would be a monetary and staff burden on DOT, as we heard from the commissioner and other members of DOT earlier, and we've also seen that to be true in other cities, as others have mentioned during testimony. Funding that would theoretically be given to DOT to administer this program could be better used in virtually any way by continuing to build out the infrastructure or educating users, for example. DOT simply does not have the capacity or expertise to run this program. Not only would this program be expensive and difficult to administer, but unrealistic to enforce. The difference between a regular bicycle and an e-bike isn't always apparent, which could create confusion in enforcement. Aside from that, the current bad behavior, which again is already illegal, isn't really enforced to begin with, though it should be. And the mere presence of a license plate doesn't inherently change that. It doesn't inherently change driver behavior, and more importantly, it doesn't inherently change police enforcement patterns. I also have heard a couple of folks talk about how automated enforcement could catch these license plates. We believe that that would require another state law because currently they're designed to and authorized to capture DMV license plates. Instead of Intro 606, we believe that Intro 1131 provides a better path for all road users, it could provide real, actionable, systemic solutions, which is really what we need, identifying new creative solutions to these challenges and better understanding how to implement safety solutions that we know work at scale, like daylighting, bike lanes, for example. We can work to find a more equitable solution for all road users.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Austin Farad. I'm the Director of Safety and Zero Emission Fleet at a New York City logistics company operating electric cargo bikes and light electric vehicles for last mile delivery. This year, our company employees delivered over 4 million packages by cargo bike in New York City. We are proud of our commitments to safety, sustainability, and serving New Yorkers. Intro 606 is a largely redundant bill that will be extremely costly for the city government to implement successfully.
As a commercial bike operation, we comply with DOT requirements to install on our equipment a metal or plastic sign at least 3 inches by 5 inches with the business name and a unique bicycle ID number for each bicycle. Given that many of the complaints heard today involve commercial cyclists, what does Intro 606 provide that this DOT requirement does not? This bill is further misfocused. Many of the incidents that have injured the public have involved illegal mopeds and other illegal micromobility devices. This bill would neither legalize these devices nor register them, and their users would have the same status. Furthermore, all city bikes, another device cited by the bill's proponents, already have a standardized ID number on them. This bill is redundant. Similar registration efforts have been tried in other cities and have failed. I grew up in Houston, Texas, and lived and rode there while bike registration was on the books. I never had to do this because long ago the police department said not to enforce it anymore. We don't have to look far afield for failure either. Pedicaps have required registration and license plates for over a decade. The burdens of proper procedure have effectively snuffed out the more legitimate operators, and as the post's recent coverage illustrates, the landscape today is more lawless than it was before pedicab licensing. A flurry of news coverage has galvanized the NYPD into partially applying existing laws to police these vehicles. The negative externalities of Intro 606 continue. This bill would invite selective enforcement and profiling and discourage cycling amongst the general public. Higher rates of bike riders correlate to a safer road system for our employees and generates the support to construct the bike infrastructure that makes our bikers safer. Workers' comp rates for working cyclists are among the highest rates for non-specialty industries, and that is entirely due to the unsafe built environment in which they work. We want to deliver New York City the stuff they need sustainably on bike and do so safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank the council for holding this hearing today. My name is Patty Myers, and I'm here to advocate for Intro 606, Priscilla's Law, honor her beautiful life, Priscilla Loke, and speak on behalf of all the victims. I have lived in New York City for 20 years, and I work for the Department of Education as a teacher advisor for 30 years. Of those 30 years, 22 I spent in a drug, alcohol rehabilitation center for adolescents. And to say or imply that the 606 law is racist really insults me. All my students were the same, and I gave them the same love and help as I would anybody. After I retired, I volunteered at Langone Medical Center in a pediatric cancer care, and I'm still a docent at Museum at Eldridge Street on the Lower East Side. I've always loved the city and felt very safe. I would walk for miles and miles. To me, there was nothing better seeing all the sights and feeling the energy and spirit of fellow New Yorkers. All that changed on September 9, 2024, I was hit by an e-biker. He did not stop. I had to be transported by an ambulance. I had a fracture of the hip. I have a titanium rod and 2 screws. Now, 3 months later, I'm hobbling around with a cane. I'm trying my best to get around, but it's so difficult. The e-bikers are everywhere. They're on the sidewalk. Just yesterday, I saw an e-biker get out of the left lane just so he wouldn't have to wait to make a left at the red light. And I'm running out of time. I'm just pleading with you, please, to pass Priscilla's Law, have all the e-bikers registered and licensed. I can't understand why this has happened sooner.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Actually, no,
Okay,
you can submit
I
it in
know.
writing, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
Thank you.
Here, there you go. Hi, my name is Leslie Clark. I live in Greenwich Village. I'm kind of amazed and mystified by the apparently magical powers that have been attributed here to education and infrastructure. My neighborhood has about as much bike infrastructure as you could possibly want. There are bike lanes just about everywhere. There are even those red and green, biker, traffic signals. Bikers just go straight through them. It's the same thing as happens everywhere else. They go right through red lights. They go the wrong way. They go on the sidewalk. And the presence of the bike lane makes no difference. The other day I said to a guy next to me on the bike on the sidewalk, will you get off the sidewalk? The bike lane's over there. And he said, I don't want to use the bike lane. I want to be here. On another occasion, I hear that for the first time, I hadn't heard the term, a refuge, which is what the Commissioner Rodriguez referred to as that spot on a protected bike lane. I was standing there when a bike delivery guy came straight at me, laughing, and swerved off. That has nothing to do with infrastructure. I was on a bike on a sidewalk where 4 young men on city bikes came straight at me, drunk, and swerved around with me. That has nothing to do with infrastructure. When your behavior is not observable, when you are not identifiable, when it is okay to menace people on the road and the sidewalk, and that way, you will just do whatever you want to do. I will just say what everybody else has said here. The scariest part of my day is when I go to the gym in the morning, because I got to walk 5 blocks.
Thank you.
Infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Eric Radeski. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, a cyclist who usually does 700 to 800 miles a year on my bike, and I have been a victim of a violent crash involving a motorized e-bike, and that's why I support Intro 606. In May of 2022, I was hit by a motorized bicycle while I was riding my bike, a regular foot-powered bicycle. This was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, on Collier Street at Leonard Street. I just picked up my bike from a local repair shop. Over $300 worth of work was done in preparation for a ride from Brooklyn to Albany. As I rode on Collier Street with the flow of traffic, I saw a man on a bike heading towards me in the opposite direction. I could tell right away that he was on a motorized bike by his speed and because he was not pedaling. As we both approached the intersection from opposite directions, this man briefly turned onto Leonard Street, the side street, and seemingly out of the way. Then just seconds later, for a reason I will never understand, he turned back onto Collier Street and hit me head on. I had no time to maneuver out of the way. On impact, I flew off of my bike and into the street. I hit the pavement hard and sustained cuts and road burn on my arms and legs, but luckily I did not suffer any broken bones or other serious injuries. But that was dumb luck, and I could have been killed. As I lay on the ground, I heard a woman screaming. She turned out to be a pedestrian who witnessed the collision and could not help but scream from the violence of the impact. She and another witness came to my aid. They made sure I was not seriously injured and asked if I needed an ambulance. Meanwhile, the man who hit me, also thrown from his bike, quickly got back on it and motored away as fast as he could. He was not interested in helping me or apologizing, in claiming responsibility for his actions, or in facing any possible repercussions from the law. Before I could even get up, he was gone. I'm going to go off script just for the last few seconds here, because several things have been said today about the delivery system and how that incentivizes people to speed. It's not the apps. I was a delivery boy, a pizza delivery boy in this city for 5 years.
Thank you.
The more you deliver,
Thank you, doctor.
The more you make.
Thank you. Miss? Just turn on the mic. Just press the button on the mic.
Hi, my name is Eleanor. I live between Little Italy and Chinatown. I'm here to support the Intro 606. Before the pandemic, I was once hit on Grand Street while I was standing at the right way. This e-bike person with a huge package on the back of his bike was going the wrong way, and he struck my face and my cheeks with such pain that I was unable to identify him or chase after him. He probably disappeared without knowing he has hurt me. Luckily, there was this nice couple who went to the seafood market to get me a pack of ice to lessen my pain. Also, I used to work for the bank, and I have a bank customer whose daughter was also knocked down by the bike, and she ended up seeing the dentist. Okay, in Chinatown is a neighborhood with a lot of elders, especially like on Bowery Street. I saw e-bikes speeding between the cars during red light. The cars was on red, they stopped at the red light, but the e-bike still speed through. Imagine the older folks who won't see that, they might be hurt. And also lately, the DOT also put in a bike lane on Park Road next to the bus stop, and make the people cross the two-way bike lane to get on the bus island against our community opposition. Okay, this is very dangerous. I hope DOT heard that and removed that island. Okay, I understand the e-bike people need to make a living, but they still have to be responsible. Okay, everybody like to drive whatever they speed up, but freedom needs responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. We'll next call up Roxanne Delgado. Roxanne Delgado. Rosamond Giannoutos. I know I messed that up. Rosamond. Maxine DeZeta. Miss Maxine. Linda Lopez. Elizabeth Williams. Okay. Joanne Breet. Joanne Breet. Joanne Breet. Ronald. Let's go. Come on, Mr. Ronald. Julia Passop. Jason Fromowitz. Okay. We'll do one more. Calvin Michaels. Austin Celestin. Kenneth Winter. Fawn Sullivan. Sante Cardillo. And thank you for your patience. You've been right there the whole time.
Evening, Chair. My name is Roxanne Delgado. I'm a founder of Friends of Pelham Parkway. It's an environmental social justice group in the Bronx of Pelham Parkway. Now, I wrote 2 op-eds to the Bronx Times dated on November 21st, 2022 and June 19, 2023, because this issue has been plaguing our community for years now, ever since it was a pilot in the Northeast Side Bronx, Phase 1 and Phase 2. Now, regarding what I've been hearing for the past, 8 hours, car versus e-scooters, the difference is that cars are not being driven on sidewalks. That's the main issue. Because the issue we have in Pelham Park is sidewalks. Mostly the share e-scooters are being driven or ridden by underage kids, not only endangering themselves, but endangering others because they're being ridden on sidewalks. On sidewalks, we don't have traffic lights. On sidewalks, we don't have signage to say to pedestrians. This is basically a wild, wild west in the Pelham Parkway. And secondly, I'd like to ask the chair, please, even though you support the spirit and the Yadanis Rodriguez, the commissioner, supports the intent, we have been here for 8 hours. I lost a day of wages to be here. I work, and I am poverty-stricken, as most of the people in my community are. And I ask you, even if you don't support Priscilla Law, at least give it a vote. Don't allow it to languish in committee for another 3 years, because I can tell you this is the majority. The community, actually, one of the founders of EVSA came to Pelham Parkway to present this this proposed bill to our community, which is majority Black and brown people. And the majority said that they want safety because they want safety, as well as immigrants. Why, I don't know why they're bringing immigration into this, but immigrants also deserve safety because they're mostly uninsured. This does not only impact the person that is injured, it impacts the family that relies on them as bread provider, that loves them, their colleagues, neighbors who cry in tears about Priscilla because they lost someone. It's not just the person that died, but the person they leave behind, or the community that they leave behind. And I ask you please to provide this a vote on it, do the right thing for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir.
Hello, my name is Ronald Colangelo, and Roxy invited me to a meeting by the NYC EBSA, and you go there, you sit. She was complaining about the bikes that she mentioned flying around, and then you sit there and you listen to the horror stories they're telling you, and you just shake your head like you don't believe this is really happening in New York City. Then they had the local police department there, and they pretty much go, there's nothing we could do, there's no laws, there's nothing we can help you with. And then to have our, it's a racist thing. These things with these bikes, they don't see any color. People getting hurt. You don't see people's color, you see people just getting hurt. It could be anybody. And then when you hear that, you just boil because, it doesn't, people getting hurt. It doesn't matter what color they are. And then, they don't want to have license plates and they don't want to do this. And, it's all these people in Upper Manhattan. But you want safety for people in every borough. You want them in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, and in the Bronx, where lately we had a 3-year-old child run over by a guy on a scooter, knocked her over, lumped her up, and took off, dumped the bike, changed his clothes, and ran down the street. They eventually caught the guy, and the child is going to be fine, but, it could have went the other way. Instead of having a pine Christmas tree, she could have had a pine box. So now you get everybody, license plates, license plates. So I'm going to go home, take my license plate off my car, and everybody on my block. And we're just going to go up and down one-way streets, do 80 miles an hour, hit whatever we hit, and then we get out of the car, we leave it there and go, hey, I'll see you later. It's just a sad state of affairs. And my city councilman, Christie, I guess she didn't want to stay this long, and you still haven't fixed the clock.
Thank you, sir. Miss?
Is this right? Can you hear me now? Yeah, my name's Elizabeth Williams. Thank you very much for having us. I actually amended my statement a bit because you asked about data and different states and what they are doing. And I actually did some research on this. There was a study done by UC Berkeley on evaluating the linkage to underreporting pedestrian bicycle injuries. And I have it, and I will submit it with my testimony. And they are severely underreported. So this is the problem you're going to have. You're not going to have correct reporting. Also, the NTSB has done a recent study showing the prevalence of accidents with e-scooters and e-bikes. Okay? So they are on top of this. They see this as a serious issue, the NTSB. Okay? This is a serious health issue for all of us in New York and across the country, and indeed in other states, and I did do some research on this. New Jersey has pending legislation as of February 2024. New Jersey legislators introduced Bill S2292, proposing mandatory registration and insurance for all e-bike classes. The bill has passed the State Senate's Transportation Committee and is waiting to be ratified by the entire Senate. In Huntington Beach, California, where I used to live near LA, the City Council approved an ordinance granting law enforcement the discretion to issue civil and criminal citations for unsafe bike operation. It's so bad out there. This includes their authority to impound bikes And it goes on.
Thank
Santa
you.
Monica and Paris have done the same.
Thank you, Miss. And real quick, did you send up your testimony? I felt like you waved to me that you had it.
Oh, I have.
Sarge, if you could just get that for me, please.
I have
Miss?
studies.
Thank you.
You want my, don't you want my other study? Okay. What? I did my
I'm on,
homework.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Maxine DeSetter. I'm 85. I'm a retired New York City public school teacher, artist, and activist. My grandchildren are fifth-generation residents of Manhattan. Our family has ridden bikes for work and pleasure for generations, using poor deliveristas and black and brown folks against pedestrians who just want to safely cross streets is one of the more disgusting, self-serving agendas of those who want to profit from the new e-mobility surge in our city since the pandemic. I am perplexed why Class 1, 2, 3 e-bikes that can accelerate to 20, 25 miles per hour, the same as Class C mopeds, are not required to have license plates. The investors promoting e-bikes do not care about the poor immigrants who plow through our streets using the for-profit DoorDash and other apps to deliver food. They are worried they will not be able to profit from the exploitation of deliveristas. Although we have crash statistics for cars, we have little for e-bikes. What happened, New York? Any tourist or resident can rent an electric city bike or motorized bike without a license. When they cause injury or death to pedestrians, there is no accountability. There is no identification for witness to report. This, in the middle of Manhattan, with public transportation and a walkability score of 100. Priscilla's law only mandates responsibility for motorized bicycles. Licensing and registration seems a small price to pay for safety in one of the most densely populated cities in the United States. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Indonesia has these laws for e-bikes.
Thank you.
Indonesia.
And the rule still goes, please do not be disruptive or she will be asked to leave. Next.
My name is Jason Fromwitz. I'm a member of Manhattan Community Board 6 and the chair of its Transportation Committee. Today, however, I'm speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the board. I recognize the urgent need to improve safety for all vulnerable road users, including pedestrians and cyclists. However, I am here to strongly oppose the proposed bill to require e-bikes to be registered, as it is not the right solution to address these challenges. E-bikes are used extensively by delivery workers, many of whom are immigrants performing grueling, low-paid work in difficult and often dangerous conditions. I am the grandson of 4 immigrants to this country and city, and I deeply empathize with the challenges that these workers face. During the COVID-19 pandemic, delivery workers were celebrated as heroes, risking their health to deliver food and groceries to New Yorkers. Even today, they brave the snow, rain, and freezing temperatures, enabling many others to focus on their families, business, or avoid the harsh conditions themselves. The topics of e-bike safety have been discussed extensively at Manhattan Community Board 6 over the past several years, and I've observed a disturbing theme in those conversations. During these discussions, individuals have consistently described delivery workers in coded or explicitly racist terms. Just last week, during a meeting of the board, someone called delivery cyclists a pandemic, and in the hearing today, Councilmember Holden referred to it as an epidemic. This kind of language underscores the bias that is often underlying these debates. To be clear, calling for safety measures is not inherently racist, but we must ensure that our solutions do not perpetuate systematic inequalities. A registration and licensing system for e-bike workers would disproportionately burden immigrant workers and deepen existing inequalities under the guise of safety. Instead of measures that stigmatize and penalize this workforce, we need policies that respect their contributions and prioritize safety for all vulnerable road users. I urge you to oppose this bill and pursue thoughtful, equitable solutions that truly reflect the values of New York City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the council who are still here, members of the public, my name is Santes Cardillo. I have been using a bicycle as transportation on the streets of New York since 1981 when I immigrated here, and I speak today in support of Priscilla Law. I am a community activist also, and advocating, among other issues, that bikes with motors of any kind be matriculated, insured, and licensed, as should their drivers. I believe these provisions are already in the law, but they are not applied. Those of you who interact administratively with the NYPD may be familiar with the institution, as they call it, of, quote, police discretion. I learned of it at the Citizens Police Academy, which I attended at the request of my local precinct in order to improve community relations. It means that the police department, a patrolman at large, can choose if and which laws to apply at any given moment. Political, social, and cultural pressure must be brought on the NYPD to sensitize them to the importance of the enforcement of Priscilla and all traffic laws regarding public safety. Like Priscilla, unexpectedly, I became the victim of a hit-and-run e-bike criminal some weeks ago. The 6th Precinct has a photograph of the perpetrator, here he is, who operates in the area. If the NYPD had dedicated a billionth of the resources they produced to capture Luigi Mangione, the offender would be in custody. Instead, I am left to nurse a broken hip without any compensation. If economic development is a factor in the attitude institutions adopt towards e-bike, so must be the economic damage they cause to citizens left destitute and without recourses by the institutions. A police department, I must add, that reacts with statistics and lip service, as did the commissioner this morning, to community concerns, trumpeting how many summonses they have issued to, quote, bikes without distinction between the easy marks that mostly noxious cyclists without a motor make and the menace that motorbikes are.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Please ask me questions. I have lots more to say.
You can submit that. Thank you. Councilmember Holden, you have a question? Can you make it quick, please?
Jason, you're a member of
You
Community
mean
Board.
Sante? Oh, no. Sorry, me or him?
Him.
Sorry.
You're a member of Community Board 6. I was a member for 30 years. You're saying, but you're not offering any solutions in here at all. You know, and I called it an epidemic, and I think some of the victims might even use stronger language. But somehow you've connected to racism, a red light, or a speed camera, or a red light camera. You don't mind that for cars, do you?
I don't believe that the bill in itself is racist, nor the suggestion for improvements to
So what's your solution?
Manhattan Community Board 6 has passed a resolution.
No, but what's your solution, Jay?
Well, I also support the resolution that Manhattan Community Board 6
Which is?
We believe that there are measures of education, design improvements to slow down bicyclists, better regulations to require.
And you know, you're saying this, but you heard all the victims, and you're just telling them, we need education. We don't need something for accountability, which you're not willing to back, nor your board is willing to back, which is, I think, very short-sighted, and you're just covering up the problem and kicking it down the road. How about something real from the community board or you that we could get a handle on this and put an end to it? Because seniors, and I'm a senior, we feel unsafe, but you're saying, well, we're racist if we propose a bill that would add accountability. That's ridiculous. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
If I can respond?
Very briefly.
Okay. Obviously, the bill in itself is not racist. What is racist is the underlying tone of the nature of the need for enforcement and the people.
So
that
how
this
is
law would target.
calling it an epidemic racist, which you alluded to? You said, look at the language that Councilman Holden used. It's racist to say it's an epidemic.
I believe it's dehumanizing to refer to people as an epidemic. To refer to hardworking people as an epidemic.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm talking. By the way, the Priscilla Look was killed by somebody on a city e-bike.
Thank you.
What do you got to say about that?
Obviously, it's a tragic loss of life.
Okay,
Nobody should suffer
great.
at the hands of any sort of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. We'll call the next panel. Elizabeth Fine. Okay. Emily Friedenberg. Merrill Laborde. Insung Choi. Hayden Brockett. Hayden Brockett, Jess Joseph, Jess Joseph, Jess Joseph, James Darcy, James Darcy, Jason Gladstone, Thomas Raingold, Susan Lund, Patricia Hannon, Stephanie Bowman. Sorry, Stephen is late. Sorry, Stephen Bowman. Alex Duncan. You could get started on the end right here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you to the chair for hearing my testimony. We just received notice while in this room today that another pedestrian was killed on our streets in Staten Island, killed by an SUV. We know that cars are what are killing people, and this hearing is a bit of a distraction from the bulk of the problem. There is a continued pedestrian safety crisis in New York City, which is crucial to address. Intro 606 is misguided. Any death or injury by e-scooter or e-bike is too many, but to fully address this crisis, our attention and resources need to focus on the most grievous need. 98% of New Yorkers killed in traffic crashes this year were hit by cars, trucks, mopeds, or motorcycles, all vehicles that would not be addressed by Intro 606. For anyone concerned about pedestrian safety, let's focus on the vehicles that have killed more than 100 pedestrians this year alone in our city, including 14 children and 36 seniors. In addition, 606 would be ineffective. NYPD already has the ability to enforce all the rules it insists e-bikers are breaking, including riding on the sidewalk. This bill would not change that. It will make enforcement less likely by giving an additional non-safety related concern to enforce. As an example, mopeds are already required to be licensed and registered, and they are clearly not any safer for it. For instance, the moped that hit a 3-year-old in the Bronx was not a scooter, it was a moped, and it would not be covered by this law. Mopeds have killed 5 pedestrians so far this year. By discouraging people from riding e-bikes, you're pushing them into more dangerous modes like cars and mopeds. As my council member Chi Ose has agreed today, Intro 606 would also disproportionately harm Black and brown New Yorkers by giving the NYPD reason to stop them while riding any form of micromobility, including non-electric bikes, which are difficult to visually distinguish. As a white woman, I will not be stopped on my bike. Others will. Existing enforcement targets people of color already. 90% of people ticketed for biking on the sidewalk, which is already illegal, are people of color, and the vast majority are on streets without protected bike lanes where there's nowhere safer to ride. If passed, Intro 606, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready. My name is Patricia Hannum. I was born on May 17, 1943. I'm a retired woman living in Brooklyn. On August 12th, while crossing an intersection with a light, I was hit head-on by 2 kids racing on city e-bikes and was thrown 10 feet onto the pavement face first. I ended up at Weill Cornell. They had to reconstruct my face. My teeth still are in severe disarray. I have to wait another few months before they can even rebuild my jaw. My medical bills were paid for the trauma, but as an octogenarian on Medicare, there's no way I can get any reimbursement for my rebuilding my jaw and my teeth. But mostly I'm grateful. I'm grateful that I live in New York. I'm grateful that I got good medical care, and also that in the trauma rooms that people were very concerned about this e-bike, that they're seeing more and more people in the emergency rooms, and my daughter-in-law was able to advocate for me. But what was most surprising to me was when I went to the police to file a report, I was amazed to hear that almost no victims in e-bike accidents are feel that they can report, they could file a police report because they have no proof, because they're hit-and-run accidents. I was very lucky. I got a detective who was very sympathetic, and he found videos. However, he said these videos don't do anything other than to prove that you were telling the truth. There's no way I can identify that bike because there is no number system on it. There's no licensing. Therefore, there's no accountability. And the policeman also spoke to me about the fact that they're discouraged from, anyway.
Thank you, but you can submit the rest in writing?
Yeah, I'll send it.
Thank you. You can start.
Hello, my name is Meryl Laborde. I live in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Intro 606 and in support of Intro 1131. Living in an area that's underserved by public transit, I rely on bikes as my primary mode of transportation. E-bikes allow me to balance multiple jobs as well as volunteer advocacy, both of which take me all over the city. Through my own experiences, I have suffered the consequences of our unsafe streets, including but not limited to being struck by a car and suffering a traumatic brain injury. My own experiences are why I'm here to ask the City Council to reject Intro 606 and instead support proven and workable solutions, safer street design, enforcement of existing legislation, and app regulations. The Department of Transportation is already overburdened and failing to meet the legal requirements for protected bike lane miles in the streets plan. Forcing them to develop, implement, and manage a licensing program means further strain on a department that lacks the resources and capacity to do their job. While the licensing would be on DOT, Intro 606 would put the onus of safety on enforcement by the NYPD. The NYPD has proven it cannot be the agency to keep New Yorkers safe from traffic violence, with enforcement dropping significantly over the years as fatalities and serious injuries continue to rise. Instead of creating safer streets, this legislation will give NYPD the power to pull over anyone just for riding a bike, regardless of if they've broken a law. This will undoubtedly discourage bike use, lead to over-policing of working-class New Yorkers, and disproportionately affect people of color and deliveristas. Instead of voting for this legislation, which will discourage biking while burdening the under-resourced DOT, I encourage you to support proven safe street solutions, enforce existing regulations requiring delivery companies to provide commercial cyclists with the necessary equipment and training to do their job safely, support stronger protections for delivery workers to make their jobs safer and disincentivize dangerous riding behavior, make it easier for DOT to meet the goals of the streets plan, and redesign streets to allocate space for safe travel modes. Thank you.
I'm Stephen Bauman. I'm an 82-year-old retired research and development scientist. I wanted to look at the numbers because I've seen so many things around, and I've essentially broken the last 12 years worth of data that's publicly available on the open database from the MV 104 reports down to figure out what it is, and broken it down by city council district. Essentially, there have been about 600K citywide numbers in terms of injured and 3K killed. It breaks down as follows. 70% of the injured were motorists, only 40% were killed. 8% cyclists, 9% cyclists were killed. 19% of the injuries were pedestrians, but 51% were those of the killed. The point is, despite what has been said, the license on a car is not what has reduced the death toll. It's shoulder harnesses and a lot of other things. The point is, with regard to examining single incidents with regard to cause of pedestrian crashes from the published data, essentially 96% of the crashes were due to motor vehicles, 98% were due to, of deaths were due to, pedestrian deaths were due to motor vehicles. What this means is the following. Suppose the proposed legislation were 100% successful. It would only include 2% of the accidents. So 100% success rate means a 2% gain or reduction in fatalities. Whereas if what was proposed for education and so forth were 10% effective, it would mean a 9% gain.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alex Duncan, also sometimes known as Miser. I want to start by saying that people don't need e-bikes. They don't need cars, and they don't need mass transit. What they need is transportation. The bike, the car, the mass transit, those are all tools that help them achieve the thing that they need. So the question is, how do we as a society provide that, and how do we do it best and safest? Several times today, notably when Commissioner Rodriguez and Comptroller Landers' rep were speaking, they gave stats about the relative dangers of cars and bikes and were roundly booed by the supporters of this bill. That kind of gives up the game that this is about safety. When you're booing objective reality in service of vilifying bikes and the people that ride them, you aren't interested in safety. You're fighting a dumb culture war. Because objective reality is very clear here. Cars are the killers on our streets. Cars are the #1 killer of children under 13. #1, and that's by far, and it's a fact. Not just compared to e-bikes, compared to everything. It's not e-bikes killing children on the street of New York. Cars kill, cars maim, and cars crash 300 times a day in this city in the 5 boroughs. And that's just the reported crashes. The likely ones are much higher. The only way to get people out of their cars is to provide alternatives like e-bikes. E-bikes objectively save lives when people choose them instead of cars. Again, people need transportation and they need to choose a mode. Every single person on an e-bike massively reduces the danger to the public, and anecdotal stories do not change that. These are statistics. We're dealing with a large number of people. Are there harms from any of these modes? Yes, of course.
Thank you.
It's about relative
Thank you.
harms.
Next.
Hello, council members. I'm here as a Park Slope resident of Council District 39, a dense and heavily biked area and neighborhood, to testify against Intro 606. E-bike registration has been shown to be ineffective as a means of reducing pedestrian violence. It is extremely expensive to enforce, to the tune of costing $19 million, and this is a conservative estimate. Cities across the country have repealed their e-bike registration programs due to how vastly useless they are, with low registration, high levels of bureaucracy required, and no real reduction in harm. Councilmember Holden has repeatedly cited cities that have repealed these laws due to how ineffective and expensive they are to administer. This proposal gives the NYPD allowance to pull over any bike rider for any reason, regardless of an infraction that was witnessed. That is by definition stop and frisk. We already have a litany of statistics that stop and frisk laws disproportionately target brown bodies. I am filled with dread at the prospect of giving the NYPD more power to do more of the same. There actually exists effective ways of getting e-bikes off of the sidewalks and reducing pedestrian violence. Protected bike lanes and daylighting, which is increasing visibility at crosswalks and intersections by removing obstacles and increasing lighting. They have been shown by DOT and other transportation organizations to be very effective. This proposal is not that. Recklessly passing a law that has been repealed or ineffective in every city it's been passed in to just do something when it's unclear how 606 actually will lead to enforcement is dangerous. Many of the cases talked about today where identification was successful, the NYPD declined to seek further legal action. But let's pass legislation that actually fixes this. I want to thank the council for their time and patience today, and I want to urge you to decline this proposal.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. We'll next call up Joshua Wood. Gustavo Ache. Okay. Joshua Wood. Okay. Peggy Yanis. Peggy Yanis. Peggy? Okay. Thanks. Luis Cortez. Luis Cortez. Fortunato Librado. Fortunato Librado. Corey Hannigan. Corey Hannigan. Joel Maxman. Carrie Michaels. Kevin Guzman. Kevin Guzman. Louis Anderson. Louis Anderson. Bonnie Gerard. Bonnie. Karina Kaufman Gutierrez. Karina Kaufman Gutierrez. Alita Camp. Florence Friedman. Sharon Nussbaum. Are you Shara? Okay, thank you. Noted, thank you. And thank you. Maria Darzillo? Maria? Who did this? Who did this? Joshua Wood. Joshua Wood. I feel like I called that name before. Bernadette Ferrara. Come on down.
Hi, my name is Florence Friedman. A year ago at 7:30 p.m., I was knocked down by a motorized bicycle riding on the sidewalk on West 14th Street and 6th Avenue, on the sidewalk. The rider, who appeared to be a delivery man, did not stop. I was in a state of shock, but fortunately there was a good Samaritan who called the police and an ambulance. The police took all my information, but of course I had no information about the assailant. The bike had no license plate. He sped away. I spent hours in the emergency room and left with a cast on my broken wrist. The sidewalks and the streets of Manhattan are the Wild West. Everybody seems to agree on that. But why is that? Why is it that the streets of Manhattan are the Wild West? Cars stop at pedestrian crosswalks. Why do they stop? Cars stop at red lights. Why do cars stop? They stop because they know that if they don't stop, they're going to have to pay a hefty fine or maybe go to jail. You don't get cooperation by education. I'm all for education. You don't get cooperation, adherence to the law by education. You get it by accountability. Wider roads for e-bikes don't get you accountability. This panel knows that. I know that. Everybody knows that. And I don't know why we talk about it so much and don't do something about it. I don't know why it's so hard to pass Priscilla's Law when we all know that a license plate works on cars and it will work on bicycles.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Gerard. Thank you for permitting me to tell my victim's story regarding an e-bike that crashed into me. I live on the Upper East Side. Last October, I was standing on the corner of 80th Street and 2nd Avenue around 6 p.m. I was standing on the sidewalk waiting for the light to change. A car wanted to make a legal left turn. The e-bike would not wait but wanted to get ahead of the car. He went smack into me on the sidewalk. I had a patella fracture on my right knee, stitches on my left knee. The entire left side of my body was bruised with a mild concussion. I am happy to be alive and here. I required medical attention and physical therapy for months. Additionally, thousands of dollars of expenses. I fell back on my head, hit the garbage can, and I was in pain all over. I was rushed to the ER. After numerous tests and 6 hours later, I was released to start therapy and a difficult healing process for more than a year. All our alliance is asking is to have e-bikes licensed, insured, and be safe by following traffic rules. Bikers now behave as they did during COVID, as though no one is on the street. Of course, we want the public to enjoy biking, but at this present time, cars and pedestrians are not safe. We need to turn our heads 360 degrees to cross the street now. For correct data, the community has to know where to report accidents. I was told to make out a motor vehicle report. We cannot even call 311. They do not know where to report these accidents. Other cities, such as Manasquan and Hoboken, New Jersey, are requiring helmets, registration, and insurance, which I hope New York City will also require. That is why I am in favor of Priscilla's 0606-2024. Thank you, and especially thank Councilman Holden for all your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
And I just want to make sure you're not recording because it's not allowed at the table.
Oh, I was going to record myself. Okay,
No.
my testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Off. Thank you. I had to go to work. Thanks for understanding. And I was here.
We chased you down after, but
was
welcome
helping
back.
Pam with her testimony, and then whatever. Anyway, it was a misunderstanding. Thank you. I am a steering committee member of NYC EFSA. I'm an avid cyclist. I'm a fundraiser on my bike. It's very important to me that I continue to do this, and I'm a victim of two experiences of e-vehicle violence. I was hit twice by two different e-bikes, one in the park and one in front of my house. The one in the park, I was cycling, and it was pretty severe. I was in the emergency room for 7 hours. I suffered a lot, like many people have here today. I don't need to expand on my victim story other than to say that I, of course, am in support of Priscilla's Law 0606. What I want to mention beyond this is that it is, for me, and he's no longer here, it's unconscionable to me that Adonis Rodriguez left the meeting, and we as a group met with him over a year and a half ago, DOT. We met with him over a year and a half ago expressing many of these concerns with suggestions, as we have, to improve safety. None of this has to do with any sort of discrimination. And the reason I say that is because as a cyclist, I want to continue cycling. It's extremely difficult to cycle now, even in the park. It's hazardous, it's dangerous, especially on the Hudson River Parkway. To the point of discrimination, Lyft City Bike, the majority of Lyft City Bike users and riders are white. I know this because I see it. I'm almost hit by these people every day. Has nothing to do with race or profiling. We've contacted Lyft many times, including Gail Brewer's office. We've reached out to her, including Eric Botcher's office, trying to get a meeting with them to talk about safety and enforcement and regulation for their egregious riders, headphones, going the wrong way through the crosswalks, injuring people, killing Priscilla Loke. They are unresponsive. So if I can just finish
Thank you. Actually, no, because we have well over
Zoom,
50 people
thanks.
on Zoom.
Please get in touch
you.
with Lyft for your committee.
Thank you.
Please, they're unresponsive.
Thank you. You can start.
Hi, thank you, Chair Brooks Powers. Oh, good, okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you and Councilmember Holden for sponsoring this bill. My name is Maria D'Angelo. I'm Executive Director of One City Rising, a nonpartisan government watchdog and taxpayer advocacy group. With great empathy for all the victims of e-vehicle violence, I do want to focus on another aspect of this effort to regulate these vehicles. How did DoorDash become a $48 billion company in just 10 years, and how did its founder build a $4 billion net worth? By focusing, quote, relentlessly on unit economics and operational efficiency, and a, quote, maniacal focus on improving delivery times, close quote, to drive profitability. These are not my words. These are the words of Tony Chu, founder of DoorDash, as amplified by Sequoia Capital, a massive multi-billion-dollar West Coast-based venture capital firm whose principals have also reaped billions from the massive growth of delivery apps and the lack of e-bike regulation. This language was on their website. When e-bikes were regulated in 2020, normal regulatory safeguards should have been included, but they were not. Big tech hailed the legalization without regulation as a major victory, and their stock jumped enormously. This is because regulation gets in the way of profits by holding operators accountable for reckless and dangerous behavior. As a result of this lack of regulation, we have had all the negative consequences of an unregulated approach that you have heard today. Dense and affluent Manhattan should not be a gold mine for profiteers who want to own our streets for their profit. It is now time for this body to correct this reckless oversight by passing Priscilla's Law, Intro 606, without any further delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for giving us this hearing. My name's Peggy Yanis. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I lived through the bad old days of New York, and I can't beside myself by what's going on in the city right now. I'm going to go a bit off script because I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and I am outraged and very upset by the arguments that have been put forth by TransAlt and similar organizations. They are giving no solutions. To say that protected bike lanes are a solution is wrong. Those are death traps for pedestrians. I have been dodging e-vehicles for the last 4 years, sometimes 10 a day. I've got hundreds of photographs of them going the wrong way, everything. I've been lucky. Twice I got grazed on the hand by two cyclists not doing what they were supposed to be doing. And then recently, I was down in Chinatown, and I was going to try to cross a protected bike lane to get to a parked car. I looked both ways, didn't see anybody coming, and as I was getting ready to cross, out of nowhere, an e-bike going very, very fast came straight at me and screamed, "Watch out," at which point I tried to turn to get back on the sidewalk, lost my balance, hit my head on a bike rail. Fortunately for me, that kind of cushioned the fall. When I landed on my knee, or would have been broken. I just got very badly cut up. But to say protected bike lanes are a solution, maybe for the bicyclists, but not for the pedestrians. And the statistics they were giving, how few of us have been injured. My husband, who's an avid regular cyclist, was on the West Side bike lane, and he got rear-ended by a motorbike that shouldn't have been there. Went flying off his bike, somehow made it home. I took him to emergency, told him, "You got to file a police report." It came back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Bernadette Ferrara. I am the president of the Van Ness Neighborhood Alliance, a member of SEPCA, the Coalition of East Bronx Community Associations, former chair and 17-year board member of Bronx Community Board 11, and a lifelong Northeast Bronx resident, still living in one of the oldest neighborhoods of Van Ness, established in 1853, and I am in support of Intro 606 Priscilla Law. Back in August 1st, 2021, the e-bike scooter pilot program was set in our Northeast community. It was evident within a few weeks that with no regulations set in place, along with lax registrations upon use of both scooters and e-bikes, that our community's public safety was at risk. Both scooters and e-bikes were riding on sidewalks, driving against a flow of traffic, running red lights and stop signs, major and minor injuries in abundance, and then fatalities. Transportation committees at the community board level had community outcry that was ignored by DOT. Even with minor tweaks, they were not working and public safety was still at risk. It seemed that the contracts made with Lime, Bird, and VO were more important than to the DOT than public safety of the community and its residents. How does a city agency implement a pilot program with no safety regulations, such as license plates with registration, when it comes to moving vehicles, along with the knowledge that law enforcement had complications with enforcement of many of these violations? Excuse me. I hold DOT and the city council members who supported this pilot program without the foresight of public safety for residents accountable for their irresponsibility that caused major industries and fatalities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to this panel. We'll call up the next panel. Michelle Campo. Lauren Health. Lauren Health. Kathy Park Price. Kathy, is she? Okay. James Shamil. James Shamil. James Shamil. Autumn Bosco. Autumn Bosco. Yvonne Calevi. Calevi. Yvonne, that's you? Okay, thank you. Joan Marie Zimmerman. Brian Howald.
Hi, my name is Joan Marie Zimmerman. I'm an opera singer and a voice teacher. I've been driving a bike, human-powered, for about 35 years as my main mode of transportation in Hamburg, Germany, in Vienna, Austria, and in New York City. I taught at LaGuardia High School for about 17 years, and now I teach singing at Kaufman Cultural Center. On my way to Carnegie Hall, I was waiting for the light on my bike to turn green. I proceeded, and an e-bike sped and T-boned me, trying to get through all the pedestrians and me. I had a broken tibial plateau, a ruptured Baker's cyst, a torn meniscus, and ultimately a blood clot. I had to take Eliquis, which created brain fog and vertigo. I've been dealing with this for about a year. It happened on December 7th, 2023. My feeling is there's a fundamental disregard for the law in New York and a fundamental disregard for human life in New York. When these people that ride the e-bikes need to obey the law the same as everybody. And in Austria, for example, if one runs a light, one is accountable and they wait for the lights. Here, we run through them, and we need to do something, and I am in support of Priscilla's law.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Priscilla's Law. I do not hold a grudge against bikes, since 4 decades ago, way before the implementation of bike lanes, I rode my bicycle very frequently around this city. These days, like every other pedestrian, I am constantly frazzled by e-bikes. Some riders show consideration, but many more do not. Pedestrians don't know which is the one who will end up hurting us. My friend got knocked over. I've had many close calls, and I'm on constant alert. With my brittle bones, I fear a debilitating injury. To the people who say cars are the problem, I say it's the e-bikes, not the cars, that have destroyed my quality of life. My pleasure in walking my own neighborhood, the East Village, and everywhere in the city has been ruined. I think it's outrageous that this Wild West has been allowed to prevail. Pedestrians getting knocked down and culprits riding off scot-free. Incredible. I now tell my friends and relatives from elsewhere, it is dangerous to set foot in New York. It would be great if the city could accommodate all means of locomotion, but traffic safety rules have to be enforced. You, the City Council, have the responsibility to make e-vehicle riders, and additionally the commercial delivery employers, accountable to traffic laws. This is an emergency. Please pass Intro 0606.
Thank you.
Hi. As Ms. Zimmerman, I've ridden my bicycle in European countries, and it is true, in a city like Amsterdam, you have half of the big, like the equivalent of Third Avenue, half of it is cyclist. And if you even go out past the line, someone will come over and there's tickets given. There's tickets given if someone doesn't have a bell. And there's an onus on the society that they agree to abide by the law because A, that's just what they're used to, and they wouldn't think otherwise. And I have been a proponent of human-powered transportation. I've been a city cyclist, a city rollerblader, an urban kayaker. I've been on a lot of boards, about human-powered transportation. Fast forward to 2 years ago, I was hit by an e-bike going the wrong direction while he was reading his phone. It was a delivery driver. I was thrown about 6 feet, and thankfully I landed like a table, so I didn't hurt my head like some of the other people. But I was unable to walk, to stand up. I needed to be supported. I broke my ankle, and I had to be taken by FDNY ambulance to Northwell. I was in the hospital for 3 days getting surgery, one surgery, and then I actually had to have a second surgery to take out the hardware. I probably had 6 months of PT, and I'm very, very lucky as compared to somebody like Priscilla Loker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Kathy Park Price. I'm the Brooklyn organizer at Transportation Alternatives, but I'm testifying in my personal capacity. I'm here as a mother whose kids recently began walking on the streets on their own, and as someone whose #1 concern as a New Yorker is street safety. Instead of adding another car to the street, I ride a pedal assist electric bike to get to work, get one of my kids to school, to run errands, and generally enjoy New York City. And I strongly oppose Intro 606 and support Intro 1131. If licensing and registering e-bikes and investing $19 million of taxpayer money to set up a new system would have prevented the death of the one person killed by an e-bike rider this year, I would support it. As a city, we must focus our limited resources on reducing and ultimately eliminating the number of crashes that cause death and serious injuries on our streets. The best way to do that is by enforcing existing laws and designing our streets to prioritize safety and implementing policy changes that address the source of 99.5% of pedestrian fatalities since 2014, and that is cars and other large vehicles. The fact that supporters of Intro 606 do not support actions that address cars and other large vehicles shows how disingenuous the bill is. We know what works and have the tools to prevent deaths and serious injuries today. Reducing speed limits, expanding automated enforcement of speed and red light violations, adding more school streets, reducing vehicle size, daylighting every intersection, installing speed governors in vehicles, building raised crosswalks, and installing protected bike lanes are some examples of proven ways that we could improve safety on our streets today. I encourage City Council to nix Intro 606.
Thank you. Next.
Like that? Okay. Hi, I've been waiting a while. I'm a third-generation New Yorker, since everybody else seems to be identifying themselves. My name is Michelle Campo. I thank you for holding this hearing. I'm here in support of Priscilla's Law 0606. I've been till the end of everybody else, and I seem to be between two TA people, so I'm really happy. I want to say that my husband, who is my husband is a professional cyclist. He was track director of the Velodrome. He knows how to ride a bike. He coached the West Point cadets. He was on the bike path coming downtown on the west side. He was hit from behind by somebody who cursed him out at the time. He was in an e-vehicle, this guy. Hit him, sent him flying. He couldn't identify the guy, but the guy cursed at him because, he was in his way, so he had to hit him. And then, and there were two people, it was by Chelsea Piers. There were two women there with little flags to tell people what to do. They said, "Oh, you did the wrong thing." Did they call it in? No, nobody called it in. So that's not on the record either. I don't know about this data that DOT has, but it's a little skewed. And I had to urge him, because he's a little, strong guy, to go and finally check out that, yes, he had 3 fractured ribs. Nothing was done about this. But if I ever find this guy, I have a cane. And when I walk down the sidewalk and somebody's coming at me on an e-bike, I say, "What you gonna do now?" So that's my defense. I haven't been hit, but if I have, you might see me on the news because, I don't know, they might be hurt.
Thank you.
That's what I gotta say. Your turn.
Good evening, Chair Brooks Powers and other council members. My name is Brian Howald. I live in Brooklyn Heights, and I'm a 7th-generation New Yorker. I'm a member of Brooklyn Community Board 2 and its Transportation Committee, though I only speak personally today. Everyone in this room has had a close call with an e-bike, whether someone biking on the sidewalk, going the wrong way in the bike lane, turning around a blind corner too fast, etc. We've heard dozens of stories from people who are hurt in crashes, and this pain and suffering is very real. E-bikes, mopeds, other bikes, scooters, cars. There are people in every form of transportation in New York breaking the rules and putting other people in harm's way all the time. If you care about getting bikes off of sidewalks, if you care about people crossing with the walk sign not getting hit, if you care about getting people to not run red lights, if you care about seniors, if you care about safety, then this bill is not for you. I speak in opposition today to Intro 606. This bill at 416 words is surprisingly scant about how it will solve these problems. This bill would make it mandatory for every e-bike to have a license plate, but it doesn't say what the penalty would be for breaking that law. This bill would make plates mandatory for e-bikes, but the language isn't restricted to riding on public streets. So if you drove a U-Haul from Pennsylvania to Connecticut with an e-bike in the back, you'd be breaking the law if you didn't make a pit stop in Washington Heights to register it. This bill would prohibit e-bikes from displaying any plates other than New York City plates. So if the scheme being proposed here were adopted by, say, New Jersey, people would have to stop biking halfway across the GW Bridge to swap their license plates. The people pushing this law say it's needed to stop behavior that's already illegal. The lack of license plates hasn't stopped the NYPD from writing tickets to people on bikes or e-bikes or from confiscating mopeds. As pointed out today, this bill wouldn't even apply to mopeds. I've reported drivers to the police for throwing bottles at me, only to be told that if they didn't witness it, there's nothing they would do, even with a photo and a license plate. How will registering e-bikes make our streets safer? No one pushing this bill has an answer beyond hand-waving. To the council members who have signed on to this bill in response to constituent concerns, this bill won't make your constituents safer, nor will it get the people pushing this bill off your back. It won't solve the many real problems discussed here, and it's only a matter of time before they'll be back with another bad idea. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Shepherd. Laura Shepherd. Paul Mondesir. Paul Mondesir. Samir Lavangia. Samir Lavangia. Solomon. Thank you. Kevin Segal. Kevin Segal. If there's anyone else in the room that wishes to testify or that we may have inadvertently missed, please connect with one of the sergeant at arms.
All right. I'm Laura Shepherd, a lifelong Queens resident and now proud Queens organizer at Transportation Alternatives. I also chair the Environment, Parks, and Recreation Committee on Queens Community Board 2, but right now I'm only speaking for myself. I'm here to oppose Intro 606 and support Intro 1131. My fellow activists, colleagues, and I have organized too many vigils for vulnerable road users, pedestrians, and cyclists, including e-bike riders, some of whom were working cyclists. These are painful and difficult, so we work tirelessly every day to build a city where this doesn't happen to anyone. We empathize and support all victims of traffic violence and have a proven track record of advocating for proven solutions. We oppose Intro 606 because it's laughably vague, broad, and wouldn't work as written and would harm all cyclists and pedestrians, especially vulnerable populations. NYPD fails to solve most hit-and-run cases, and a minuscule percentage of those even involve e-bikes. We know what works, infrastructure. So thank you, Chair, for introducing 1131. No one likes getting close past at any speed. Our city is disturbingly behind on building the legally required bike lane miles laid out in the NYC Streets Plan, and it's taking a pathetically long time to open the Queensboro Bridge South Outer Walkway, where commuters are routinely injured as a result of substandard facilities. When protected bike infrastructure is installed, all crashes, injuries, and fatalities decrease, especially amongst pedestrians and especially amongst senior pedestrians. We have the data. Throughout the city, we are all squeezed by the amount of space allocated to cars and trucks, the primary drivers of traffic violence in New York City. Vulnerable road users trying to get around safely are still sometimes forced onto sidewalks by unsafe street designs and reckless vehicle drivers. At corners, we need universal daylighting to improve visibility, curb extensions, and raised crosswalks to help people cross safely and protect all road users. I'll submit the rest in writing. Thank you.
I guess I can start. Dear Transportation Committee Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Transportation Committee, I'm speaking in opposition to Intro 606. I'm a teenager who rides bikes around New York, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, I started riding a lot around New York City, specifically around the protected bike lanes around the East River and Hudson River. I also was appointed to Manhattan Community Board 3 a year and a half ago, although I do not speak on behalf of them. I agree that streets need to be safer. Unsafe streets will kill people. However, requiring e-bike licensing does not create safer streets. It instead leads to a way that the NYPD will stop and arrest riders. It doesn't actually lead to behavioral changes, as even though e-bikers can behave in dangerous ways, this is not, so does everybody, and cars are far more dangerous than e-bikes. They weigh far more, and they are responsible for far more crashes. And discouraging e-bikes, which replace cars on streets, can also be bad in that way of making streets more unsafe. As other people have said before me, e-bikes that replace cars create more safety because cars are more unsafe than e-bikes. And protecting people from e-bikes can be done with daylighting, expanded bike lanes, and other infrastructure. Thank you. I'm done.
Good evening, Councilmember Brooks Powers. I'm a civil rights attorney. I took off work today, and I guess that was necessary. I'm here to speak in opposition to Intro 606. I am an e-bike rider, as are many of my friends, especially those with children. We are kind people. I think we're also socially responsible people, which may not be the impression that you can get of our community of cyclists from this hearing. Intro 606 is unworkable. It will, through the confusion that it will create among consumers and among the industry, it will decrease e-bike usage, and it will push people into cars who would otherwise be getting around by e-bikes. And that is a public policy outcome that New York City and the council and this committee should militate against. In addition, there will be a disparate impact because NYPD will likely not be enforcing against affluent riders on fancy e-bikes. They'll be enforcing against delivery workers on bikes that they can easily identify and on riders whom they can easily identify. There's been a lot said today about how license plates create accountability. I do want to share my own little anecdote about license plates and accountability in the cops. Earlier this year, a car veered into a bike lane. I yelled, the driver got out of the car, called me a homophobic slur, and put his arms around my neck. I was able to take a picture of his license plate as he left. Several officers pulled up. They were sort of a few blocks behind. I tried to get them to help me. I told them I had a picture of the license plate, and they said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And nothing happened. So if the issue is NYPD not enforcing and issues with NYPD in general, we know that those issues run across crimes and run across offenses and issues in the city, and this licensing program is not going to prevent that harm, and it certainly didn't prevent the trauma that I experienced that day. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to move to virtual testimonies. All right, we will resume. We ready? Okay. We will hear next from Adrian Morquecho, followed by Alida Camp.
Hello and good evening to everyone, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to present. I wanted to start out by saying that I empathize with Priscilla and any other victims of e-bikes, as I myself have suffered from a fractured sternum while on a bike lane. However, I do realize that licenses, as proposed by the introduction by Councilmember Holden, is not the solution. There are other options that I have conceived, like enforcing that Uber and Lyft show speeds on their apps and control the speeds of deliveristas on their apps. City Bike to limit speeds to 15 miles an hour, similar to what VO and Lime do in the Bronx pilot. And also, in my case, as a person who uses city e-bikes, the screen on the actual bike should show the speed that you're going, because especially when you're going downhill on an e-bike, it is because of the way that the gravity is working for you, it increases your speed a lot, and in that case, it can be very hard to tell how fast you're going. And also, just thinking about other countries that have bikes and bike laws, I feel like the Dutch have done a very good job of creating protected bike lanes and separating bikes from pedestrians to the point where the instances of crashes between bikes, electric or not, and pedestrians have been severely reduced. And just in general, I completely understand wanting justice for victims, and I do believe that we should hold bikers accountable. I just don't think that.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Alida Camp, followed by Andre Braga.
You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Alida Camp. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm a member of CBA, but I'm speaking individually in Manhattan. When I say e-bikes, I mean all e-vehicles. Why shouldn't e-bikes be registered? We register to vote, the most basic right. We register to have a dog. We register at hospitals and schools. Why shouldn't the safety of pedestrians be paramount? Many e-bike riders wear helmets, but what protection do pedestrians have? Why shouldn't the safety of e-bike riders be important? Registration links to accountability, which links to more safety-conscious riding. Slower riding leads to less serious injuries if there is an accident. Why shouldn't the council protect the interests of our seniors and children in crossing the street and using our sidewalks without being afraid that they will be injured or killed by an e-bike? Why shouldn't the council protect the ability of pedestrians injured by e-bikes to seek accountability for their injuries? IDs of bikes will lead to accountability, as a lack of IDs lead to riding off even when there are obvious injuries. Why shouldn't e-bike riders be accountable when they don't follow the traffic laws? Victims of reckless e-bike riding are forced to cover medical and healing costs themselves. Why is this viewed as reasonable? Lawsuits by those injured are a disincentive to recklessness. Why shouldn't e-bikes be regulated just because more accidents may be caused by cars? We eat vegetables because they're necessary, even though we also need protein. We have heard too many times, including in this hearing, that residents are afraid for their safety. We encourage public transit use, yet riders have regulations. It doesn't diminish their interest in using public transit. You have the power and the obligation to provide safer streets. Please use your power and pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Andre Braga, followed by Alex Morano.
You may begin.
Andre, you've been muted. You've been unmuted. Andre Braga.
You may begin.
I guess we can go to the next person. Alex Morano.
Thanks. Before I start, I just want to give a hat tip to Chair Brooks Powers and the staff of the committee that have been incredibly patient and showing great endurance, listening to everyone's testimony since 10 a.m. this morning. So really appreciate that. In that vein, I'll try and keep it short and sweet. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I live in Brooklyn, just a resident of the city, and I'm here to speak against Intro 606. As many have said, and as Public Advocate Williams very aptly said this morning, right, all the folks coming in to testify about their experience with e-bikes and feeling unsafe, that's really valid. I think we all want safe streets, right? No one is gonna stand against safety. The problem here is that this bill, for the multitude of reasons that have been repeated throughout the day, won't really make our streets safer, right? Mopeds already require a license plate, and the biggest cause of violence on our streets, cars, are already licensed, right? And this doesn't do anything to diminish the harm that is inflicted upon New Yorkers, right? What does do that is building out safe systems and safe infrastructure, right? And it's been a refrain of Councilmember Holden that, oh, if we just make the bike lanes wider, what are we going to do when we get to the corner? There's lots of right infrastructure solutions to that as well. Intro 1138, which would add daylighting to intersections in New York City, is a great way to increase visibility, and it makes pedestrians, people riding bikes, and drivers safer. But regulating this and creating another pathway for policing New Yorkers of color is not going to make the streets safer for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Brian Holbrook, followed by Carl Wojciechowski.
You may begin.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brian Holbrook, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Intro 606. I think the testimony of many others has gone over why upgrading our traffic infrastructure, creating more space for pedestrians and bikers instead of cars is the most important thing that this council can do to increase safety for everybody on the roads, including pedestrians. And we've heard several people say that cars, follow the law, that they stop at red lights, that they don't speed. I think anybody who spends 5 minutes on the streets of New York City knows that just is not true. Cars with license plates, with, presumably licensed drivers, break the law all the time. So the idea that Intro 606 is somehow going to magically stop all traffic violations, assuming perfect compliance is just a fantasy. I also want to speak specifically to the problems of including Class 1 e-bikes, also known as pedal assist e-bikes, in this legislation. These are bikes that are of the same weight class as regular bikes. They do not go faster. They have governors in them that require them to turn off the motor if they're going over 18 miles an hour. So these are bikes that are not in any way more dangerous to pedestrians in the city than regular bikes. I know that there are council members, including Councilmember Holden, unfortunately, who don't like bikes at all and would prefer to see a lot fewer of them on the streets of our city. But for those council members who do want to encourage biking, the idea of including Class 1 e-bikes in this, like the one that I use to commute to work every day as a public defender in this bill, is a terrible idea. And I hope the council will reject the bill entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Wojciechowski, followed by Chris Roberti.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Carl Wojciechowski. I live in the Northwest Bronx. I live in Riverdale. My wife and I have 2 young daughters. We don't own a car. We take transit, we walk, and we have 2 e-bikes. We also use e-bikes. We do everything from buying groceries to visiting friends, taking the kids to school. And without the e-bikes, it's really hilly up here in the Northwest Bronx. I don't think we'd be able to bike. So the e-bikes are really essential for us. And I oppose Intro 606 because I don't see how this makes anybody safer. As many other people have said, when I walk my daughter to school in the morning, I'm not worried about e-bikes. I'm not looking out for e-bikes. I'm looking out for cars and trucks because They are constantly, and they're fully licensed. The drivers are supposed to be fully licensed, but they drive recklessly all the time anyways, and there don't seem to be any consequences for them. So I don't think this is a workable solution at all. We need holistic engineered street design solutions, and we can't be dependent on disparate and highly selective law enforcement. Um, I think HO 606 is backwards and wrong. It's a knee-jerk approach. It'll make everyone less safe and does nothing to address the many motorists who drive recklessly. 1131 seems like the common sense, rational approach to establishing rules for micro mobility devices and engineering our streets, and to make it safe for everybody, whether they're in a car, on a bike, walking, whatever. So I oppose Intro 606. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Roberti, followed by Chris Ryan.
You may begin.
Chris Roberti.
Chris Roberti, you are unmuted.
Chris, you may begin.
We will go to the next person. Chris Ryan.
Chris Ryan is next.
Hello, my name is Chris Ryan. I'm a cyclist, a dad. I'm also a vehicle owner and a commercial driver. So I emphasize with all positions being stated here, but I'd say the basic problem is, and we've heard all these horrific stories, is that when the accidents occur, people don't stop, whether it's delivery guys, professionals, young privileged youth on city bikes, they don't stop. If they acted like responsible people and had any accountability or morals or conscience, we wouldn't all be here. So we are here because we need accountability. What works with cars is license plates, and you can identify them and track them down. This whole anonymity is just not working. I would like to get an e-bike someday. I do not want to have to go get a license plate, but if need be, we all need to do our part to just make sure that when the old lady is hit and cracked and doesn't have the money, that there's someone that she can take to court, or someone can have some accountability, or the accident is prevented because they know accountability will occur. So you don't act reckless. You don't act like a crazy person out there. I have a commercial driver's license. These guys riding the delivery bikes, they're commercially working out there. They need something they could lose. They need to have numbers on their backs. They need to have the license plates. They're just cheap labor. We don't need everything delivered. This is another COVID leftover, like the restaurant sheds, which we should try to get rid of as much as possible. But that said, we're going to have e-bikes and delivery in the future, so we need to just use some common sense and just get back to sanity. And these paid lobbyists keep trying to turn this into cars and racism, and just, it's tired. Get over it. City Council, please do not listen to these people. They're well-funded, narcissist, fool morons. Listen to your seniors, your
Thank you. Your
elders,
time's expired.
and voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ellen Shell, followed by Ellen Sandals.
I'm not doing it.
Ellen, you're unmuted.
I've sent in my testimony. I'm not going to testify here, but thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the effort that's going into this. I really hope you pass Intro 606. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Sandals, followed by Emily Jacoby.
Yes, hi, I'm Ellen Sandals, and I've lived in New York City since 1978. We've already discussed the 3-year-old girl who was hit by the moped, and the gentleman was not identifiable, so he walked off. If this story happened more than 5 years ago, I probably would have been surprised, but as the quality of life in our city has deteriorated with the increase of e-vehicles, these vehicles with motors, these kinds of stories are no longer surprising. What is surprising is that the majority of New Yorkers who are against the increase of these e-vehicles are having to fight so hard to be heard by our elected representatives. Hopefully this hearing will make a difference and things will change. I do want to repeat what the last gentleman said about transportation alternatives. It is a funded lobbying group that does not represent the majority of New Yorkers. I am not going to repeat all their talking points. They have not made a good argument as to how a street design is going to deal with this problem. I also don't understand why people who use e-vehicles who like them are against having a license. We have plenty of people who have cars and they're licensed and registered. So why shouldn't somebody with an e-vehicle have a license and be registered? They could still use it. So I think those are just really red herrings. Lastly, I am certainly for Intro 606, Priscilla's Law. I think identifiable plates and cameras can do the job rather than the NYPD. We don't need more bike lanes or different bike lanes. We just need common sense regulation of e-vehicles and their riders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Emily Jacoby, followed by Janine Panchak-Berry.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Emily Jacoby. I am a Safe Streets advocate, and I am the current Manhattan organizer with Transportation Alternatives. We're not really the nefarious lobby group everyone has claimed us to be, and tonight I actually do not speak in my professional capacity. I speak as a New Yorker, and I speak as a Brooklyn resident, and I want to speak out in strong opposition to Intro 606 for the following reasons. As a pedestrian, cyclist, and city bike e-bike rider, I want to say that every injury, big or small, is a massive issue on our city streets. It does not matter how bad of an injury it is. It doesn't matter if it's a death or a cut on your face. It should not happen. So we need to look holistically at why our streets are like this, and this bill, Intro 606, does not take up that cause. Wanting steadfast, swift issues fixed, I understand wanting change to happen quickly. I understand and agree with, but enforcement, when we already see enforcement for mopeds that isn't changing behavior and isn't re-incentivizing good behavior, shows that e-bike licensing similarly will not work. And I just want to say that the conflation of an e-bike, which can go a little bit faster than a regular bike, which is a useful tool for people with disabilities, is very, very different than a hundreds of pound vehicle like a moped. So being distinct about these terms is extremely important. I want to state that in terms of pedestrian safety tactics, we know that tactics like daylighting, opening up the street to redesign for visibility for all, makes everyone feel safer and move more safely on the street. But what doesn't are app companies incentivizing quick delivery times, forcing delivery drivers to get to their next delivery as fast as humanly possible. They are not incentivized to do this with the minds and hearts and safety of our city in mind. They are incentivized to do this because of an economic incentive, as was said earlier pretty cruelly about them.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Next, Janine Panchak-Berry, followed by Jeffrey.
You may begin.
Hi, I'm Janine Panchak-Berry, and I support Intro 606, Priscilla's Law and e-vehicle registration and licensing. I'm a biker. I biked all over the city with City Bike and with my pedal bike. In 2022, I was biking with my pedal bike on the Riverside bike path when I was hit by an upright e-scooter. The rider was going about 30 miles per hour downhill. My jaw broke and my mouth wouldn't open. My nose broke. There was blood everywhere. And then another e-biker came down the same hill, also going about 30 miles per hour, and yelled at me to get out of the way. The woman who hit me fled after she realized she was at fault. I had 5 titanium plates implanted into my head. After the hospital, with my eye still in stitches, I wanted to report the incident to the police because the woman who hit me fled the scene of the accident. I called 2 precincts, the 24th where I live and the 20th where the accident occurred. Both precincts told me it was the 6th day after the accident, so it was too late to write a report. I told them I was in the hospital, but it didn't matter. They also said that I left the scene of the accident too, but I left by ambulance. I had double vision for 4 months, and then I had to have surgery again in March 2023. I was out of work for over 6 months. 1 titanium plate was screwed into the nerves of 2 of my teeth. Every time I brush my teeth or eat crackers, it hurts and re-aggravates the nerves. When I hum to my 6-month-old baby, my mouth hurts because the plate vibrates. The nerves are forever damaged, and I couldn't fully feel this side of my face again. My quality of life is also diminished because I'm afraid to bike again. E-vehicles ride the wrong direction down bike paths and run red lights. And when I walk, e-vehicles also whiz past me on the sidewalk, run red lights, or ride the wrong direction down the street. I've almost been hit again several times. I also watch out for cars, but we have no accountability for e-bikes, in contrast to the many layers of laws we have to protect pedestrians and bikers from cars. We need accountability to end the chaos. E-vehicles are heavy and go faster than the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit for cars in the city. I own an upright e-scooter and ride e-bikes. They go 30 miles per hour. I support licensing.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jeffrey, followed by John Noble.
You may begin.
Jeffrey, you are unmuted. Jeffrey? Yes, we can go to the next person. John?
You may begin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm John Noble. I live in Manhattan. I choose to use an e-bike in the city when I wish to commute a significant distance or to get to my destination quickly and efficiently. I also prefer an e-bike for these trips because I want to commute. I want my commute to be climate friendly, and I like being outdoors riding a bike. As a bike rider and pedestrian in New York City, I am concerned about street safety and feel that the best way to make streets safer is through proper street design and implementation of safer structure. Intro 1131 is the legislation that will accomplish this. Through the study and recommendation of street designs that will make them safe for usage of cars, micromobility devices, e-bikes, and pedestrians. Intro 606 will not accomplish this. It creates an unnecessary burden on those wishing to use an e-bike for commuting through its registration and licensing requirements and offers nothing to make streets safer. Registration and licensing is simply a tracking mechanism for those that own and operate a vehicle. It does not address the safe operation of a vehicle, nor does it create a street design that is safe for all road users, pedestrians, and vehicles alike. It also creates a costly bureaucracy within the DOT, which should be tasked with creating safer streets, not processing registrations and dispensing license plates. I'm also very concerned about climate change, and e-bikes are a way to travel without contributing to this crisis. City leaders should be encouraging greener modes of transportation to combat climate change. Intro 606, with its burdensome registration, serves to discourage this green alternative, while safer street design serves to encourage it. I implore the City Council to focus on solutions that concentrate on efforts on safer streets through design and to make it easier to travel in the city in a greener way. Toward this end, I ask that you oppose Intro 606 and support Intro 1131. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue and for your time in considering my testimony.
Thank you. Next is Ken Coughlin, followed by Kenneth Lay.
You may begin.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for hanging in there. My name is Ken Coughlin. I'm a 15-year member of Manhattan Community Board 7, although my views here are my own, not those of CB7. I'm speaking in strong opposition to Intro 606. Increasing safety on our streets is a complex issue that is not susceptible to simplistic solutions like this one. The bill's supporters believe that licensing will translate into accountability, even though it hasn't worked for drivers or in any city where bike licensing has been tried. Requiring all e-bikes to be licensed will simply mean there will be fewer e-bikes. But perhaps the bill's most frightening aspect is that it will roll out the red carpet for Donald Trump's intended immigrant roundup. His ICE agents would love to get their hands on a list of all bike riders in New York City, most of whom are immigrant workers. It's very easy to punch down and blame delivery workers for a system that forces them to break traffic laws just to eke out a living. Instead, the council could be punching up, reining in the app companies whose business model is to exploit workers without regard to safety. So in conclusion, if you want to put the brakes on the shift to alternative modes in our city, then you'll pass this bill. If you want to increase police stops for all cyclists, then you'll pass this bill. But if you truly care about safety on our streets, then you will reject this bill and pass Intro 1131. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kenneth Lay, followed by Laura Beth Sachs.
You may begin.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for hanging in. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Kenneth Lay. I'm a Brooklyn resident. I bike nearly every day, and it's transformed my ability to move efficiently and sustainably through New York for work and for leisure. It's greatly improved my ability to get around, especially in areas with less robust public transit. It's also better for my health, it's better for the environment, and it's way faster than driving. I know everybody has recognized throughout the day that we have a problem, and I think people getting hit by e-bikes is a huge concern. And clearly the status quo is not safe. So I think we should be trying to maximize safety as much and as quickly as possible. And I think it's very clear that redesigning roads for safety for all users is the best way to do this. I know the council recognized this 5 years ago in passing the streets plan, and that other cities that have taken that approach, street safety is hugely improved for everyone, much more so than trying other measures like the licensing. I think we can increase education for bike riders. I think an increase in fair enforcement by the NYPD would be good. I do see cops ignoring reckless behavior all the time by bikers and also by drivers. I don't really understand why we would license. They already have the ability to enforce without a license. And I'd also actually be interested in seeing NYPD officers on bikes. I don't see how an officer sitting in an SUV is going to be able to enforce someone on an e-bike. But in any event, it sounds like this approach would be very expensive to set up and manage. I don't think we should spend any more public money on approaches that others have tried and it sounds like didn't work out and didn't really improve safety. And so I think that I think we should have focused more on accommodating these modes of transportation like biking, e-biking that are cleaner and that with proven measures that improve safety rather than approaches that are expensive and only minimally effective for safety. And finally, I think Mayor Adams needs to stop violating the 2019 streets plan and get those street safety redesigns implemented now instead of this. Thank you.
Laura Beth Sachs, followed by Lori Kalinowski.
You may begin.
Lori Beth Sachs is not on. Lori Kalinowski, I'll unmute you.
Hi, my name is Elaine Karras. I'm speaking on behalf of Purple Circle Early Childhood Program, that's located on the Upper West Side on 103rd Street and Broadway. I'm speaking on behalf of children, families, and teachers. It has become a serious public issue. I support 606, but even more than that, whether it's putting police officers on motorcycles, it's getting impossible to take infants out, to take children out. Children need to be outdoors. They need to use the parks. We're terrified. We're constantly trying to navigate our way around all these bikers. And it's not only e-bikes, it's bicycles that go really fast and they don't know how to stop. One of our strollers got hit. Thank goodness the babies didn't get hit, but it's a real serious matter here. And we need to pass 606 and more than that. And we need to hold these app companies accountable for doing what they do to these bikers. One of our teachers got hit by a bicycle, not an e-bike, a regular bicycle, and fractured her mandible. So this is a serious issue all around. E-bikes, all kinds of bikes. I'm for biking, but they have to follow the rules. We had people here from Denmark looking at our school, and they said how terrifying it was coming out of the subway and coming to the school because of bikers.
Can you, for the record, restate your name, please?
Elaine Karras.
Okay. And your name was Lori Kalinowski at first on there?
Lori is the assistant director. I'm using her computer because my
Okay,
computer
thank you.
died.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Linda Rose is next, followed by Lucy Coteen.
You may begin.
Linda Rose, I'm unmuting you.
Is she on there, Kevin?
She's not responding to my unmute request.
Okay, we're gonna move on. My Shorts.
You
Oh,
may begin.
Wait, sorry.
Sorry.
Lucy Coteen, and then that is followed by My Schultz.
Lucy Coutine is not on the Zoom anymore.
Okay, so My Schultz, followed by Matt Moore.
You've been unmuted, Mai.
Oh, sorry, can I go? Okay. Everyone here is in agreement that our streets are not safe enough, but I vehemently disagree that Intro 606 is a solution. I use city e-bikes to get to and from work, which cuts my commute in half. The problem here is the general landscape of our car-centric transportation system, as others have said, and our reliance on the police to curb dangerous behavior through fines and other punishment, especially when the police have shown no interest in making our streets safer and are often the ones most aggressively flouting traffic laws. Many of the most dangerous behaviors mentioned in these testimonials, like e-bikers running red lights and biking on the sidewalk or against one-way traffic, are specifically incentivized for riders at the cost of riders and pedestrian safety. As for city bike riders, the high cost of the service incentivizes riders to run red lights and bike on the sidewalk and on one-way streets the wrong way in order to dock their bikes more quickly, especially when those docks are on the sidewalk rather than in the street adjacent to a proper bike lane. Plus, many city bike riders are not regular bikers, and they get no help from our car-centric city in learning how to bike legally and safely. The $19 million that Intro 606 would cost would be much, much better spent fixing these problems. As the chair pointed out, Intro 606 is squarely focused on identification, but does nothing to change the enforcement mechanisms for accountability, be it the red light camera system or the NYPD's understanding of and willingness to enforce street safety laws, which would continue even with licenses. Not to mention that it does nothing to prevent the crashes in the first place. There's widespread abuse of the registration system for cars already, with many cars using ghost plates and obscure license plates. Not to mention that license plates do not prevent hit and runs from cars, and that even car drivers who remain at the scene are often let go without recourse. If Intro 606 passes and an unlicensed biker gets into an accident, they may be more likely to flee the scene if they're also facing licensing charges. We need to cut speed for all vehicles on our streets and sidewalks. We need to hold delivery apps accountable for incentivizing unsafe biking. We need our neighbors to feel safe walking the streets of our city, but this costly licensing system is not the solution. I encourage you to reject Intro 606 and to pass Intro 11.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Solutions. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Matt Moore, followed by Matthew Dennis.
Good evening, Chair Brooks Powers and council members who may still be in attendance. My name is Matt Moore. I am Policy Counsel for People for Bikes, a national advocacy group for cyclists, and the Trade Association for the U.S. bicycle industry. Our mission is to make the U.S. the best place to ride a bike. We do that by advocating for safe infrastructure, modern safety standards for our products, and reasonable laws regarding their operation on public roads. People for Bikes worked with the Council on Local Law 39 and also educated manufacturers on its requirements. We supported the recent bill package that created statewide safety standards for e-bikes and batteries and additional manufacturer requirements to provide consumers with safety information on battery operation. Safety is also a personal issue for me, as I am a lucky cyclist survivor of traffic violence from a careless SUV driver. We should never minimize the experiences of other victims of crashes who we heard from today. The policies that result from today's hearing must, however, be based upon facts, data, and careful analysis, not upon fear, popular opinion, or so-called common sense. People for Bikes therefore supports Introduction 1131, which would result in thorough consideration of these issues and sound recommendations for action, and we would be happy to support the work of such a task force. People for Bikes opposes registration and licensing of e-bikes as currently required by Introduction 606 because there's no evidence that will improve safety and ample evidence that will have negative impacts and excessive costs and reduce cycling participation. I'd like to clarify a few other points that have been raised here today. Registration schemes for e-bikes have consistently failed elsewhere, including in New Jersey. No country in Europe requires registration or licensing of low-speed electric bicycles, which they call pedelecs and treat like regular bicycles. The NTSB
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your time.
you. We'll hear from Matthew Dennis next, and following Matthew will be McLean Cozine.
You may begin.
Hi, I'm Matt Dennis, and I live in Flatbush. I'm strongly opposed to Intro 606 because it fails to make anyone safer and it creates new problems. As others have mentioned, one of those problems is the way it would be enforced. We've seen that 77% of jaywalking tickets went to Black or Hispanic people just looking at the first half of this year, which is why the council recently repealed the jaywalking law in New York City. I think that was a great decision. And I think it's clear that Intro 606 would be selectively enforced in a very similar way, and that alone is enough reason for the council to reject this bill. I am very glad to see the council trying to make our streets safer. There are many ways that you could actually make a difference here, and not just for the sort of very e-bike specific things discussed today, which are important to make better, but also for fixing the problem where hundreds of New Yorkers are dying every year in preventable car crashes. And it turns out that a lot of the solutions would make both of these things better. So first, I'd strongly urge the council to pass Intro 1138, which would require daylighting at all intersections in the city, which is how it already is in the rest of the state. And when it's easier for drivers and bicyclists and pedestrians to see each other at intersections, it feels safer, and more importantly, it's proven to save lives. Another proven life-saving measure is to add more protected bike lanes, because when bike riders have a safe, dedicated place to be, it doesn't just keep them off of sidewalks, but it's been shown to reduce deaths and serious injuries for pedestrians and drivers as well. A few years ago, the council passed the streets plan, which requires new protected bike lanes, but this hasn't happened because the mayor thinks he's above the law. So the council should exercise its oversight powers to fix this. One more thing the council could do is you could take action to provide better protections for delivery bikers so they can choose safe routes and travel at reasonable speeds without risking earning less or even losing their jobs. In conclusion, I strongly urge you to reject Intro 606 and instead take any of these actions. Or
Thank you. Your time has expired.
You can do. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from McLean Cozine, followed by Michael Rokem.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is McLean Cozine. Thank you for sticking with us this far into the evening. There have been many legitimate concerns and heartbreaking stories in today's meeting and testimony, but unfortunately, Intro 606 will not address them. It will not actually make our streets safer. What it will do is introduce an enormous bureaucratic hurdle for a huge number of people who just want to ride a bike, and a needless expense for the city in trying to enforce a misguided scheme. As many on here have said, the most dangerous behavior that this bill purports to address, running red lights, going the wrong way, riding on the sidewalk, is already illegal and can be enforced without licensing, should NYPD actually choose to do so. The most dangerous small vehicles, mopeds, already require a license to operate, though they are frequently operated without one. The fact that these existing laws are not being enforced shows how ineffective licensing will be at improving safety, since it will rely upon the same NYPD enforcement that is not present now. Many people who have testified today have said that even when they've gone to the police, even when suspects have been apprehended, nothing has been done. Sadly, Intro 606 will not change this. If the goal is to actually improve the safety of our streets and bring order to them, we need to prioritize infrastructure. When bike lanes go in, you see a dramatic reduction in bikes on sidewalks, and you see crashes come down. There have been questions about what to do at corners, daylighting. When pedestrians are given more space at corners, e-bikes, and even more importantly, cars, strike fewer people. This is why I do support Intro 1131. By redesigning our streets for safety, we make them better for everyone. This is an effective use of our money and time, and a solution that actually works. Please use our time and resources wisely. I desperately want safer streets, which is why I want solutions that work. Intro 606 is an ineffective use of taxpayer money and should be opposed. Intro
Thank you. Your
11
time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Brocum, followed by Michelle B.
You may begin.
Michael is not on.
Michelle B., followed by Miriam Fisher.
Michelle B., you are unmuted. Michelle B.
You may begin.
She's not responding.
All right, we're moving on to Miriam Fisher, followed by Nathaniel Bacalus.
Miriam, you are unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes, we can
can.
hear you.
Hi.
Okay, I thank Councilmember Brooks Powers for her patience and her empathy. I'm supporting 606. I'm a transportation activist and disability rights activist, especially for accessibility on the subway with elevators. I was hit by a yellow cab in 1984 in a coma for 9 days, changed my life, multiple back surgeries, hearing loss, permanent outcomes. So I applaud alternatives to cars. I applaud bikes as an alternative, more and better bike lanes. But talking about safety and not repeating many of the things today, most hits by bikes and pedestrians are hit and run. Licensing is the first step towards accountability. I reject examples of unsuccessful licensing from other cities which do not have New York City's 200 million trips per day, according to Commissioner Rodriguez earlier today. Yes, there will be less bikes with licensing, but millions of riders still left to maintain safety for safety in numbers as transportation alternative advocates. Statistics for accidents don't reflect real numbers. We heard that over and over today with horrible, heartbreaking stories of people who were injured. They couldn't report it because they left the scene of the accident and an ambulance went to the hospital, had plates in their bodies, terrible stories. How can we make for accountability and statistics that represent what really happens? I have stood on the street with local police watching bikes going through red lights, no action.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Head of the
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Nathaniel Bacalus, followed by Nora McCauley.
You may begin.
Thank you to the chair and the council. My name is Nathaniel Bacalus, and I'm testifying today against Intro 606 because I'm appalled and frankly scared of what the council is contemplating today. My wife and I reside in Greenwood Sunset Park neighborhood of Brooklyn with our 2 kids aged 6 to 8. We use cargo e-bikes as our primary form of transportation aside from the subway. They're such amazing devices, and I think everyone who can should try to use them, especially busy working parents like us. And in fact, the E part is what allows more people to use them. It's the opposite of ableist. We're able to live car-free with the mobility promised by car commercials, but realized in fact. But instead of us talking about, say, tax credits or e-bikes encourage more e-bike and cargo e-bike usage, we have to waste time debunking smears that were inherently dangerous. And you hear it constantly today. Well, I don't believe the data or the DOT data is wrong. We aren't inherently dangerous. We're inherently vulnerable. And we are held accountable by the virtue of the fact that we're exposed. We're not encased in steel. I believe Bob Holden called e-bikes devil devices, which is interesting because I didn't know you could defeat the devil with a deep pothole, a piece of metal in the gutter, or by hitting a bumper at 3 miles per hour. All things that could put me in the hospital. There's your accountability. Just 3 weeks ago, my wife and elders were struck while riding her e-bike. The bike is still in need of repair. Our kid was in a sling for a week, and my wife had a suspected concussion. And this bill does nothing for our safety. How the heck would her having a plate have helped her? To wit, they were struck by a plated moped rider. The plate did not convey special safe riding about powers or ability to the rider who struck us. We're just grateful that it wasn't a car, like the car that killed my grandparents, or the car that struck two of my kids' classmates' parents last month. So it was one kid's, it's our kids' classmates' parents were both struck by a car last month, one of whom is still hospitalized. We're just people adapting to our car-oriented streets who don't have the free time to sit in traffic or search for parking. We're not the other, we're your neighbors. Please reject this anti-safe street bill whose goal is to reduce e-bike usage altogether when we should be aggressively encouraging instead, especially with congestion pricing. These just aren't for delivery guys, they're for all of us. They're for parents, they're for the elderly. I don't want my elderly mother driving an SUV. I want her on a pedal assist.
Thank you, your time's expired.
Next, we'll hear from Nora McCauley, followed by Nabil Ahmed Khatri. Excuse me.
You may begin.
There are two Nora McCauley's. Could you please state your name? Going to unmute the other Nora. You're unmuted, Nora.
Can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name just because
Yes,
there's two
I'm
of you?
Nora McCauley. Sorry, I had to leave my laptop to go do an errand in the rain. So I also don't really have my notes handy, but I'll just be quick.
Thank you.
I live in Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn, on a block that is a microcosm on both the sidewalk and the street of every safety issue you can possibly imagine. And my heart goes out to all of the people that we heard from today who have been injured. I also work at an electric bike store. We sell class 1 pedal assist bikes for the most part. And we are definitely very, very safety concerned. The last time I testified for the city council was in support of what became Local Law 39 in terms of battery safety, supporting the FDNY. So we are very, very concerned with safety. Most of our customers are families who ride their kids to school, go grocery shopping, go to the park, and so on. We also have a number of customers with challenging commutes, say from Forest Hills, Queens to Chelsea, or from Fort Lee, New Jersey to Midtown Manhattan. And a third category, which I want to mention tonight in particular, is that we sell a good number of electric assist bikes to seniors who like to remain mobile and active and exploring their city. We have seniors in every borough who spend a significant portion of their time actually riding around, staying engaged, whether it's basketball or bird watching. And by the way, bird watching spots on the edge of every borough are best reached by electric bike, especially getting home again when it's all uphill. So the main point I'm making is that all of our customers are law-abiding riders of e-bikes. They will all go ahead and get licensed and get registrations and follow the law as they already do. But I don't think it will make any difference to the issues that people are concerned about, that we're all concerned about, which is safety, especially for pedestrians and cyclists and children and seniors. Anyway, a lot of the behaviors that we keep hearing about are already illegal, as people have said. Mopeds are required to be licensed at the state level. Many of them are not, and that's already illegal. You're not allowed to ride the wrong way on a street or in a bike lane. That's illegal. And if the police are
Thank you, your time's expired.
to support. Okay,
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Nabil Ahmed Khatri, followed by Oliver Bruckoff.
You may begin.
Oh, okay, I was muted. Hi, my name is Nabil Ahmed Khatri. You got the name right, or not too bad. Thank you for staying so late. I'm also a small business owner, and we rent out family bikes and cargo bikes, so we're very familiar with e-bikes. All of the bikes that we have, a majority of them, are Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes. I think there's been a conflation of e-bikes and mopeds, which are very different. Mopeds are heavier, they go much faster, and they already have licensing requirements that, as previously people have said, NYPD does not enforce. The reality is that the biggest threat to our streets are cars. Just last week, 3 pedestrians were killed over the weekend, and cars require extensive training, licensing. We have apparatuses in place to hold cars accountable, yet they still keep killing New Yorkers. I'm not against licensing inherently, but only if we have 0 car deaths and 0 car injuries, and then bikes are the only things that are left that are causing injuries, then I would advocate for something like this. But the reality is that we have limited resources and limited time to deal with issues. We should prioritize the issues that are actually killing a lot of New Yorkers and injuring and maiming New Yorkers, not just pedestrians, but other motorists. You can ban bikes tomorrow, which I know Bob Holden and people like Vicky Palladino are in favor of, but that wouldn't cause the overwhelming harm that cars cause on our streets. So for this reason, I urge all the council members to oppose this bill and come up with actual common sense solutions. Bob Holden and Vicky Palladino do not have a trademark to the term common sense. Putting license on e-bikes is not common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil, for that. We're going to hear next from Oliver Bruckoff, followed by Patrick DeRoma.
You may begin.
Oliver's not on.
Which one's not on, Kevin?
Oliver.
Okay, so Patrick DeRoma, followed by Richard Robbins.
Patrick, I just unmuted you.
Okay,
Hello?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I wanted to say that I oppose Intro 606 and support 1131. I just wanted to note some of the hypocrisy that I've heard during this hearing. There are people that said this would not bring back stop and frisk, but also were seemingly cheering on the idea of bringing back stop and frisk. There were people who claimed to be that they were not anti-bike, but then went on to call bike lanes ugly and claiming that they're always empty or that cyclists are sneering at them, which just kind of gives the game away. I heard somebody claim that e-bikes and cars do the same amount of damage when crashing into a pedestrian, which is psychotic. I also heard various supporters, including various councilmen, claiming that there are no solutions being provided to those who are in opposition to 606, while ignoring everybody who is saying that protected bike lanes will reduce e-bike riders being on sidewalks, which is true, and also ignoring the solution of daylighting, which is what you actually can use to solve issues at the corner, as was noted. I also noted that that a lot of people in opposition that were supporting 606 were claiming that people in opposition to it are calling them racist, which is simply not true. They're claiming that the bill would enable racist enforcement. That is not calling any supporter of 606 racist, but if you interpret it that way, that sounds like telling on yourself. If you want to register anything, I would probably start with that woman who was threatening to hit people with her cane. Thank you.
Richard Robbins, followed by Robin Ostraw.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Powers. This is a very serious problem, but Intro 606 is not a real solution. While license plates sound simple and logical, they aren't. This is a bill that's voting to do something even when it's obvious that it won't work. Here are some basic flaws. Number one, there's a logical fallacy. We're saying that the police can't catch e-bikes, they need license plates. But how are they going to catch e-bikes without license plates to ticket them if they don't have plates? Number two, we already have many laws, as many people have said, prohibiting riding on the sidewalk, riding the wrong way, and requiring commercial cyclists to have an ID number on their clothes and bikes. But none of these laws are enforced. Are the police going to stop e-bikes because they don't have license plates, especially when they're hard to catch? Are the police going to do high-speed chases to catch e-bikes without plates? Number three, license plates would require creation of a database that includes riders' names and home addresses. Do we really want to create a database of deliveristas in the current political environment? Would any undocumented people get a license plate if it involves giving their home address? Four, are we going to mail tickets to e-bike owners who run red lights? What happens if they don't pay? We currently have a similar system that doesn't work for cars. There are thousands of cars with long lists of violations and thousands of dollars in unpaid fines still driving on our streets. How will the police catch e-bikes when they can't even catch cars? 5, many drivers obscure their plates so they can't be read or they use fake plates. Why would the police be more successful at policing e-bikes than they are for cars? 6, this will cost $20 million. If there are 50,000 people who get licenses, it would cost $400 per person. No one's going to pay that much, which means taxpayers are going to get stuck paying for this. 7, clearly, Priscilla Loke's death is a tragedy. E-city bikes are an incredible hazard. I found public reports of at least 8 other fatalities in the past 2 years from people riding city bike e-bikes. If the council wants to protect New Yorkers from e-bikes and honor Priscilla Loke's memory, it should address the dangers of city bikes, which is clearly requiring clear, visible IDs on e-city bikes, requiring a way to report e-city bike riders, as there had been with Revel, and speed regulating them. 18 miles an hour is way
Your time has expired.
We also have to go after the delivery companies like DoorDash
Thank
and
you.
Uber.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Robin Ostroff, followed by Ryan Barthel. Kevin, are they there?
Robin is not. Robert Price is next.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Robert Price is next.
I don't have Robert Price on here.
It's Robert Price.
Do you have Ryan Barthel?
Yes, Ryan Barthel as well.
Okay, go to Ryan Barthel. And then we could go to Robert Price.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. This is Ryan Barthel. Contrary to some members' assertions, pedal assist e-bikes and e-scooters in Denmark are not required to be registered. Mopeds already are in New York State. This bill will add unnecessary cost and bureaucracy. NYPD is not prepared to equitably enforce the new regulations, and it will lead to parks and greenways that are less safe. This amendment adds complexity and difficulty to many vulnerable New Yorkers. As worded, it applies to electric wheelchairs, which is clearly problematic. Many of those using e-bikes and scooters are doing so because it is their only affordable option in our many transit deserts, and this adds another cost and hurdle to already marginalized communities. And of course, the fiscal cost to the city of setting up, running, and enforcing this bureaucracy will be huge and take away from other important projects. NYPD has a history of misunderstanding laws for non-car vehicles. They've been sued to protest the many tickets issued to cyclists legally crossing an intersection with a leading pedestrian indicator, and officers are known to tell cyclists that they're not legally allowed to ride on a greenway where it shares space with a sidewalk. This bill will embolden them to stop and question any cyclist to determine if their bike requires registration, and if the cyclist does not immediately recognize they're being asked to pull over, the officers may give chase. Crashes as a result of NYPD chases already account for an average of 10 deaths per year. This takes those chases off the streets and into our parks and greenways, endangering those we're trying to protect. Street safety is paramount. My family does not own a car, and when I'm riding alone or with my family, I'm keenly aware of the dangers present all around us. It's already illegal to hit someone with a micromobility device and leave the scene, just as it's already illegal to hit a cyclist or pedestrian with a car, or to double park it on sidewalks, in bus lanes, or in bike lanes, which are the activities that push cyclists to do some of the illegal activities that are mentioned. We should focus on ensuring that everyone follows the laws that already exist, rather than creating new ones to make life more challenging for already.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Robert Price, followed by Samir Lavingia.
Hello, thank you. My name is Robert Price, and I am opposed to Intro 606. I'm a parent, and I have an e-bike. I bike my kids around New York City in the e-bike, and it is an incredible way to get around the city. And it is a very difficult way to get around the city because of cars, because of double parking, because of the chaos that cars create. It is very hard to e-bike. E-biking creates a better environment. E-biking creates a safer way to get around for your kids. And e-biking is just an incredible way to navigate this city. I think Intro 606 is a waste of money, a waste of time, and a waste of everyone's resources. There's already many issues with traffic violence in our city that needs to be reinforced and addressed by police, and license plates and whatever this is proposing doesn't really address the major issues of safety that are an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Samir Lavingia, followed by unidentified Zoom panelist number 1.
Hello, thank you so much for having us speak. My name is Samir Lavingia. I live in Midtown Manhattan. I wanted to say thank you for having us here. And I don't know if Councilmember Brewer is still there, but thank you for not co-sponsoring this bill. She's my council member. I'm opposed to Intro 606. I've been volunteering for Safe Streets advocacy work for years. I want to start out by saying that I'm against mopeds, and super scooters, and these one-wheeled unicycles where people are wearing motorcycle helmets, but those are already illegal. And I have seen those acting the most recklessly, and we need to find a way to get some more accountability for those. However, if we require licenses for all e-bikes, it will simply be used by the NYPD to pull out e-bike and all bike users whenever they want. With newer e-bikes, you can't really tell until you get really close up if it's an e-bike or not. So the truth is that the NYPD will have full discretion to pull anyone over because any bike could be an e-bike. Recently, my friend was debating getting a Vespa or an e-bike and ended up picking an e-bike because it was easier. But if he had to get a license, he probably would have gotten the Vespa. We need to make it easier for people to get on bikes, not mopeds. I want the streets to be safe for me and my family to get around. My parents are seniors and my dad just had surgery and it's a little slower than usual. His reaction time is slower and I want him to be safe. But this bill will not make him or anyone else safer. This bill is simply reactionary and retributionary. It would allow me to get revenge if someone hits him, but that's not what I want. I want him to not get hit and I want us all to be safer. To do that, we need better infrastructure. We need to build better infrastructure so people ride where there should be. My friends who ride on the sidewalk do so because they don't feel safe on the street, so let's add a bike lane. I see city bikes ride on the sidewalk to get on the docks because the docks are on the sidewalk. Let's move those onto the street. Bikes in Central Park go too fast, and they're redoing the drives to make it safer for everyone. And that's what we need everywhere in New York. We need to make biking the best option for people to go where they need to go on a bike or an e-bike instead of a gas scooter or a car. There are solutions.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
In the right places, but this bill is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. Unidentified Zoom panelist number 1. Can you please state your name for the record as you're going into your testimony? This testimony will be followed by Ulrika Anderson. Kevin, do you see the
You are unmuted, unidentified Zoom participant. Doesn't look like they're responding.
Okay, Eureka Anderson, followed by Valerie Mason.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm here to oppose Intro 606 in support of Intro 1131. I live on the Upper West Side near the 7th Second Street train station. My partner and I get around via transit and bikes. We sometimes convert our bikes into e-bikes via battery kits. Since we use battery kits, you can't actually see from the outside if our bikes are e-bikes or not. Intro 606 could allow police to stop us and inspect our bikes for batteries. Regardless of the nature of my bike, and regardless of how I was riding, it would be penalizing me from getting around in a sustainable way. Instead of addressing real safety or space issues, Intro 606 turns neighbors like me into suspects. Some here seem to think that we've already offered options for riders. The one-way street I live on has free parking on both sides, but no bike lanes. Because of this, when I exit my building, I'm pushed into the intersection of 72nd Street Station, known as the bow tie of death. To go south legally, I have to detour 2 blocks over to West 72nd Street. The street also has 2 lanes of parking, but no bike lanes. Across New York City, just 3% of streets have protected bike lanes, and only 25% have any bike lanes at all. Intro 606 is a distraction. It's not really about bikes. It's about cars. and about the excessive amount of space devoted to them at the expense of safe options for everyone else. 260 New Yorkers were killed by cars last year. To distract from this, Intro 606 pits cyclists and pedestrians against one another. Let's address the real issue, us fighting over scraps after our city was handed over to cars. Reject Intro 606. The real goal of this bill is to keep cars as the only form of personal transportation in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Valerie Mason, followed by Vishnu Reddy.
Cool, I'm done.
Sure.
Is that Valerie?
Okay. Hi, thank you very much. Hi, thank you very much. I'm Valerie Mason, and I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 8. Just for geographic purposes, we are the community board that borders Community Board 6. And we did pass a resolution asking for the hearing of 606. And we are happy that this bill has finally seen the light of day. I don't want to get into the particulars of this bill, but I do want to say that our community board supported the passage of New York State Assembly Bill A-9092, which requires bicycles with electric assist and electric scooters be registered with the DMV and a license plate affixed. I have to tell you that almost every community board meeting we have, the issue is e-bikes, e-bikes, e-bikes. I attended a public forum when Keechant Sewell was the commissioner of the NYPD. The first 7 questions were about e-bikes. I take issue with the DOT's commissioner's report on bicycle accidents. In 2023, Alex Boris did a report that showed e-bikes caused 19 times more deaths per vehicle than regular bikes. And it wasn't until 2024 that a bill was passed in the state legislature that even allowed e-bikes to be cited as involved or cause a crash. Prior to the governor signing this bill in the summer of 2024, there was no police report that even set forth who was involved in these accidents. I don't think that anyone testifying here tonight is saying that licensing and registration is the be all and end all, but we have to start to do something. It should not have taken as long as it has for this bill to come before the council. And I don't understand why it's taken this bill 4 years and Intro 1101 in a matter of days. We need to start doing something. Registration is not the total answer.
Your time's expired.
We need to start somewhere.
Thank
you very much.
And just to be clear, Intro 1131 was not created in just days. I've been waiting for that bill to be drafted for well over a year and a half.
Okay, well,
Thank
it's
you.
still faster than this one, but I appreciate
It's not, but thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Vishnu Reddy, followed by Andre Braga.
Hi, my name is Vishnu Reddy, and I live in Sunnyside, Queens. I'm here to express my strong disapproval for Intro 606. I own and rely on an e-bike most days. It is an essential mode of transportation for me as someone who mostly travels between outer boroughs, the kind of trips that our public transportation system does not handle well. Without my e-bike, I would be strongly considering getting a car, which would contribute to traffic, worsen pollutions, and add to the vehicles being stored on the streets that I share with my neighbors. My e-bike makes it possible for me to live my life without the burden of car ownership. This bill is poorly thought out. It's impossible to implement. If you look at the language of the bill, the definition of quote unquote legal motorized vehicle means that electric wheelchairs need to be registered with the DOT. This is unacceptable. I am not denying the very real concerns that many people here expressed today, and I strongly believe we need to take action on it. But this is a reactionary bill being propped up by folks who have no desire to see a workable solution. There's been no thought put into what it would actually take to implement this bill because there's no way that it can be implemented effectively. There's no evidence that bike registration would actually solve the problems that people here are rightfully upset about. We need to hold these delivery companies accountable to ensure that their workforce is not incentivized to cut corners to make a living. We need to make sure that unregistered mopeds are not being allowed to operate on our streets. We need to make sure that e-bikes that we do have are certified so they're safe to operate and charge. We need Intro 1138 from my council member Julie 1 for universal daylighting so we all can see each other at intersections and be safer on our streets. Intro 606 does none of that, and I urge the council to vote against it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vishnu. Next, we'll hear from Andre Braga, who will then be followed by Jeffrey.
Hello, I'm here to voice my opposition to Intro 606. My parents came to New York before I was born, taking up whatever jobs they could do, much like those who work delivery today. What will Intro 606 do to those who rely on e-bikes for work? They'll apply for registration, but regardless of the outcome, they'll still be on the streets trying to make a living for their family. Intro 606 does not remove the intense pressure delivery drivers face to drive profit for the apps. All it does is make their life and mine harder. I use a city bike 3 times a week to get treatment for my psoriasis, and 606 puts my accessibility at risk while keeping the streets just as dangerous. We should be spending our time and money on infrastructure and regulating delivery companies, not more bureaucracy. That's it.
Thank you. Jeffrey, followed by Lucy Cotine.
Jeffrey is not.
Okay.
Jeffrey is not on anymore.
Okay, we're going to Lucy Cotine, followed by Hayden Brockett.
Lucy is not either.
Hayden Brockett, followed by Kevin Lachera.
Hayden, you're on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Brooks Powers, for your stamina today and for your introduction of Intro 31. That is an extremely important bill, and I'm sorry it took so long, but I'm so glad that you're sticking with it. My name is Hayden Brockett, and my wife and 2 children live in the Upper West Side, where we live, walk, and we bike. I oppose Intro 606, which will be a step backwards for public safety in our city. I wish to dedicate my testimony to our Upper West Side neighbor, Miriam Reinhardt, who was crushed under an ambulance last month while in the crosswalk at 96th Street in Gail Brewer's district. Motor vehicles kill 200 times more New Yorkers than do e-bikes. As tragic as the stories have been from the individuals who have suffered, that fact of motor vehicles crushing us is 200 times more than e-bikes cannot be rebutted and must be addressed. We need fewer people in cars and more people riding bikes, and we need fewer places on our streets dedicated to car storage. License plates and registration will not solve the safety issues that have been raised. When it comes to e-bike safety, we have the laws on the books that we need. We just have infrastructure that causes traffic violence and a police force that does not prioritize traffic safety enough. The NYPD does not prioritize enforcement of red lights running by cars or by e-bikes. People have been asking for solutions from bike advocates. There you have it. Daylight intersections, pedestrian islands, make it easier for pedestrians to know where they are and for pedestrians to be seen by bikers and by drivers. The mayor and the police commissioner have fallen down on the job protecting pedestrians from car drivers and e-bike drivers. Chairman Brooks Powers, you mentioned earlier an incident several times where a moped almost knocked you over on the sidewalk outside your office. First, that was a very dangerous situation that NYPD should have addressed. Second, that incident.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
About preventing illegal behavior. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kevin Lachera, followed by Unidentified Zoom.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is Kevin Lachera. I'm a proud Green Pointer and here to speak in strong opposition to Intro 606. There's lots that's been said over the course of today about pain and harm and the council's responsibility to address it. When supporters of 606 say that they've been hurt or scared or failed by our system, I believe them. We have all been failed by that system. Our city has historically prioritized moving as many cars as fast as possible through so many of our neighborhoods to the deep and lasting harm of the people that live there. I live in a neighborhood that's been cut in two by the BQE and McGinnis Boulevard. Hundreds of people have been killed during the lifetime of these highways, and thousands of people have been injured. And that's just on 2 roads in one neighborhood. We all deserve better. We need real investment in our streets to make them safer for everyone, pedestrians, cyclists of all modes, and drivers. When you've been hurt, like some of the speakers in support of 606 have, I think it's easy in that anger and frustration to hurt others. But this bill will not fix what is broken on our streets. We need comprehensive redesign. We need universal daylighting. We need enforcement of the existing laws. Thank you very much.
Next, we want to hear from unidentified Zoom, and please state your name.
Hi, thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to share this testimony. My name is Scott Weinstein. I live in Crown Heights with my family. I get around the city primarily by bicycle, public transportation, and e-scooter. As time and age does its worst, I will surely also adopt an e-bike, like my father and many others have, because it's an extremely time, cost, and space-effective way to move about the city. As a vulnerable road user, I understand and empathize with the motivation for this bill. On any given trip, we must navigate multiple dangers, bike lanes blocked by cars and trucks, poor lines of sight at intersections, sidewalk access blocked by cars, sidewalks blocked by cars parked on them, and oversized trucks whose mass and limited driver visibility make them much more lethal to those outside of them. With that said, I urge the committee to modify or vote against Intro 606, as it will be counterproductive to increasing road safety and road throughput. The city is unwilling or unable to enforce the laws we already have. This is not only my assertion. The City of New York Department of Investigations report on parking placards details one such example of non-enforcement. This proposal doesn't address road safety directly. It only adds expensive licensing requirements for theoretical accountability via a likely trivial, mutilated, or masked ID plate. If we do go with a plate, let's also invest in durability, GPS tracking for all vehicles, not just e-bikes, but all vehicles, for instantaneous speed enforcement, increase the penalties for mutilating or obscuring the ID system, and perhaps move this program to the state with its existing infrastructure to run it. The cost and effort to implement 606 could be put towards other solutions, which could have a positive impact on safety, throughput, and latency. Some ideas: daylighting intersections so that all users have visibility to prevent collisions.
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, 7:31 p.m. If we have inadvertently missed anyone that has registered to testify today and has yet to have been called, please use the Zoom hand function if you are testifying remotely, and you will be called in the order your hand has been raised. If you are testifying in person, please come to the dais.
There is a Michelle Birnbaum that has raised her hand.
Okay, you can take off mute.
You're unmuted, Michelle.
Yes. Good evening, and thank you very much, Chair Brooks Powers, and thank you very much, Councilmember Holden, for all your work on this issue. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, and I am an organizer. I've started many community organizations. I have founded them, and I preside over them, so I'm very, very active in my community. I've started my discussions about electric bikes and vehicles many, many years ago. I want to say that I am in favor of Intro 606 and that bill is not mutually exclusive to any of the bills that are proposed. Certainly approaching this on the state level is worthwhile, and getting any additional information through 1131 would be worthwhile. But that does not preclude the passing of 606. These are two different issues. One is creating an appropriate infrastructure, which most people seem to support, and the other is enforcing the use of that infrastructure. The basis of our legal system is accountability, responsibility, liability. To say that that's not going to make a difference in this case is to completely discount the whole basis of our legal system. Of course, accountability makes a difference. Of course, responsibility does. And of course, liability does. And that's what you heard when you heard the very sad stories that you heard today. The same groups that push aside accountability and responsibility and liability would be mortified if that was to account for the behavior of automobile drivers. All I heard today was whataboutism. Well, what about cars? They do that. And I heard paranoia. Well, what about the police? They're going to come and get us. This is ridiculous. The basis of
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Andrew Stern, followed by Ryan Chrisman.
Hi, Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you for being here with us so late today. My name is Andrew Stern, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Intro 606. As a cyclist, I don't want to worry about being stopped or scrutinized by the NYPD because I'm riding a bike and they think it might be a Class 3 e-bike. There are absolutely problems with mopeds and the incentives that deliveristas are subject to, and I encourage the council to address these problems with another bill, such as Intro 1131. There's also a real problem with mopeds in the city, which already require registration, but there's a lack of enforcement. Mopeds, which are large, heavy, often gas-powered vehicles without pedals, are disproportionately harming pedestrians and cyclists. They have no place being parked on the sidewalk or being driven in the bike lane, but this is what we so often see, mopeds in the bike lane weaving around cyclists. These mopeds are often disingenuously called e-bikes by opponents of biking who are deliberately trying to confuse the issue. The force of a crash is mass times acceleration, and that's the problem with mopeds. They're heavy, often 200 pounds or more, unlike e-bikes, which are almost all under 100 pounds. They're also able to travel faster than any e-bike. Mopeds have no place in our bike lanes, and I hope the council takes this issue seriously with a bill addressing that. I urge you to pass Intro 1131 because bikes are essential to our city's transition into a more sustainable place, and we must ensure everyone is safe. I encourage this council to focus on keeping this administration accountable, ensuring that they're meeting the goals required in the streets plan, 50 miles of bike lanes each year. Bike lanes separate cyclists of all kinds from pedestrians and cars, and they keep everybody safe. Intro 606 has the potential to threaten hundreds of thousands of cyclists who just want to safely ride to work or to school or to their homes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Chrisman, and I'm a Crown Heights resident and a person who gets around mostly on my feet, a human-powered bike, and on the train. And I am here to speak in opposition to Intro 606. On Wednesday mornings, I volunteer with Bergen Bike Bus, a group of caring folks who enable adults and children to ride to school by riding with them together. Parents and others who cannot power their own pedal bikes often arrive on cargo e-bikes. These bikes are usually slow, and the parents have recently found them to be very, very helpful in order to get them and their children to school. Intro 606 would really, really hamper their ability to do this and discourage the use of e-bikes and used by parents. I'm very, very against that, obviously, because I believe that this is a really, really positive way for parents and their children to ride to school together. Parents often have jobs to go to, or they often have other children who are on these bikes as well with them and may not be comfortable pedaling their own bike. Particularly appalling about this bill is the vagueness of the bill and the demonization of Class 1 e-bikes, which are relatively slow and do not pose much danger to all people who are walking and biking. Therefore, I encourage opposition to this bill, and if the council would like to regulate e-bikes, I encourage them to go back to the drawing board and get community input before producing another bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeffrey online.
Jeffrey, you're unmuted.
You may begin.
Jeffrey, are you there? Doesn't look like he's responding.
Thank you. I have no one remaining online. The chamber looks clear. With that, I'd just like to take a moment to thank every single person that came out today to testify, to allow their voice to be a part of this extremely important conversation. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues as we chart our course forward in addressing the needs to better regulate this newer form of transportation to ensure safety for all on our streets. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Ending webinar. Have a good night.